Chapter 408. Princess Xinyang fainted without any warning. The servants in the courtyard did not lose their heads out of worry. Everyone went about their own business in an orderly manner under Eugene's command. Princess Xinyang was carried to the bed by Eugene. Gu Jiao did not realize that the delicate and weak Eugene actually had such strength. However, Eugene was not a martial arts practitioner after all, so she had used up all of her strength. She panted for a while, her forehead covered in a thin layer of sweat. "Lord Eugene, this servant will go get a doctor," said a servant girl. Eugene nodded, then seemed to think of something and shook her head. Then, she looked at Gu Jiao, who had not taken advantage of the chaos to escape. She asked seriously, "Dr. Gu, can I trust you?" Dusk was setting in the west. Xiao Lulang finished his day's work and came out of the Hanlin Academy. He saw Xiao Sanzi anxiously pacing back and forth at the door. Xiao Sanzi was the clinic's coachman and often followed Gu Jiao to see patients. Xiao Lulang subconsciously looked behind Xiao Sanzi, only to see a quiet carriage with the curtains tightly shut. However, his intuition told him that Gu Jiao was not in the carriage. "Xiao Sanzi, what's wrong?" Xiao Lulang walked over and asked. Xiao Sanzi heard Xiao Lulang's voice and turned around abruptly, his face full of panic. "Brother Xiao, Miss Gu has disappeared." Xiao Lulang frowned. "When did she disappear? Where did she disappear?" Xiao Sanzi was extremely anxious. Just now," Xiao Lulang comforted him. "Don't panic, tell me slowly." Xiao Sanzi did not know that this was not right. After all, he had seen the Emperor with Miss Gu. He had to be calm. Xiao Sanzi calmed himself down and told him what had happened in front of the shop. Xiao Lulang frowned and said, "Are you saying that she suddenly disappeared?" Xiao Sanzi said, "Isn't it sudden? I held the pancake in one hand and the lunchbox in the other. I told her to eat the pancake while it was still hot. Otherwise, it would become soft and not crispy. She even said okay, but when I turned around to look at her, she was gone." "No. What I mean is, he's gone. I asked the couple at the bakery, but they didn't see anything either. I looked around, but I couldn't find him even after I searched the entire street." Xiao Lulang went to the crime scene. "Where did your carriage stop?" he asked Little Three. Xiao Sanzi found a place about half a zhang away from the shop. While gesturing, he said, "Here. The horse is standing here, and the carriage is here." After the shop finished dealing with Gu Jiao's business, it had run out of ingredients and closed its doors. No more customers came. Xiao Lulang carefully walked around the crime scene. Suddenly, he squatted down and picked up a broken piece of charcoal. Charcoal wasn't a very good writing tool. Most people wouldn't use it, but Gu Jiao loved to use it. In the pouch that her great-aunt gave her, there was a special compartment for charcoal. If it got dirty, she could take it out and wash it. She would usually put 1 or 2 pieces of charcoal inside. But the charcoal in Xiao Lulang's hand was not the charcoal that Gu Jiao usually used. Her charcoal had been treated, so it was softer. This kind of charcoal was a certain someone's special charcoal. He had only seen it in one place. In the courtyard on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xinyang slowly woke up. Eugene had been watching over her. When she saw her open her eyes, she smiled and said, "Princess, you're awake. How do you feel?" It wasn't the first time that Princess Xinyang had fainted, but it was the first time that she felt so relaxed after waking up. She didn't feel dizzy or sore all over. It was as if she had just slept casually. Eugene saw her complexion and knew that she had recovered better than before. She smiled and said, "Princess fainted just now. It was Dr. Gu who treated Princess with acupuncture." As she spoke, she stood up, took a step back, and bowed. This subject acted without authorization. "Please punish me, princess." Princess Xingyang looked at her helplessly. "You know I won't punish you." Eugene revealed a smile. Princess Xingyang asked, "Where is that girl?" Eugene looked back and said, "In the courtyard." In the colorful courtyard, under a large tree with luxuriant leaves, a certain someone was forced to write again. Her face was very dark. "You're an expert, Zhao Country's Shadow Guard Long, the world's #1 expert in martial arts. Why do you want others to slap your face?" Gu Jiao said bitterly, not forgetting to break a piece of charcoal. Then she felt that this expert was even happier. She was confused. When Princess Xingyang came out accompanied by Eugene, she saw one big and one small squatting on the ground with a piece of charcoal. Just now, Eugene had been guarding beside Princess Xingyang's bed, so she didn't know that they were like this. Eugene couldn't help but laugh. "Princess," she said, "Long Yi hasn't played with anyone for a long time." "The last time was when little Marquis was young," Princess Xingyang indifferently interrupted her. "Eugene, he is dead. Don't mention him again." Eugene lowered her eyes. "Yes." Gu Jiao was in despair. Until her stomach growled, she ended today's business. Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner, but Gu Jiao refused. She had suddenly disappeared for so long. Little Sanzi must be very anxious. Maybe Xiao Lulang also knew that she was missing. She had to go back quickly. For the sake of the Millennium Lingji, she didn't intend to ask for the consultation fee. But Eugene insisted on giving it to her, so she accepted it. Just treat it as a reward for her hard work for the whole night. Gu Jiao put that 100 taels banknote into her purse. Compared to Marquis Xianping, who only gave her a copper coin, Princess Xingyang was simply too generous. When Gu Jiao came, she was captured by Long Yi. Now, she couldn't let Long Yi capture her again. Eugene considerately asked people to prepare a carriage. "I'll send you off." Just after she spoke, a little maid walked over with small steps. "Lord Eugene, that peony seems to be dying." "Which one?" Eugene asked. "Princess's favorite one," the little maid said. Gu Jiao considerately said, "Lord Eugene, go take care of Peony. You don't need to send me off." Taking care of Peony was not urgent. But Eugene could see that Gu Jiao didn't like these empty formalities. So she smiled and said, "Okay, then take care. The carriage is at the door. Where do you want to go?" "Just tell the coachman." Gu Jiao agreed. Then, after bidding farewell to Eugene, she went to the front door of the courtyard. The door was ajar. It was open from inside. The moment Gu Jiao opened the door, she saw Xiao Lulang, who was about to knock on the door. Both of them paused. Gu Jiao didn't expect that he would find her here. Xiao Lulang didn't expect that the door would open by itself and Gu Jiao would come out at this time. "Are you okay? Why are you here?" Both of them asked at the same time. Xiao Lulang was still gasping for breath. His forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. It could be seen that he was very tired and anxious on the way. He looked at the courtyard behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. She stepped over the threshold and closed the courtyard door. "Let's go." Eugene heard the voice of an unfamiliar man. She was not at ease, so she walked over to take a look. But Gu Jiao had already left with Xiao Lulang. Eugene asked the coachman, "Where is eldest Madame Gu?" The coachman said, "Just now, a person came to look for her." She left with him. A person came to look for her. She was captured by Long Yi. How could he guess that Long Yi had captured her here? Eugene was puzzled. She doubtfully followed several steps. Arriving at the corner of Vermilion Bird Avenue, she saw a carriage driving into the dim light of night. On the quiet street, little Sansy was relieved from a burden as he drove the carriage. Finally, he found Miss Gu. He didn't need to be on tenterhooks anymore. Still, Big Brother Xiao was awesome. He immediately guessed that Miss Gu had come to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Say, how did he guess it? The same doubt also flashed through the mind of Gu Jiao. The difference was, Gu Jiao quickly figured out the answer. No wonder he could stop Long Yi from killing her. No wonder Long Yi pinched his face. Long Yi was indeed confirming something. Moreover, he had already confirmed it. Thus, it was reasonable for Long Yi to be so close to her all of a sudden. Although Gu Jiao didn't want to equate being forced to stop writing with being intimate, but if it was someone else who had hit Long Yi's face with a writing brush, she was afraid that the next one to stop would not be those few charcoal pens, but that person himself. Although she had guessed some things, and she felt that with his intelligence, it was impossible for him to not see that she had guessed it. But since he didn't say anything, she also didn't poke through the last layer of window paper. However, she still had to say the reason why she had appeared in Vermilion Bird Avenue. Yesterday, I removed the stitches of a scholar surnamed Su. He asked me to treat his aunt's illness. He also paid the consultation fee. As a result, I went to the wrong place and accidentally entered the courtyard of Princess Xinyang. I mistook Princess Xinyang for that aunt. Gu Jiao concisely narrated the process of changing the medicine, but didn't mention the matter of Long Yi making her stop writing brush. She also didn't mention the matter of Princess Xinyang misunderstanding that she had ulterior motives and almost used the imperial golden whip bestowed by the late emperor to whip her little butt. It was a bit embarrassing. Princess Xinyang ate the medicine I gave her. The medicine's effect is very good. Just now, Long Yi asked me to go over to treat her illness. She spoke lightly, omitting all kinds of melodramatic misunderstandings and details. But Xiao Lulang had been with Princess Xinyang for more than 10 years. How could he not know what kind of temperament she had? Perhaps in the past, he didn't understand, but now that he thought about it, many details were different from what he remembered. Princess Xinyang had never been a simple woman. If she really wanted to ask someone to treat her illness, she would send a palanquin in a grand manner and let Long Yi take her away. Most likely, she was suspicious of her. Fortunately, all of this was a misunderstanding. He had no way to stop her from seeing Princess Xinyang because he couldn't. This wasn't something that she could see just because she wanted to. If Princess Xinyang gave the order, Long Yi would find her even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. But Long Yi wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her, right? Just like how he also didn't allow anyone to hurt her. When they returned home, the pancakes were already cold. Gu Jiao sighed. The pancakes were delicious, but it was a pity. It was already late at night, and everyone in the family was asleep. The two of them washed up and returned to their room. Little Jing Kong was lying on his back on the bed, snoring heartily. Xiao Lulang looked at him and somehow thought of himself when he was a child. He also thought of the former princess mansion. Memories flashed through his mind frame by frame like pictures. The memories that he thought he had long forgotten were actually so clear at night. Xiao Lulang closed his eyes and tried to squeeze these memories out of his mind, but he found that the more he tried, the more the memories surged. Mother, little Jing Kong suddenly opened his mouth in a daze. Was this little guy dreaming that he had a mother? Xiao Liulang's thoughts were interrupted. He pulled down little Jing Kong's clothes and covered his little belly. Little Jing Kong turned over and snuggled into his arms. He was mumbling something in his sleep. Xiao Lulang raised his slender, jade-like finger and poked his little head to the side. Little Jing Kong rolled over and rolled back after a while. Xiao Lulang poked him again. He rolled again. In the end, he stopped snuggling into Xiao Lulang's arms. His little foot came out of nowhere and directly kicked Xiao Lulang's face. Xiao Lulang, after being tormented by little Jing Kong, Xiao Lulang didn't have time to think about anything else. The strange memories in his mind also disappeared. He had a good sleep in the latter half of the night. The next day, before dawn, he went to Hanlin Academy. He arrived earlier than Kong Mu. Kong Mu looked at him strangely. Xiao Xiuzhua didn't go back last night, right? He went back, Xiao Lulang said. After the roll call, Xiao Lulang went to his office. Kong Mu couldn't help but mutter, "It's so early." He quarreled with his wife and was chased out by her. The results of the 6 ministries examination were out. A large number of officials had entered the list of those who needed to take the makeup examination. Hanlin Academy took on the responsibility of giving lectures to the officials taking the makeup examination. Among the officials taking the makeup examination, a large number of them didn't take the imperial examination. They were officials from their families who obtained their positions through meritorious deeds of the previous generation. One could imagine how good their examination skills were. It wasn't that none of the officials were well-read. However, if a person had real talent and knowledge, he or she didn't need his or her family's help. He or she could become an official himself. For example, the former young chancellor and the current editor Zhuang. After all, those who knew they could become officials and still studied diligently were in the minority. The drawbacks of the system were obvious, but it had been around for a long time. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had tried to abolish it. In the end, he was jointly opposed by the civil and military officials. However, the previous emperor was also stubborn. He didn't relent until his death, causing the relationship between the monarch and his subjects to be very stiff. His old subordinates were loyal to him, but they also hoped that he would take back his order. After Empress Dowager Zhuang held court behind the curtain, she restored the system and gave the civil and military officials a way out. However, at the same time, she also raised a condition, the addition of the 6 ministries examination. There would be an examination every 3 years. If they failed, they would have to take the makeup examination. If they failed the makeup examination twice, they would be demoted. If they were demoted twice, they would have their official position taken back. It was worth mentioning that those who had a demerit on their record would have to participate in the next round of examination, regardless of whether they drew lots or not. The mystery of this system was that it contained a lot of buffer periods. If they failed, they could still take the makeup examination. If they failed, they could still take the examination 3 years later. It wasn't like they would lose their official position all of a sudden. In addition, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Like father, like son. All of you are both intelligent and courageous. You are the pillars of our Zhao kingdom. Are your children all useless?" Using flattery and provocation, the ministers of the imperial court were choked. The 6 ministries examination was accepted just like that. Although this system didn't completely eliminate the system, it minimized the drawbacks of the system. Today, the Hanlin official who was scheduled to lecture at the tribute institution was Xiao Lulang. The tribute institution arranged a carriage to pick him up. The carriage hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Lulang took a kettle to the backyard to get water. Ning Ziyuan happened to be washing his brush at the ink pool. When he saw him, he smiled and greeted him, "Lulang. You're early." "You're early too," Xiao Lulang said. Ning Ziyuan sighed, "I was afraid of being late, so I left early. Your house isn't far." As the two were talking, Scholar Han came over. Ning Ziyuan was surprised, "Wow, I didn't expect Master Han to be so early too." The two of them bowed to Scholar Han. Scholar Han nodded and looked at Xiao Lulang. "Are you going to lecture at the tribute institution today?" Yes, Xiao Lulang said. No need, Scholar Han said, come with me to the Wenhua Pavilion in a moment. Xiao Lulang's fingertips moved. The Wenhua Pavilion was the library built by Princess Xinyang. Scholar Han gave Xiao Lulang this opportunity because he thought highly of Xiao Lulang. Seeing that Xiao Lulang didn't say anything, he took it as a yes. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a step, Xiao Lulang said, Master Han, I want a lecture at the Tribute Institution. What did he mean by, you want a lecture at the Tribute Institution? Was this how he bargained with his superior? Scholar Han looked back and said seriously, do you know what kind of place the Wenhua Pavilion is? What kind of opportunity is this? I want a lecture at the Tribute Institution, Xiao Lulang said word by word. Scholar Han frowned. Xiao Lulang looked at Ning Ziyuan and said, let Editor Ning go to the Wenhua Pavilion. I still want to go to the Tribute Institution. He said 3 times that he wanted to go to the Tribute Institution. No matter how much Scholar Han wanted to praise him, he wouldn't give him another opportunity. You, come with me, Scholar Han said to Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan followed Scholar Han. As he walked, he gestured exaggeratedly at Xiao Lulang and silently said, are you really going to give me such a good opportunity? What are you doing? Scholar Han stopped and turned his head to look at him. Ning Ziyuan stopped in a second and said, nothing, I'm just stretching. Scholar Han led Ning Ziyuan out of the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang waited for another hour before the people from the Tribute Institution arrived. However, just as he was about to sit in the carriage, the coachman from the Hanlin Academy rushed over anxiously and said, bad news, Xiao Lulang. Editor Ning is in trouble. Hurry and go to the Wenhua Pavilion. Chapter 409. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Outsiders didn't know much about Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang's friendship. The coachman named Wu Lauer had only run into them a few times, and only then did he know that Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang were very close in private. He was tight-lipped and didn't say anything. But now that something had happened to Ning Ziyuan, Wu Lauer couldn't care less. What happened to Editor Ning? Xiao Lulang asked. Wu Lauer said anxiously, he broke an antique inkstone in the Wenhua Pavilion. I heard that it belonged to the late emperor. What do you think we should do? If he's really punished, Editor Ning's career will be in danger. It was indeed a big taboo to break an item of the imperial family. Even Scholar Han couldn't protect Ning Ziyuan. The Wenhua Pavilion wasn't far from the examination compound. Xiao Lulang told the people from the examination compound to go there first, and he would be there later to deal with some matters. Then, Xiao Lulang and Wu Lauer went to the Wenhua Pavilion. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile of the Wenhua Pavilion was the same as before. The smell of cinnamon from the 4 seasons could easily awaken one's memories. Xiao Lulang's expression was dazed for a moment. Xiao Xiuzhua. Wu Lauer called out. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses and looked at Wu Lauer. I'm fine. Where is he? Without waiting for Wu Lauer to show him the way, he nodded and said, got it. He's at Tingfeng Courtyard. After he finished speaking, he strode towards Maple Courtyard. Wu Lauer was confused. I don't think I told you that he was at Tingfeng Courtyard. Have you been here before? How do you know where Tingfeng Courtyard is? The Pavilion of Literary Splendor had 1 pavilion and 3 courtyards. The main pavilion was called the Pavilion of Literary Splendor. It was used to store books. The courtyard of Listening Lair was the private courtyard of Princess Xinyang. The courtyard of Listening Billow was used to entertain guests. Only the courtyard of Listening Maple was used to store antiques and treasures, as well as books that needed to be restored. Scholar Han had come here today because Princess Xinyang had brought back a large box of famous paintings from Fengdu Mountain. Among them were 2 books, Mencius and the Doctrine of the Mean, which had been annotated by the great scholar of the previous dynasty, Master Zhuge. Princess Xinyang intended to gift these 2 books to the Hanlin Academy. Because the books had just been moved back and were about to be sent out, they weren't placed in the library. Instead, they were temporarily placed in Listening Maple Courtyard. Xiao Lulang arrived at Tingfeng Courtyard with ease. He realized that it wasn't that nothing had changed here. At least, the people here were no longer familiar faces. The steward in charge of the splendid literature pavilion had the same surname as Wu Lauer. He was almost 50 years old, but he looked like he was in his early 40s. This incident had caused a huge commotion. Not only him, but even the deputy stewards of the splendid literature pavilion had come along. Scholar Han had brought Ning Ziyuan here. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. He was pleading with the stewards to let him take the inkstone away. There was a scholar in the Hanlin Academy who was proficient in restoring antiques. Maybe he could give it a try. However, the stewards didn't give Scholar Han any face. They insisted on detaining Ning Ziyuan and handing him over to Princess Xinyang. Master Han, Xiao Lulang walked over and saluted Scholar Han. He then looked at Ning Ziyuan. When Ning Ziyuan saw him, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Lulang. Scholar Han frowned and said, "Didn't you go to the tribute courtyard? Why are you here? This isn't something you should get involved in. You should leave quickly." Xiao Lulang said, "The tribute courtyard doesn't start classes this early. I heard that something happened here. I recommended Ning Ziyuan here. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been in this situation." 6th. Ning Ziyuan corrected himself. "Xiao Shizhu, don't say that. I was careless and dropped the inkstone. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Lulang wasn't in a hurry to appease Ning Ziyuan. Instead, he looked at the stewards across from him. "Can you let me see that inkstone?" Steward Wu saw that he was wearing the Hanlin Academy's official robes and knew that he was an official. He didn't refuse his request, but Steward Wu looked at his lame leg and crutches with a strange expression. Xiao Lulang was used to this kind of scrutiny. He stood there, neither servile nor overbearing, and waited for the servants of the splendid literature pavilion to carefully bring in the broken inkstone on a tray. This was the imperial inkstone used by the 3rd emperor of the Great Western Dynasty. It was an antique from the previous dynasty. No wonder the stewards of the splendid literature pavilion were so nervous. However, this inkstone wasn't broken by Ning Ziyuan. It had been broken long ago. It was broken by the young Xiaoheng. He was worried that Princess Xinyang would spank him, so he asked Long Yi to find some fish bleach glue and stuck it on himself. So, Ning Ziyuan was really tricked by him. Xiao Lulang said without changing his expression, "This inkstone was broken to begin with." "Nonsense," Steward Wu said sternly. "How could it be broken? Are you implying that we broke the inkstone and blamed it on your Hanlin Academy?" Ning Ziyuan was actually a little confused, but no one believed him, so he didn't dare to voice his doubts. Now that Xiao Lulang spoke, he became a little more confident. "I also don't think I broke it. There's a wooden floor below, and this thing isn't placed high. Who knows how it broke in half with a light knock?" Scholar Han looked at Xiao Lulang. "What evidence do you have?" Although he didn't want Ning Ziyuan to be guilty, he couldn't let someone else take the blame just to get Ning Ziyuan off the hook. Princess Xinyang wasn't a good-tempered person, and the consequences of slandering her servant were severe. Xiao Lulang showed the inkstone to Scholar Han. "This crack is quite old, and there are traces of it being glued together. If the stewards don't believe me, you can invite Dr. Nya from our Hanlon Academy and the Chancellor of the Directorate of Imperial Studies. They will know once they take a look. Dr. Nya was the 5 Classics doctor who was proficient in restoring antiques. The old Chancellor didn't need to be mentioned. Not only could he identify antiques, but he could also fake them. When Scholar Han heard this, he immediately sent people to Hanlon Academy and the Imperial College to invite experts. After careful inspection, they confirmed that Xiao Lulang wasn't lying. This inkstone was indeed broken for many years. However, the stewards still had a skeptical look on their faces. Scholar Han smiled faintly. You don't trust Hanlon Academy, but don't you trust the Imperial College? Hanlon Academy has nothing to do with the Imperial College. This was the truth. Everyone knew that Hanlon Academy was under Grand Tutor Zhuang, and Grand Tutor Zhuang and the old Chancellor were independent. The old Chancellor thought, your disciple is in Hanlon Academy. The old Chancellor stroked his beard and said seriously, all right, there are some things that shouldn't be said. After all, the young Marquis has passed away and it's not inappropriate to talk about him again. However, we can't make an innocent person take the blame because of this. Actually, this inkstone was broken by Xiao Heng. He was naughty when he was young, so he didn't dare to tell Princess Xinyang that he broke the inkstone. He secretly took it to the Imperial College and asked me to fix it for him. That's right, I glued this inkstone. If you don't believe me. What if you don't believe me? Do you want to go underground and ask the young Duke for confirmation? The stewards had an image in their minds. They quivered and didn't dare to speak anymore. The old Chancellor waved his hand. Okay, I'll tell Princess Xinyang about the inkstone. I won't make things difficult for you. At this point, the stewards finally heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they hadn't served the young Duke, they knew that the old Chancellor was the young Duke's teacher. Since he took the responsibility, there was nothing for them to do. The storm was over. Scholar Han thought he could meet Princess Xinyang, but she didn't come to Wenhua Pavilion until they left. He felt a little regretful. After leaving Wenhua Pavilion, Xiao Lulang looked at the old Chancellor with a speechless expression. Teacher's mouth is really, the old Chancellor waved his hand. Excellent as always, I know. Xiao Lulang was speechless. As long as you're happy. On the other side, Gu Jiao entered the palace. She was now a regular at Rinshou Palace. She didn't even need to check her token and could directly enter the palace. She was going to deliver candied fruit to her grandaunt. Recently, her grandaunt had improved a new type of candied fruit. It was sweeter but had less sugar, so her grandaunt could eat one more fruit every day. When she was on the way to Rinshou Palace, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Miss Gu. It was Consort Rui Wang's voice. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Consort Rui Wang for a while. It was mainly because she encountered a wave of assassination on her way back from visiting old concubine Jing in the nunnery. Rui Wang was so scared that Rui Wang couldn't go out for 2 months. I knew it was you. Consort Rui Wang walked over and affectionately held Gu Jiao's arm. You seem to have grown taller. Unlike me, I can only put on weight. Gu Jiao looked at her slightly round body and said, You're not fat. She really wasn't fat. Consort Rui Wang used to be too thin. Now she was normal. Consort Rui Wang said, Only you and the prince would say that. The nannies didn't allow me to eat too much. They were afraid that the baby would grow too big and it would be hard to give birth. Gu Jiao deeply agreed. In ancient times where medical treatment wasn't advanced enough, giving birth was a natural process. Not eating too much was the best choice as long as the child's nutrition was ensured. However, looking at Consort Rui Wang's complexion, it was clear that the nannies had taken good care of her. Consort Rui Wang sighed. I haven't been out for so long that I didn't even know that old concubine Jing had passed away. The prince probably hid it from me because he was afraid that I would be sad and affect the baby. Old concubine Jing's death had been kept a secret, so Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Rui Wang had heard anything. How have you been recently? Consort Rui Wang asked. I'm fine. Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Why didn't you come to the estate to find me? You don't know how bored I've been for the past 2 months. Gu Jiao looked at her bulging belly and said, Are you still bored with him? Consort Rui Wang and Consort Yao were both due in the beginning of the 10th month. She was now 7 months pregnant. Her belly looked a bit bigger than Consort Yao's. When the child in her belly was mentioned, Consort Rui Wang revealed a hint of motherly gentleness. I don't know if it's a son or a daughter. I want to give birth to a son for the prince. If it's a son, then it'll be Imperial Father's first Imperial grandson. Imperial Father will definitely be very happy. Other people wouldn't dare to say this, but Consort Rui Wang was a straightforward person. Adding on the fact that she trusted Gu Jiao a lot, she didn't have any scruples when she said this. Just as Gu Jiao was about to use the stethoscope to listen to the heartbeat in her belly, a woman's cry of surprise came from behind the rockery not far away. What? Ugh! As soon as Consort Rui Wang opened her mouth, Gu Jiao vigilantly covered her mouth. Chapter 410. There was clearly a trace of an expert's presence in the place where the woman's cry came from. After Gu Jiao covered Consort Rui Wang's mouth, she signaled her with her eyes. Consort Rui Wang opened her eyes wide and nodded. The place they were at was a small path between Rinshou Palace and Cunning Palace. The surrounding scenery was very good and there was a lot of cover, which was good for hiding. It was also for this reason that the other party chose this place. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't know what the other party wanted to do. She only knew that if she pulled Consort Rui Wang away now, no matter where they went, they would be seen by the people behind the rockery. Gu Jiao simply pulled Consort Rui Wang behind a large tree behind them. Consort Rui Wang picked up Gu Jiao's hand and used her fingertips to write on her palm, Aren't we going to see what happened? Gu Jiao shook her head and wrote on her palm, There's an expert. After a pause, she said, He doesn't have a murderous aura. In other words, he didn't want to kill that woman. Consort Rui Wang nodded thoughtfully. The rockery was directly across from the large tree, about 20 steps away. The two of them both held their breaths. With Gu Jiao's ability, she could hide her presence very well, but Consort Rui Wang couldn't do it for the time being. She could only try to slow her breathing as much as possible. However, that woman's breathing was probably too fast and nervous, so she suppressed Consort Rui Wang's and didn't let the expert notice. The conversation behind the rockery could be faintly heard. It's you. You. Why are you here? What did you do to Chunying? Hearing this name, Consort Rui Wang's temples suddenly jumped a few times. Gu Jiao looked at her with confusion. She picked up Gu Jiao's hand and wrote on her palm, Chunying is the Crown Prince Consort's personal female official. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. So the woman who spoke was, both the woman and the expert lowered their voices, which sounded different from their usual voices. Therefore, it was difficult to tell if it was the person she had guessed in her heart. But there was no hurry. After all, the two of them would come out from behind the rockery in a while. The conversation continued. I only sealed her sleeping acupoint. It will automatically unseal after an hour. Gu Jiao, oh, she wants to learn too. She put her husband to sleep and then did this and that. It was a man's voice. The woman said, I think you're the crazy one. This is the Imperial Palace. It's broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? The voice sounded a little angry. The expert sneered, "Who told you to always avoid me? I can only resort to this. Don't come any closer." The woman shouted. A few hurried footsteps came from behind the rockery. It should be the woman who was staggering back to avoid the expert. Unfortunately, she couldn't retreat far. Gu Jiao heard her back hit the rockery. The expert seemed to compromise. "Okay, I won't come over. Don't hurt yourself." The woman said coldly, "What do you want to do?" The expert smiled playfully, "Don't you know what I want to do? You, look at how scared you are. Don't worry. I don't want to do anything today. I just came to tell you." Gu Jiao and consort Rui Wang didn't hear the last sentence clearly. The expert seemed to have said it close to the woman's ear. Then there was a crisp slap from behind the rockery. Consort Rui Wang was stunned and blinked. Was this a slap? Gu Jiao nodded. It sounded like it. After that slap, there was no more conversation from behind the rockery. The expert should have left. The woman's breathing was still there. Gu Jiao and consort Rui Wang didn't leave. Both of them wanted to see who the woman behind the rockery was. The two of them waited for a long time. Finally, the woman behind the rockery came out. Consort Rui Wang took a closer look and quickly covered her mouth. How could it be her? Gu Jiao had already guessed it, so she didn't have much of a reaction. At this time, the servant girl who was left behind in the imperial garden by consort Rui Wang hadn't seen consort Rui Wang for a long time. She couldn't help but come here. "Princess. Princess, you're here." Consort Rui Wang couldn't hide anymore. She braced herself and walked out from behind the tree. Gu Jiao also walked out. "Princess." The servant girl bowed to consort Rui Wang. She hadn't seen Gu Jiao before, so she didn't greet Gu Jiao. But when she saw the woman walking out from behind the rockery, she quickly bowed. "Crown Prince Consort." Consort Rui Wang's mouth twitched. This was so awkward. Consort Rui Wang naturally wouldn't admit that she had eavesdropped on the Crown Prince Consort. She cleared her throat and said to Wen Linlang with a fake smile, "Did the Crown Prince Consort also go to pay respects to Imperial Mother? I just came out of Imperial Mother's palace and met Dr. Gu on the way. I was about to invite Dr. Gu to sit in the Imperial Garden and check my pulse to see if I'm pregnant with a boy or a girl." These words stabbed right into the Crown Prince Consort's heart. The Crown Prince Consort and the Crown Prince had been married for almost 2 years. The Crown Prince only doted on her. Unfortunately, she wasn't pregnant at all. Empress Xiao was almost worried to death. The Crown Prince Consort looked deeply at consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao. She didn't know if she was provoked by consort Rui Wang's words, but she didn't ask anything else and just said mildly, "I was just about to go pay respects to Imperial Mother. Since consort Rui Wang has already gone, I won't call you along." As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu looks more like someone from the Imperial Palace than consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang was the Imperial family's daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Rui Wang had already reached the age of 20 and was living alone. Consort Rui Wang naturally couldn't live in the palace anymore. However, Gu Jiao could come and go as she pleased. She could live whenever she wanted. Gu Jiao said unconcernedly, "I can't help it. Someone dotes on me." The Crown Prince Consort, Gu Jiao didn't exchange pleasantries with consort Rui Wang for too long. The two headed in the direction of the Imperial Garden together. Consort Rui Wang turned her head to look at the servant following behind her in the distance and said in a small voice, "Say, who do you think that man is?" Gu Jiao looked strangely at her. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Which one of us is the Imperial family's daughter-in-law?" Did she really think that she knew more about the population of the Imperial Palace than her just because she had made a few trips to the Imperial Palace? Consort Rui Wang thought for a moment and said, "The imperial princes still living in the palace are only Zhao Yimu's fourth prince and Consort Shu's fifth prince. Little Six and Little Qi are still young. It definitely isn't them." Gu Zhao asked, "Why must it be the imperial princes? Could it be His Majesty?" Consort Rui Wang was terrified. "Gu Zhao, what are you thinking? It couldn't be His Majesty. His Majesty didn't know martial arts. Also, the relationship between the Crown Prince Consort and that man seemed to be a bit unclear. The two parted ways in the Imperial Garden. Consort Rui Wang returned to the Rui Wang Fu. Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace and gave the candied fruit that her granduncle had personally made to her grandaunt. She also solemnly announced that she could eat one more fruit every day. On the other side, Xiao Lulang had finished lecturing the officials for the entire day. Today, he was mainly talking about the law. As an official directly under the 6 ministries, it was a sad thing that he couldn't even memorize all of the laws of Zhao country. It was sad for the officials and also sad for the imperial court. The carriage of the tribute compound sent Xiao Lulang back to Hanlin Academy. When they passed by the pancake shop, Xiao Lulang thought of the plum and vegetable pancake that had softened and lost its texture last night. He also thought of the disappointed expression on Gu Jiao's face. He had a thought and had the carriage stop here. Xiao Lulang said, "Go back to the tribute compound. Hanlin Academy is up ahead." "Yes." The driver drove the carriage away. The stall selling pancakes was at the entrance. Xiao Lulang walked over and said to the proprietress who was busy alone in front of the stall, "I want 10 plum and vegetable pancakes." The proprietress said, "There's only one left." "Then, I want 1 plum and vegetable pancake." Xiao Lulang's words sounded almost at the same time as another voice. It was a female customer who had suddenly appeared by Xiao Lulang's side. The proprietress looked at Xiao Lulang and then at the female customer. She asked, "It's the last one. Which one of you is buying?" "I'll buy," Xiao Lulang said firmly. He didn't look at the female customer, but the female customer looked at him curiously. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, the money bag in her hand fell to the ground. Xiao Lulang finally looked at her. It was this look that made Xiao Lulang's hand that was holding the copper coins to the proprietress stiffen. "You are." Eugene grabbed Xiao Lulang's arm. "I'm not. You've got the wrong person." Xiao Lulang looked away and put the copper coins on the table. He took the pancakes and left. Eugene's expression changed. "Wait a minute. Hey! Sir! You gave too much." The proprietress raised 2 copper coins and shouted at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick and quickly walked into an alley to the side. When Eugene chased after him, he had already hidden in another shop. Eugene looked around for a long time, but she couldn't find Xiao Lulang's figure. In the end, she left with disappointment and loss. Xiao Lulang let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered. He walked out from the small cubicle of the ready-made clothing shop. He didn't know if it was because he walked too quickly to avoid Eugene, but his good left foot was twisted. He lost his balance and fell forward. Coincidentally, a customer opposite him had finished picking out cloth and was walking over. Xiao Lulang was caught off guard and bumped into her shoulder. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the walking stick in his hand also fell out. The servant girl cried out in alarm, "Princess! Are you okay?" Princess Xinyang waved her hand indifferently. "I'm fine." She looked at the Hanlin official who seemed to have tripped over himself. Her gaze fell on the back of his head. She asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Chapter 411. Xiao Liulang's body stiffened. How long had it been since he'd heard this voice? It felt like a lifetime had passed. He fell to the ground with his back to Princess Xinyang. Even so, he could feel her gaze on him. He didn't dare to turn his head, nor did he dare to turn his back. He tried to restrain his body from trembling and said calmly, "I'm fine." "You?" Princess Xinyang heard him say he was fine, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the cane that had fallen. It didn't look like a cane, but more like a walking stick. It was suitable for people who couldn't walk but couldn't walk at all. Princess Xinyang wasn't sure if he had been born with a disability or had just been injured recently. Either way, it didn't seem like he was fine. She said, "I think I tripped you just now. Can you still get up? I'll call a doctor for you. Come, help this man up." As soon as she finished speaking, the servant girl who had been supporting her stepped forward and reached out to help Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang hurriedly raised his sleeve to stop her. "Don't come over." The servant girl was startled. She looked back at Princess Xinyang in confusion. Xiao Lulang composed himself and said, "I'm not used to people touching me." When he was 14, his voice hadn't changed. It was still a young and immature voice. Now that it had passed, he had changed into a voice that was somewhere between a teenager and an adult man, low and clean. Princess Xinyang didn't immediately notice that something was wrong with his voice, but she could clearly feel his avoidance and resistance. She thought about how men and women shouldn't touch each other. He was wearing Hanlin robes and they were near Hanlin Academy. He really should be careful to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Princess Xinyang didn't make things difficult for him. "If you need anything, go to Princess Xinyang's residence and let me know." Although she didn't live in the princess's residence, her servants were there and could still notify her. Xiao Lulang tried hard not to look back. "No, I'm fine." Princess Xinyang felt that this person was strange, and so was she. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Where are you going? I can have the guard send you there." "No need." Xiao Lulang refused. "I can walk by myself." As he finished speaking, he used his hand to push himself up. Under the gaze of Princess Xinyang, he limped to the door and bent down to pick up the cane that Gu Jiao had personally made for him. He had never been in such a sorry state before. He knew that she was watching him from behind, but he didn't want her to see him like this. His hand that was holding the cane trembled slightly. He didn't look back and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Princess Xinyang looked at his departing figure and revealed a thoughtful expression. "Princess." Eugene walked in, panting. Princess Xinyang came back to her senses. She glanced at her and said, "How did you end up like this when you went to buy some bread?" Eugene opened her mouth, hesitating whether or not she should tell her what she had just seen. Princess Xinyang said, "Just say what you want to say. When did you become so wishy-washy?" Eugene looked at her and gathered her courage to say, "Princess, just now. I think I saw the young duke." Princess Xinyang's expression changed slightly, but she recovered her usual calmness in an instant. "Eugene, how many times do I have to tell you? He's dead." Xiao Lulang ran back to Hanlin Academy in one breath. Ning Ziyuan had just come out of Hanlin Academy. Seeing that he seemed to have lost his soul, he pulled him aside and asked in confusion, "Lulang, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to the examination hall to give a lecture? Did someone bully you?" "I knew it." Those makeup examiners at the examination hall were all shady officials. They're a bunch of prickly people. "How about this, I'll go in your place next time." "I'm fine." The examination hall is fine. He could even suppress the super prickly crown prince, not to mention those little prickly people. "But you look like you have something on your mind." Ning Ziyuan didn't believe that Xiao Lulang was fine. After knowing Xiao Lulang for so long, he knew what kind of person Xiao Lulang was. In the past, Attendant Yang would always find ways to make things difficult for him, but he had never seen him in such a sorry state. Ning Ziyuan's mind flashed. Are you worried about what happened this morning? I broke the inkstone and offended Princess Xinyang, didn't I? Don't be sad. I'll explain it to her. I broke the inkstone. This whole thing started because of me. Xiao Lulang said, I'm really fine. Ning Ziyuan looked at him suspiciously. But you don't look well. Xiao Lulang said casually, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Ning Ziyuan asked suspiciously, is that so? Xiao Lulang nodded. Yes. Then. Ning Ziyuan looked towards the end of the alley. Sister-in-law didn't come to pick you up today. I'll find a carriage to take you back. There's no need. Xiao Lulang rejected his good intentions. Xiao Lulang seemed to be easy to talk to in front of his friends, but when he was stubborn, no one could persuade him. Ning Ziyuan had no choice but to let him be. Xiao Lulang walked aimlessly on the street with his cane. When he left the boutique, he almost ran away. He didn't even look back to see how she looked, but her voice was deeply engraved in his mind. It kept circling and lingering. It started to rain heavily. The pedestrians all ran away. Only Xiao Lulang didn't notice it and walked slowly in the rain. It wasn't until a tender voice sounded beside him that he suddenly came back to his senses. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why aren't you using an umbrella? It was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was holding a small yellow umbrella that Gu Jiao made for him. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Lulang, who was drenched like a drowned rat. Xiao Lulang didn't realize that he had arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College until now. Are you here to pick me up today? Little Jing Kong asked, holding the umbrella. Actually, it was not time for school to end yet. Little Jing Kong had finished his homework in advance and made an exception to leave school first. Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded and said to the little guy, let's go. Little Jing Kong didn't move. You don't have an umbrella. I don't have an umbrella. He paused and then added, I don't need one. Here. Little Jing Kong handed him the umbrella. You can use it yourself. How could Xiao Lulang take a child's umbrella? What if he took it? The umbrella was so small that it couldn't fit two people. Little Jing Kong said, I have a raincoat. Jiao Jiao made him a raincoat. There was even a big red flower that he drew on it. Little Jing Kong handed the umbrella to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang still held the umbrella for him. He took out his yellow raincoat from his school bag and put it on quickly. Then, he took off his shoes, held them in his hands, and stepped into the water barefoot. Xiao Lulang was speechless. You just want to step into the water. Little Jing Kong stepped into the water all the way and jumped into the holes. Since Jiao Jiao wasn't around, he didn't have to care about his tough guy image. He stepped into the water happily, like a little frog that fell into a pond. It turned out that going home with a bad brother-in-law could be so fun. When he reached the entrance, he said generously, okay, I'll allow you to pick me up on rainy days. Xiao Lulang, as if I want to pick you up. Lu Quan next door was about to pick up little Jing Kong. He was slightly surprised when he saw the two people at the door. You're back. Hello, Uncle Lu. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. The little guy was wearing the raincoat that Gu Jiao Jiao made for him, and he was wearing a small raincoat hat. He liked things that were golden, but Gu Jiao Jiao didn't have any golden dyes, so she made yellow. The raincoat itself was beautiful, but after he drew so many ugly big red flowers, it became a little indescribable. It was supported by the face. It was too ugly and cute. Xiao Lulang, the Hanlin Academy official, looked a little funny holding a childish yellow umbrella. Lu Quan laughed and said, "It's good that you're back. I'll go and pick up Master." "Goodbye, Uncle Lu." Little Jing Kong waved at him politely. Lu Quan said to Xiao Lulang, "Lulang, quickly change your clothes. You're all wet." Xiao Lulang nodded. The two of them entered the courtyard. None of the family members were home. Gu Jiao had gone to see a doctor and had not returned. Yao Shi had been invited to Granny Zhou's home. Although they were not far from each other and were both in by Shui Tong, with such heavy rains suddenly falling, Granny Zhou was worried that Yao Shi would fall. Granny Zhou had Yao Shi wait until the rain stopped before leaving. Yuya, and senior servant Fang were also there. As for Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan, needless to say, they went to learn martial arts. Little Jing Kong couldn't step on the water alone, so he ran to the backyard and let Little 8, Little 9, and the 7 chicks out to step on the water. The 9 mythological beasts in the house said that they didn't want to step on the water. Xiao Lulang went back to the west room to change into dry clothes, then went to the study to take out the Yen Kingdom's arithmetic book and continued to study and calculate the ancestral rate. Little Jing Kong stepped on the water for a while, then walked into the study quietly. He came to the desk, held his little belly, and said awkwardly, "I'm hungry." Xiao Lulang glanced at him, "Are you sure you want to eat the food I made?" Little Jing Kong choked and stammered, then I'd better not. Bad brother-in-law's food was too disgusting, so he could stay hungry for a while. Little Jing Kong's stomach kept growling. Even after eating the candied fruits and snacks, he still wasn't full. After all, he was a child with a big appetite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought with the other little monks for food. Xiao Lulang went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of vegetable and egg noodles for him. Looking at the black noodles on the table, little Jing Kong refused in his heart. Xiao Lulang handed him a pair of chopsticks, "Eat." Little Jing Kong sat on the small horizontal chair in front of him. He didn't take the chopsticks immediately, but looked at Xiao Lulang seriously. "I just want to ask you, can you eat this bowl of noodles by yourself?" Xiao Lulang said calmly, "I'm not the one whose stomach is growling now." Little Jing Kong lowered his head. Bad brother-in-law's words were so reasonable that he couldn't refute him. In the end, hunger prevailed. Alas! Little Jing Kong sighed, took the chopsticks with his little hand, and started to eat in resignation. It was almost dinner time, but Xiao Lulang wasn't hungry. However, he didn't let little Jing Kong sit in the central room and eat alone. He directly moved little Jing Kong and the chair to the study. He ate his own food and counted his own food. Little Jing Kong was halfway through eating when he suddenly looked at Xiao Lulang bitterly. "Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Xiao Lulang didn't raise his head and continued to do the math problem in his hand. Little Jing Kong was full of curiosity. "How do you make every meal taste worse than the last?" Xiao Lulang looked at him and said shamelessly, "Work hard and cook well." Little Jing Kong knew that he couldn't learn this skill, because the sweet potatoes he roasted when he was 3 years old were already better than the food made by his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong developed a good habit of not wasting food when he was in the temple. No matter how bad the food tasted, he would grit his teeth and finish it. "Are you full?" Xiao Lulang looked at the black and empty bowl in front of him and asked. Little Jing Kong pursed his lips and looked dignified. "Your food tastes so bad. Do you expect me to eat a second bowl?" "Okay, congratulations, your wish is fulfilled." Well, he couldn't do anything if he wasn't full. Xiao Lulang knew that the little monk's stomach wouldn't be full so easily. He also steamed some vegetable jerky, corn on the cob, and sweet potatoes for him in the pot. They should be cooked by now. He took away the empty bowl in front of little Jing Kong and went to the kitchen to bring out the steamed vegetable jerky, corn, and sweet potatoes. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and turned his face away. I don't want this plate. He had beautiful tableware. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, you don't want it. Eat it or not, I won't spoil you. Little Jing Kong unwillingly picked up the chopsticks and said, a child without jiao jiao is a blade of grass. Xiao Lulang, taking care of a child required a lot of energy. Xiao Lulang felt tired after a while, but this kind of tiredness seemed to be different from normal tiredness. He felt a little dizzy. After eating, little Jing Kong went to the backyard to wash the bowls. The cupboard was too high for him to reach, so he had to tiptoe to put the clean bowls and chopsticks on the stove. He also took a wet rag and planned to wipe his small table. But when he entered the study room, he felt that something was wrong. Ha! Bad brother-in-law is sleeping on the table. It's not dark yet. Little Jing Kong walked over, tilted his head and called Xiao Lulang, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. No response. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. There was still no response. Little Jing Kong let out a strange cry of surprise. He took out his little hand, which had just grabbed a wet rag, and touched Xiao Lulang's forehead. Yeah. It's so hot. Xiao Lulang fell ill without any warning. His whole body was hot, and his brain turned into paste. He started to have a dream again and again. In the dream, he returned to the princess manor. Today, Zhuang Xianji came to teach Wen Linlang. It was supposed to be at the Wen family, but the Wen family was too far away, so it was changed to the princess manor. Wen Linlang was his fiancée, so he accompanied her to the class. After Zhuang Xianji finished teaching, it was a break. Wen Linlang complained, Mr. Zhuang's class is too difficult. Let's go out and play, okay? He nodded as he could see his mother outside. The two went to the back of the mountain. Wen Linlang found a rabbit. This little rabbit is injured. Let's bring it home, okay? The rabbit raised by his mother died not long ago, and his mother was sad for a long time. I want to eat dates. Can you go to the tree and pick them for me? His mother also liked to eat dates, so he climbed up to pick them. Can you go and buy osmanthus cake for me? His mother also liked osmanthus cake, so he sat in the carriage and went to buy it. When he carried the rabbit, a bag of dates and a box of osmanthus cake, he excitedly went to find Princess Axayan Yang. What he saw, however, was an indifferent and world-weary face. She waved to him and smiled. He slowly walked over. Mother, are you not feeling well? She looked at him meaningfully. Do you like mother? I do. Are you willing to do anything for mother? I am willing. He said resolutely. Then go die for mother. Go die for me, okay? Chapter 4:12. The rain poured down. Vermilion Bird Avenue was shrouded in rain and fog. Princess Xinyang sat in front of the window, quietly watching the heavy rain in the courtyard. She was wearing pajamas, as if she had just crawled out of bed. Yujin came out of the greenhouse, closed the umbrella, and brushed the rain off it. She handed it to a servant girl beside her, then turned to enter the room. She said to Princess Xinyang, that peony is alive. It can't be like this anymore. If this happens a few more times, even the Luo Jin Xian won't be able to save it. Princess Xinyang didn't speak. She just silently admired the rain. The rain is blowing in. Yujin walked over, took away the stick supporting the window, and let it down. After this rain, it should get cold. Coincidentally, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. With no more rain to watch, Princess Xinyang lowered her gaze. but still didn't speak. Yujin looked at her deeply. Princess, is there something on your mind? I just had a dream. Princess Xinyang said, I dreamed of that child. Yujin's eyes moved. She asked tentatively, the young duke. Yes. Princess Xinyang readily admitted. She pinched her left sleeve with her right hand. He shouted that he wanted to kill me. Yujin's expression changed slightly. Princess. Princess Xinyang smiled faintly. Yujin wanted to say something, but hesitated. She sighed. It's getting late. Princess should rest early. When Xiao Lulang woke up, it was already midnight. He lay on the soft bed. After a while, he remembered that he seemed to have fallen asleep on the table. But how did he end up on the bed? And it didn't seem to be his bed. Awake? Gu Zhao's voice sounded in his ear. The rain outside had lessened. The torrential rain turned into a patter of autumn rain. It was as if the surroundings were suddenly filled with the coolness of autumn. A dim oil lamp was left on the candlestick. Xiao Lulang turned his head to look at Gu Zhao, who was lying beside him. Her expression and voice were not drowsy at all. It was obvious that she had not slept. Under her gentle gaze, the lingering palpitations in his heart gradually calmed down. What about me? The moment he opened his mouth, he realized that his hoarse voice didn't sound like his at all. His throat also felt swollen and painful. Gu Zhao said, You were caught in the rain today and fell ill. Before your family came back, you had a high fever. Jing Kong was taking care of you. Xiao Lulang was slightly stunned. He takes care of me. Does that little monk know how to take care of people? Gu Zhao bent her lips and pointed at the antipyretic patch on his forehead. He put this on you. When little Jing Kong had a high fever, Gu Zhao put this patch on him. There was also a box at home. She didn't expect him to remember it. He even took it out and put it on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang touched the cold and soft object on his forehead and felt a chill in hindsight. Needless to say, he guessed that it was from her small medicine box. He had seen the three of them put it on. Xiao Lulang had a high tolerance for strange objects in the small medicine box. On the contrary, he was quite surprised that little Jing Kong could take care of him. The little guy who knows how to take care of people? He murmured. Gu Zhao bent her lips. Not only that, he also fed you water, but you don't remember. At that time, it was raining heavily. There was no one at home. He put on a light raincoat and went to the clinic to invite Dr. Song to his home. He went so far. Xiao Lulang was even more surprised. The little guy always made trouble at home. From time to time, he would sing a different tune, making everyone in a mess. It was easy to misunderstand him as a naughty and ignorant child. But in fact, he was far stronger and more sensible than children his age. Gu Zhao looked at him. Why are you so surprised? Xiao Lulang said truthfully, I just didn't expect him to care about me so much. Gu Zhao said, compared to me, he is more worried about you. He said that you don't know how to take care of yourself. You don't even bring an umbrella in the rain. You are worse than a child like him. Xiao Lulang explained, when I went out, I didn't expect it to rain. He went out too early. The sky was still dark, so he couldn't see the sky at all. When little Jing Kong went out, the sky was already rising. He had recently learned in the Imperial College, don't go out in the morning, but travel thousands of miles in the evening. He brought an umbrella and a raincoat with him. He was really a worry-free child. Gu Zhao smiled and said, Jing Kong also said, I know my brother-in-law went out early, but why didn't he buy an umbrella on the way? Why did he have to come back in the rain? So stupid. The corner of Xiao Yulang's mouth twitched. Well, she imitated his disdainful tone perfectly. Gu Jiao continued, he also asked me if I didn't give you any pocket money, so you couldn't even afford an umbrella. Xiao Lulang was speechless. How could a 4-year-old little monk come up with so many things in his mind? Gu Jiao lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She handed him a pill and poured a cup of hot water. Since you are awake, drink the pill. Xiao Lulang sat up, took the medicine, and drank it. He also finished the water. Then, he finally realized that something was wrong. Why am I lying on your bed? Gu Jiao blinked and said seriously, I didn't carry you here. Xiao Lulang was speechless. Go to sleep. Gu Jiao put down the teacup and decisively lay down on the bed and pretended to be dead. Xiao Lulang also lay down, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he looked at her without blinking. Gu Jiao could feel his gaze even with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes and said, yes, I forgot to turn off the light. As she spoke, she went to turn off the oil lamp and lay down again. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness and an eerie silence. Xiao Lulang could hear her uneven breathing. He still looked at her in the dark and said, if one day you find out that I am not who you think I am, will you be disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at him. Also, if you are not who I think you are, what do you think you are? Is your face fake? She raised her hand and pinched his face. No, he said. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved down and touched his chest. Is this fake? Xiao Lulang took a deep breath. No. What about this? Her little hand poked his abs again. Wherever her fingertips touched, it was soft and numb, making him feel as if he was on fire. Xiao Lulang quickly grabbed her restless little hand. He was worried that if he didn't stop her, her hand would move down and she might poke something she shouldn't. It's also real. He said in a hoarse voice, don't touch it. Gu Jiao, oh. Xiao Lulang. Why does she sound so regretful? Xiao Lulang didn't let go of her hand, but he didn't use too much force. She could pull her hand out if she wanted. Gu Jiao did not do so. She turned her body to face him, as if she could really see him in the pitch-black darkness. Their breaths intertwined in the night. Suddenly, she hooked his finger and asked, since you're real from head to toe, I won't be disappointed. But what if the identity is fake? What if I'm not the person you think I am? Xiao Lulang composed himself and used a great deal of courage to make himself speak. Have you ever thought that maybe I'm not the real? It was hard to say. Actually, Gu Jiao didn't mind. It didn't matter if he was the real Xiao Lulang or not. However, since he had brought it up to the surface, she was willing to be honest with him. Gu Jiao looked at him. Not the real what? Xiao Lulang tightened her hand. Not the real, achoo. There was a sudden sneeze behind him. Xiao Yulang's body shook. He turned around and looked at the other side of him. The night was too dark, so he couldn't see anything. However, he reached out his hand and touched it. Sure enough, he touched a yawning squishy ball. Why is he here? Xiao Lulang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Gu Jiao. Otherwise, oh, Gu Jiao said. He was worried about you, so he followed me. He probably wanted to pee, so he drank a bowl of snow pear soup before going to bed. As Gu Jiao spoke, she found a match on the bedside table and lit the oil lamp. Sure enough, little Jing Kong covered his little butt in a daze. He was dreaming. He dreamt that he was looking for a toilet. He finally found it. Let me do it, Xiao Lulang said. He lifted little Jing Kong up and didn't even have time to take off his pants before little Jing Kong peed. It was a dark history. Xiao Lulang was pissed all over. He was speechless. The next morning, Xiao Lulang was fine except for a little sore throat and a hoarse voice. Little Jing Kong woke up comfortably on the Jiaojiao bed. He felt refreshed. He stretched his body and walked out of the east room. At first glance, he saw Xiao Lulang sitting in the central room, organizing books. Last night, the books had been soaked by the rain that drifted in. This morning, the sky had cleared up, so he planned to take the books out to dry. He also saw little Jing Kong coming out of the east room. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You peed your pants last night." Little Jing Kong stared at him. "Nonsense. How could I pee the bed? I stopped peeing when I was 1. He was telling the truth. He was the only baby in the temple who didn't pee his pants. Xiao Lulang laughed. "You can go and see if you don't believe me. You haven't washed your wet pants yet." Little Jing Kong ran to the backyard to take a look. It was the pants he wore before he went to bed. It was really wet. And he was wearing another pair of pants at this time. Little Jing Kong's body shook. He covered his mouth in disbelief. This, Xiao Lulang walked over and smiled. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" Little Jing Kong waved his little fists and jumped anxiously. I didn't pee my pants. It must be you. You peed your pants. You peed on me and you're blaming me. You can see if you don't believe me. Your pants are here too. It's wet. Xiao Lulang, you peed on me." Little Jing Kong firmly refused to believe that he peed his pants. "Bad brother-in-law, you peed your pants and blamed me after you peed. Shame on you." "Humph." Little Jing Kong snorted and walked away. Chapter 413. There are all the novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. A while ago, Princess Ning went back to her parents' home to accompany her seriously ill mother. She didn't return to the prince's mansion until her mother got better. Because of this, Gu Jiao's visit to the prince's mansion to feel her pulse was delayed. Gu Jiao didn't know that Princess Ning had come back. Princess Rui Wang was the first to know. She hurriedly ordered the carriage to go to the prince's mansion. "Sister-in-law." Princess Ning's carriage happened to stop at the gate of the mansion. She was about to get in when she heard Princess Rui Wang's happy voice. Princess Ning took back her foot that had stepped on the stool and turned to look at Princess Rui Wang, who got out of another carriage. She couldn't help laughing and said, "Slow down. How can you walk so fast with such a big belly?" Princess Rui Wang almost ran. She came to Princess Ning and said with a smile, "Aunt, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better." Princess Ning nodded with a smile. "You are pregnant. Why don't you take care of the baby in the mansion? What are you doing here?" Princess Rui Wang said, "I heard that you came back, so I came to see you. I have nothing to do in the mansion these 2 months, so I learned some cooking skills. This is the dried apricot I made myself. Please don't dislike it." As soon as she finished speaking, maid Su behind her handed over the clay jar with the dried apricot. The maid beside Princess Ning reached out to take it. Princess Ning thanked her. "You are so considerate. I am going to the palace to greet my mother and consort Zhuang. Do you want to come with me?" Princess Rui Wang smiled. "That's what I want to do." Princess Ning glanced at her bulging belly. She hesitated for a moment and said, "But, your body." Princess Rui Wang waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I can take the carriage." A trace of envy flashed through Princess Ning's eyes. She took her hand. "Well, come on." The two got into Princess Ning's carriage. They soon arrived at the imperial palace. Princess Ning took care of Rui Wang carefully. She was even more careful than Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang wanted to say that she didn't need to be so nervous. It was as if she was not pregnant. But when she thought that Consort Ning had 3 miscarriages, she closed her mouth again. She played along and pretended to be more cautious than usual. She also slowed down her pace. Is it hard to be pregnant? Princess Ning chatted with her on the way to Cunning Palace. Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. It's been hard, I can't sleep in the middle of the night, and my calf cramps. Nanny always asked her this, but she had never done it. If it wasn't tiring, it was probably because he had to go to the toilet all the time. Now, she was feeling a little like that again. What's wrong? Princess Ning asked, looking at Princess Rui Wang, whose face was wrinkled. Rui Wang said embarrassedly, I want to pee. Princess Ning, there's a washroom over there. I'll go with you. Consort Rui Wang, no need, no need. I'll go by myself. I'm worried about you going alone. Princess Ning insisted on sending Consort Rui Wang to the washroom. Consort Rui Wang had no choice. When the two arrived outside the washroom, they never expected to see the Crown Prince Consort coming out from inside. The 3 of them paused for a moment. The Crown Prince Consort's status was higher than the other consorts, but she still politely called Princess Ning's sister-in-law. Consort Rui Wang rolled her eyes. She didn't like Wen Lin Lang and didn't even bother to be polite. Especially after she caught Wen Lin Lang entangling with another man last time, she disliked Wen Lin Lang even more. Everyone knew that Prince Ning and the Crown Prince didn't get along, so Princess Ning clearly kept a certain distance from the Crown Prince Consort. But on the surface, they were still decent. She nodded slightly to greet the Crown Prince Consort. The Crown Prince Consort said, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye, eldest sister-in-law. Goodbye, third sister-in-law. Princess Ning, goodbye. Wen Lin Lang responded to her with rolling eyes. After the Crown Prince Consort left, Princess Ning said to Consort Rui Wang, Okay, you can go. Okay. Consort Rui Wang went to the washroom. This was the disadvantage of being pregnant. It was too easy to go to the toilet. Consort Rui Wang came out of the washroom, washed her hands, and moisturized them with hand oil. Then she went to Empress Xiao's cunning palace with Princess Ning. They weren't Empress Xiao's legitimate daughters-in-law, so they came out of the cunning palace after showing enough courtesy. After that, the two went to noble consort Zhuang's everlasting palace. This time, the two stayed longer. Noble consort Zhuang was looking forward to the baby in consort Rui Wang's belly. After all, it was a member of her family. Rui Wang and her husband were favored, and Prince Ning was like a tiger with wings. You have to give birth to a son. Noble consort Zhuang took consort Rui Wang's hand and said. Consort Rui Wang smiled embarrassedly, it's not up to me to decide. Noble consort Zhuang thought for a while and asked, do you like sour or spicy food? Consort Rui Wang said honestly, I like both. Sometimes I want to eat spicy food, sometimes sour food, and sometimes sweet food. Princess Ning looked a little absent-minded. Noble consort Zhuang was worried about her daughter-in-law's mood, so she didn't talk about the baby anymore. She called her personal nanny, go ask where Prince Ning and Rui Wang are. If they are in the palace, let them come to the everlasting palace for dinner. Also, invite Consort Yu over. Consort Yu was the third prince's mother. After the prince was separated, he could no longer enter and leave the palace as freely as before. But with noble consort Zhuang's status, it wasn't difficult for her to see her son. Not long after, Prince Ning and Rui Wang came over from the throne room. Prince. Consort Ning bowed to Prince Ning. Prince Ning hurriedly came over to support her and held her hand. His eyes were full of tenderness. You don't have to be so reserved here with Consort Mother. It's just like in the mansion. Consort Ning smiled, yes. Soon, Consort Yu also arrived and hurriedly asked the palace servants to set up the meal. Noble Consort Zhuang and Consort Yu sat together, and the two couples sat on either side of them. Prince Ning and his wife's manners were very elegant and generous, and they treated each other with respect. Rui Wang and his wife were also very serious on the surface, but in private, Rui Wang rubbed his legs against his wife's legs. Consort Rui Wang glared at him. Eat your food. Rui Wang peeled a shrimp for his wife and put it in Consort Rui Wang's bowl. Only then did he realize that everyone's eyes were on him. He was shocked and almost forgot that this was the palace, not his own mansion, so he had to follow the rules. The couple couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Prince Ning smiled gently. The shrimp in Consort Mother's palace is very good. He also peeled one for Consort Ning. Sushin should also try it. Sushin was the name Prince Ning gave to Consort Ning after the wedding. Consort Ning smiled gently. Thank you, Prince. After lunch, noble Consort Zhuang went to rest. They came out of the everlasting palace. Consort Yu returned to her own palace, and the four of them walked out of the palace together. Be careful. When they passed by a big tree, Prince Ning blocked Consort Ning's head with his hand. When he took his hand down, they found that there was a worm on the back of his hand. Rui Wang Fei didn't know the name of this kind of tree. She could only frequently see worms spitting out silk hanging from the bottom of the tree. There was a worm hanging in front of her. If Prince Ning hadn't shouted, she would have bumped into it. Consort Rui Wang sighed, Big brother is so attentive. Consort Rui Wang muttered, I'm also very attentive. Consort Rui Wang complained, oh, then how come Prince didn't notice the worm in front of me? Rui Wang scratched his head, what was it? Consort Rui Wang looked at him and asked. I was about to get rid of it for you. Rui Wang firmly refused to admit that he didn't notice this little thing. Consort Rui Wang snorted, you're not as attentive as Big Brother. Rui Wang couldn't refute this. Big Brother was the most attentive of all the princes. He was attentive to his sister-in-law and his younger brothers. He couldn't even find fault with the crown prince's sworn enemy. The mood of a pregnant woman sometimes came inexplicably. Consort Rui Wang, who was still quarreling with Rui Wang a second ago, became sad the next second. Say, if this child can't be saved, will you still be as good to me as Big Brother is to his sister-in-law? Rui Wang glared at her and said, what nonsense are you talking about? How can the child not be saved? Don't jinx it. My son is fine. Consort Rui Wang sighed, aren't I just making assumptions? I just think that Big Brother is really good to his sister-in-law. Rui Wang couldn't refute this. That's right, Prince Ning and Consort Ning knew each other when they were young. They weren't childhood sweethearts, but they didn't get married in secret either. After they got married, the two got along well. The only regret was Consort Ning's belly. Fortunately, Prince Ning never neglected her because she couldn't give birth to a child. In front of Consort Zhuang, he also said good things about Consort Ning. Consort Zhuang wasn't an easy person to get along with. The fact that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could get along so well couldn't be attributed to Prince Ning. This was a man who would never wrong his wife. Consort Rui Wang pinched the corner of Rui Wang's clothes and said coquettishly, promise me that you'll treat me like Big Brother is to his sister-in-law. You'll be so good to me for the rest of your life. Chapter 4:14. Rui Wang pinched her face. Silly, what's so difficult about this? You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Ahem. Prince Ning cleared his throat. Let's go. Consort Rui Wang hurriedly withdrew her hand. Rui Wang also scratched his head embarrassedly. After that, the two seemed to avoid each other deliberately. They wished they could get out of the carriage. However, Prince Ning ignored the gazes of others and held Consort Ning's hand in public. The folk customs and customs of this dynasty were more open than those of the previous dynasty, but they were rarely so intimate outside. Consort Ning was a little uncomfortable. Prince Ning's smile was so gentle that it was hard to refuse. The four of them went out of the imperial palace. The carriages of the two manors had been waiting outside for a long time. Consort Rui Wang naturally went back with Rui Wang. Prince Ning should also go back to Prince Ning's mansion with Consort Ning. Unexpectedly, Prince Ning held Consort Ning's hand and said, "Father wants me to go to the imperial study in the afternoon. You go back first." Consort Ning hurriedly said, "Since you have official business, why didn't you say so earlier?" Prince Ning smiled and said, "I want to see you off, but I have to see you get on the carriage first." Consort Rui Wang was very envious. What kind of celestial love did eldest brother have for eldest sister-in-law? Consort Ning said, "Then you go to see father quickly." "I'm going back." Prince Ning smiled and said, "Okay." Consort Ning pulled back her hand and turned to get on the carriage of Prince Ning's mansion. Rui Wang said goodbye to Prince Ning. Then, "Eldest brother, we will go first." Prince Ning nodded. "Pay attention to the thing I told you. I will ask father for a reward for you later." Rui Wang laughed heartily. "Okay. What did eldest brother ask you to do?" Consort Rui Wang asked in a low voice. "I'll tell you later." Rui Wang pulled his wife towards Rui Wang Fu's carriage. Just as he was about to help Consort Rui Wang onto the carriage, another carriage suddenly appeared on the official road in front of the palace gates. The speed of the carriage was so fast that it didn't slow down even as it neared the entrance of the palace, almost crashing into it. Fortunately, the carriage stopped when it was only a carriage's distance away. At this moment, Ning Wang was already standing in front of the carriage. He held a sword in his hand, as if he would kill the horse if the other party didn't stop the carriage in time. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a handsome man with wheat-colored skin jumped out. His facial features were resolute, and his eyes were deep. When he smiled, his eyes were especially bright. He held a folding fan in his hand, looking carefree and unrestrained. He didn't tie up his hair today, only a finger braid at the back of his head. A few strands of black hair hung down from the right side of his face, perfectly blocking one side of his face. "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this Your Highness Ning Wang and Your Highness Rui Wang?" He held the folding fan in his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. Rui Wang frowned. "The sixth prince." "That's right. This person was the hostage of the state of Chen, as well as the sixth prince of the state of Chen's imperial family, Yuan Tang." Yuan Tang's attire today was a bit strange. His long hair hung down, giving off a feeling that he was hugging a pipa and covering half of his face. However, he wasn't a pale-faced scholar, but a wheat-colored handsome man who exuded a masculine aura. His image was a bit hard to describe in words. Yuan Tang smiled and said, "Your Highness Rui Wang, long time no see. This must be Consort Rui Wang. We met once a few years ago." Ning Wang stealthily blocked Rui Wang and his wife behind him. He said to Yuan Tang, "Is the sixth prince going to ride a horse in the palace?" Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I was in too much of a hurry to greet your highnesses, so I was a bit fast." Ning Wang said indifferently, "We're not familiar with each other. There's no need to greet each other." Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Is this how your country treats its guests?" Ning Wang said coldly, "You're a hostage, not a guest." Yuan Tang rubbed his chest. This really hurts my self-esteem. I originally found a talking parrot outside the palace and wanted to enjoy it with your highnesses. However, it seems that your highnesses aren't interested in enjoying it with Yuan Tang. In that case, Yuan Tang will take his leave. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands in greeting and turned to walk towards his carriage. The moment he brushed past Consort Rui Wang, the cold wind blew his beautiful hair. It was all because his appearance was too eye-catching that Consort Rui Wang subconsciously glanced at him. "Ah!" Consort Rui Wang cried out in alarm and the handkerchief in her hand fell to the ground. "Consort Rui Wang, this is..." Yuan Tang looked back in confusion. Consort Rui Wang turned around and approached Rui Wang's chest. Rui Wang hurriedly protected her in his arms and coldly glared at Yuan Tang. "You scared this princess. Then, I'm sorry." Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and bowed again. After Yuan Tang left, Ning Wang looked at Rui Wang and his wife with concern. What happened just now? The handkerchief on the ground had already been picked up and put away by the servants. Rui Wang patted Consort Rui Wang's shoulder to comfort her. "That's right, did that guy deliberately scare you just now?" Consort Rui Wang shook her head. No, I was just too surprised." Rui Wang didn't understand. "What are you surprised about? It's not like you haven't seen him before." Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Qin and usually didn't attend the gatherings of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. However, when he first came to the state of Zhao, the emperor still held a welcoming banquet for him and the envoy of the state of Qin in order to show the bearing of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. Consort Rui Wang thought carefully and still told him that she had seen the crown princess meeting someone in private. You. Rui Wang was so shocked that he stuttered. "You didn't hear wrong. Was it really the crown princess and Yuan Tang?" Consort Rui Wang recalled. "They deliberately lowered their voices so I couldn't tell whose voice it was. However, I heard the crown princess say, 'What did you do to Chunying?' Chunying is the crown princess' personal female official. After that, I saw the crown princess walk out from behind the rockery, so I was certain that woman was the crown princess." "Then how were you certain that man was Yuan Tang?" "It was King Ning who spoke." Consort Rui Wang frowned and said, "I heard the crown princess slap him from behind the rockery. Just now, I saw that Yuan Tang's face was red and swollen. There were streaks that looked like finger marks, so I immediately thought of that man. This didn't sound like anything honorable. The current crown princess actually colluded with a hostage of the state of Qin. If this got out, she would be beheaded." Rui Wang said in disbelief, "This Yuan Tang is too daring, and the crown princess, why would she collude with a hostage of the state of Qin? She doesn't seem like that kind of person." Consort Rui Wang snorted. "What do you mean she doesn't seem like that kind of person? You men are all blind. I already told you that she isn't a decent woman. She dared to hook up with the crown prince when she was engaged to Xiaoheng. Who can say that she won't hook up with other men now that she has the crown prince?" Rui Wang retorted, "What are you saying? Who's blind? You." As soon as Consort Rui Wang finished speaking, she remembered that Prince Ning was also here. She smiled embarrassedly. "Eldest brother isn't blind. Eldest brother is the person with the brightest eyes in the entire palace. Don't think that I don't know that you secretly liked Wen Linlang. So did Old Fourth. Only eldest brother doesn't like her." Rui Wang choked. That was many years ago. He was young and inexperienced and was stunned by Wen Linlang's beauty. However, didn't he not see Wen Linlang after that? His heart and eyes only had her, Du Qianqian, in them. Rui Wang said, "Speaking of which, if she really..." I'm saying if she really did this, then would she be worthy of the crown prince? Would she be worthy of imperial father and the people of the state of Zhao? Eldest brother, should we report this to imperial father as soon as possible? If she had hooked up with other men, they would have made the crown prince's head turn into a grassland. However, it just had to be a hostage of the state of Qin. The severity of this matter was huge. Prince Ning paused and said, "Don't be anxious. Empty words have no proof. We have to find evidence first." As he spoke, he looked sternly at Consort Rui Wang. "Third sister-in-law, can you take responsibility for your words? Are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" Consort Rui Wang carefully recalled and nodded with certainty. "I'm sure." Prince Ning continued, "Then you didn't act rashly and alert the enemy, right? I mean, you didn't run to the crown princess to confirm, right?" Consort Rui Wang shook her head. "Of course I didn't. However, she still saw me when she came out from behind the rockery. I said that I had just arrived there. I don't know if she believed me." Prince Ning nodded. "Then, at that time, other than you, was there anyone else who heard the commotion behind the rockery?" Consort Rui Wang almost blurted out Miss Gu. However, she shook her head. "No. Originally, I wouldn't have been discovered. However, my personal maid and Miss Gu came over. The crown princess also saw them." Prince Ning stared at her. "Are you sure they didn't hear you?" Consort Rui Wang said, "They came and called out to me. That's why the crown princess was alerted." These words allowed Gu Jiao to get a free ride with the maid. Actually, her eldest brother was someone she could trust. However, she didn't want to involve Gu Jiao. Once her eldest brother went to ask Gu Jiao for confirmation, then the crown princess and Yuan Tang might notice Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao would be in danger. Prince Ning said with a grave expression, "I know. Don't make this matter public. I will investigate the truth of the matter. It won't be too late to report to Imperial Father after I get conclusive evidence." Consort Rui Wang deeply agreed. Eldest brother is right. After all, the crown princess wasn't an ordinary woman. She was the most respected Wangfei in the imperial family of Zhao country. In the future, she would be the mother of the country. It would be fine if there was evidence to accuse her. However, if there wasn't enough evidence and she was bitten, then her eldest brother's years of painstaking effort would be wasted. Thinking of something, Rui Wang said worriedly, "Then, will Qianqian be in danger?" The crown princess saw her. If she tells Yuan Tang that their conversation might have been overheard by Qianqian, will Yuan Tang come to silence her? Yuan Tang's martial arts are so high, and she even tried to assassinate Imperial Father. The more she said, the more frightened Rui Wang became. How did his wife encounter this kind of thing? Ning Wang smiled warmly, replying, "I will send someone to Rui Wang Fu to protect San Daimei. San Daimei, try not to leave the Fu in the next few days. If you have to leave the Fu, take the shadow guards I send over." Rui Wang's heart returned to his stomach. He cupped his hands and smiled. "That would be great. I thank eldest brother on behalf of Qianqian." Prince Ning patted him on the shoulder and said, "We're a family." The medical center. Gu Jiao had just returned from outside. She treated a guest's injury and put his dislocated left arm back in place. The second boss walked over and knocked on her door. He smiled and said, "Little Gu, are you free later?" "Speak." Gu Jiao said concisely. The second boss walked in and said with a smile, "Do you still remember what day it is tomorrow?" "What day?" Gu Jiao asked. The second boss said with hurt, "You really forgot." Gu Jiao pulled out her memory in a second. "Isn't it a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce?" A genius's brain would never disappoint. The second boss smiled. That's right. It's a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce. It's at the Four Seas Manor in the eastern suburbs of the capital. I will send someone to pick you up at Jadewater Alley tomorrow morning. Gu Jiao said, Oh. How many days will I be gone? The second boss gestured with his fingers. 3 days. It won't be long. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. The second boss looked at her suspiciously. Little Gu. Gu Jiao, yes. The second boss said, Have you gained weight? Your clothes are too small. Are they? Gu Jiao looked down at her body. She didn't feel it. Gu Jiao took a ruler to measure her waist. She had been exercising a lot recently and had lost half an inch. However, her clothes were too small. They were indeed too small. It was not other parts of her body that were too small. It was the lapel that could not be closed. Gu Jiao had a headache. If she continued to grow like this, it would be difficult for her to dress as a man. The medical center was especially busy today. The second boss was soon called away by shopkeeper Wang. Little Jiangli came over. Sister Gu, there is someone outside the door. She said she is looking for you. Gu Jiao buried her head in sorting out the information of the previous patient. She said, Is it a patient? Line up. Little Jiangli shook her head. It's not a patient. It's a madam. She said she knows you and that you promised to visit her to treat her madam. I promised to visit her madam to treat her madam. Did I? Gu Jiao searched her mind and made sure there was no such memory. She asked little Jiangli to reply to the madam. After a while, little Jiangli came again. This time, she had a token in her hand. Sister Gu, the madam said you will know after you see her. Let me see. Gu Jiao reached out and took the token. The token had the emblem of the royal family of the Zhao kingdom and a big Ning character. It was someone from Prince Ning's mansion. Yes, she had promised Prince Ning that she would visit Princess Ning's house to treat her body. However, before she could go to Prince Ning's mansion, Princess Ning went back to visit her parents. Although her parents were also in the capital, it was strange to go to her parents' house to check her pulse. Gu Jiao said to little Jiangli, I have 3 more patients here. Ask the madam to wait for a while. If there are more patients, arrange them to be with Dr. Song and Dr. Liu. Got it, Sister Gu. Little Jiangli left obediently. Little Jiangli was small, but she was very considerate. After Gu Jiao finished checking the 3 patients, little Jiangli led the female official beside Princess Ning in. The female official greeted Gu Jiao politely, Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao asked, Did Princess Ning come back? The female official smiled and said, That's right. Our Princess Ning came back last night. Today, she went to the palace to pay respects to the empress and imperial concubine. When she came back in the afternoon, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. I heard from the prince that Dr. Gu's medical skills are excellent, so I specially asked Dr. Gu to go to the mansion to check the Princess Ning's pulse. Chapter 4:15. Gu Jiao didn't have anything else to do, and it wasn't too late. Prince Ning's mansion and Hanlin Academy were in the same direction. After treating Princess Ning's illness, she could pick up Xiao Lulang on the way. Gu Jiao said, Okay, wait for me first. I'll pack my things. The female officer smiled and said, We've prepared the carriage. After treating Princess Ning's illness, we'll take you wherever you want to go. Gu Jiao shook her head, No need to trouble yourself. I'll take the medical center's carriage. The female officer responded, We'll listen to Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao got on the carriage with a small basket on her back. The small basket contained her medicine box, some commonly used Chinese medicine, and some travel items. The basket didn't look big, but it could hold a lot of things. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage. Their carriage followed Prince Ning's carriage, and they arrived at Prince Ning's mansion without any obstruction. It was the first time Gu Jiao entered an ancient prince's mansion. Last time, when she sent Princess Rui Wang home, she didn't go in. This time, she could take the opportunity to see what the prince's mansion looked like. Prince Ning's mansion covered a large area. There was a whole street that belonged to Prince Ning's mansion. Of course, it was just a small street, not a commercial street like Chang'an Street and Xuanwu Street. On both sides of the street were the residences of Prince Ning's mansion servants. The closer they got to the mansion, the stricter the security became. Presumably, the people living there were not ordinary people. The status of doctors in Zhao country wasn't high, and the status of female doctors was even lower. It was reasonable to say that they weren't qualified to go through the main gate. However, Gu Jiao's identity was special. The female officer of Prince Ning's mansion still took her through the south gate. However, she didn't open the main gate in the middle, but the side gate. This was the rule of the royal family. Only the prince, Princess Ning, and the legitimate bloodline of the royal family could go through the main gate. Otherwise, the emperor, empress, and empress dowager could go through the main gate. Even if Princess Zhuang came, she could only enter through the side gate. The maid told Gu Jiao that her surname was Yao. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound in her heart. She had the same surname as Yao Shi. What a coincidence. The landscape of Prince Ning's mansion was more standard than expected, which complemented Prince Ning's temperament. But some details of the design, such as pavilions, waterside corridors, birdsong and fragrant flowers, were obviously designed by Princess Ning. Maid Yao took Gu Jiao to Princess Ning's courtyard. Recalling that Ning Wang had once said that if she, Xiong Batian, was willing, he could give her a separate courtyard, Gu Jiao was suddenly a little curious as to where Ning Wang had originally planned to settle her down. "Dr. Gu, we're here." Female official Yao said to Gu Jiao at the entrance of the courtyard. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped over the threshold into Princess Ning's courtyard. This was a 3-section courtyard, but it was much larger than an ordinary 3-section courtyard. In fact, Gu Jiao felt that rather than calling it a courtyard, it would be more appropriate to call it a sleeping chamber. It seemed that the emperor's love for his eldest son was beyond words. Gu Jiao came to the door of the upper room. A maid guarding outside the door saluted to female official Yao and opened the curtain for female official Yao. Female official Yao personally welcomed Gu Jiao into the room. Princess Ning sat on the chaise lounge with her back against the cushion and a thin mattress covering her body. She held a book in her hand and was reading it attentively. This was not the first time that Gu Jiao met Princess Ning, but that was in a dream. Princess Ning was knocked down by a white cat that scared Xiao Lulang, causing a miscarriage. Xiao Lulang was the scapegoat. The white cat was taken away with the help of Yuan Tang. It did not scare Xiao Lulang, nor did it offend Princess Ning. But Princess Ning still had a miscarriage. Consort Rui Wang said that Princess Ning had 3 miscarriages. It was not difficult to understand why her complexion was so bad, and there seemed to be a faint sadness between her eyebrows. "Princess, Dr. Gu is here." Female official Yao walked forward and reported softly. Princess Ning raised her head. She held the half-read book with one hand and stretched out the other hand. The little maid on the side seemed to have understood the meaning of this action. She hurriedly presented a bookmark with both hands. Princess Ning put the bookmark in the book and closed it. She looked at Gu Jiao and said, "You are Dr. Gu. I heard the prince mention you. Imperial grandmother likes you very much." Her eyes swept over the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face, but did not stay for too long. She did not show any surprise or mind. This was the cultivation of the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family and the princess of a country. She would not embarrass the guest on the spot. Although Gu Jiao was a female doctor, her status was destined to be higher because of Empress Dowager Zhuang's love. Princess Ning said, "We are all family. Don't be so reserved. Sit down." Her words were also very particular. She did not give a seat, nor did she speak in a tone of charity. She spoke as if she was treating a real guest. Gu Jiao sat down beside her. Before sitting down, she took down the small basket and put it on another chair. "Princess, what are you reading?" she asked. Mentioning this, Princess Ning smiled faintly. "Some poetry books. Do you want to read?" She handed the book to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. "I don't understand poetry, and I don't like it." Princess Ning laughed again. "I don't like it either." Gu Jiao said, "Then why are you reading it?" Princess Ning smiled faintly. "It's boring in the mansion. I just want to pass the time." Although she said that, Gu Jiao felt that she was not just killing time. Instead, it was more like she was forcing herself to do something she did not like but had to do. Gu Jiao said to her, "Let me feel your pulse." Princess Ning reached out her hand. A maid came forward and wanted to put a handkerchief on Princess Ning's wrist. Princess Ning said, "No need." "Yes." The maid took the handkerchief and left. Gu Jiao began to feel Princess Ning's pulse. The room quieted down. Princess Ning's pulse was as Gu Jiao expected. Gu Jiao asked, "How is your sleep? Is it difficult to fall asleep?" Princess Ning smiled bitterly. "A little bit." Gu Jiao looked directly at Maid Yao beside Princess Ning. "How long do you usually fall asleep after going to bed?" Maid Yao looked at Princess Ning. Seeing that Princess Ning did not stop her, she said honestly, "At least an hour, at most. She may not sleep all night." Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully and said, "How's your appetite?" "Not very good." Maid Yao replied, "I can't eat it. When I finally eat it, it's hard to digest." Gu Jiao nodded and took back her hand. She said to Princess Ning, "Judging from your pulse, you have a weak spleen and stomach. It's not a difficult disease. With your condition, you can get better in 1 or 2 months. Have you seen a doctor?" Princess Ning said, "Yes, I have. It's the same as you said. She will be fine after taking medicine. If she stops taking medicine, she will relapse." So the crux of the problem was not the spleen deficiency, but the heart disease. Gu Jiao said to Princess Ning, "Please ask others to leave." Princess Ning did not hesitate. "You can leave." Only the two of them were left in the room. Gu Jiao made a comprehensive evaluation and diagnosis of Princess Ning and found that she was slightly depressed. It was not to the extent that Yao Shi had been in the beginning, but if she ignored it, it was very likely that it would develop into a more serious state than Yao Shi. Gu Jiao didn't say to Princess Ning, "You have to take it easy." For patients with depression, taking it easy was the same as drinking more hot water. If you took it easy, you wouldn't be depressed. If you didn't take it easy, you were really sick. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box. Since Yao Shi recovered, there was no antidepressant in the small medicine box. Today, it appeared again. Gu Jiao took out 2 boxes of antidepressants. She opened them and put them in a porcelain bottle. She handed it to her. "One in the morning and one in the evening. Try to take it before you go to bed." Princess Ning took it and asked, "Is this the medicine for spleen deficiency?" Gu Jiao said, "No, it's the medicine that can let you sleep well. You can continue to take the medicine for spleen deficiency." Princess Ning sighed. "I don't want to take the previous one." It's too bitter. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, that's fine. I'll have someone send a few bottles of pills to Princess Ning later. The Miracle Hand Hall opened their own medicine workshop. Other than making the wound medicine that the military needed, they also opened a few pill production lines. Among them were pills that strengthened the spleen and stomach. Is it bitter? Princess Ning asked. Gu Jiao said, I put honey in it. It's not bitter. Princess Ning sighed. That's good. A high and mighty Princess Ning was actually afraid of taking bitter medicine. This understanding made Gu Jiao feel that Princess Ning was not the same as she thought. After this, Gu Jiao reminded Princess Ning of some things to pay attention to in her daily life. The main things were the taboos in her diet and that she had to come out more often to bask in the sun, take a walk, and move her body. After doing all this, Gu Jiao planned to leave. I'll have someone send the medicine to Princess Ning in a moment. Princess Ning said, don't bother. I'll send someone to get it. That's fine. Gu Jiao did not refuse. Princess Ning wanted to pay Gu Jiao's consultation fee. Gu Jiao said, His Highness Prince Ning will pay. Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. Okay. This was the first real smile that Gu Jiao saw when she entered the room. Did she only smile like this when Prince Ning was mentioned? Gu Jiao packed her things and Meiyao walked her out. As soon as the two arrived at the gate of Prince Ning's mansion, they unexpectedly met Prince Ning, who was getting out of the carriage. Your Highness. Female official Yao hurriedly bowed in greeting. Prince Ning nodded slightly and looked at Gu Jiao. He showed a gentle smile. It's Dr. Gu. I didn't expect you to come. Meiyao said. Princess Ning had a bit of chest tightness in the afternoon. I remembered that Your Highness said Dr. Gu's medical skills were excellent, so I went to the Miracle Hall to invite Dr. Gu over. Prince Ning nodded approvingly. You did well. You can leave. I want to talk to Dr. Gu about Princess Ning's illness. Then I'll go to the Miracle Hall to get the medicine, Meiyao said. Meiyao got on the carriage. Prince Ning pointed at the mansion. If Dr. Gu is not in a hurry, why don't you go to the reception pavilion? Gu Jiao said, I'm in a hurry. If Your Highness has something to say, please say it quickly. Also, since we've met, I'll have to trouble Your Highness to pay the consultation fee. Okay. Prince Ning took out a 50-tael banknote from his pocket. 100 taels, Gu Jiao said. The Princess of Xinyang gave 100 taels, directly breaking the upper limit of her consultation fee. Prince Ning paused. For a moment, he inexplicably felt that Gu Jiao's exorbitant demand was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said, I said before, the consultation fee isn't cheap. That's right, Gu Jiao had kindly reminded him. Prince Ning hadn't haggled at the time, so it was even more impossible for him to haggle after she finished treating Princess Ning's illness. But Prince Ning hadn't expected that the price she said wasn't cheap would be this high. Prince Ning's heart felt stifled. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but there was an unspeakable stifling feeling. In the end, Prince Ning still paid the 100-tael banknote. Gu Jiao took the banknote. What does Your Highness want to ask? Speak. Spending money really was different. Her business attitude was even better. Prince Ning was startled by her suddenly good tone. He opened his mouth and asked, It's about Princess Ning's illness. I want to know what's wrong with her. Gu Jiao said, Her spleen and stomach are weak, that's one reason. She's overly worried, that's the second reason. Prince Ning's brows furrowed. Overly worried. Gu Jiao made a sound of N. It's depression. In the words of ordinary people, it's a heart disease. I've prescribed medicine for it. But Your Highness Prince Ning should take care of Princess Ning's mood. Is it because of the child? Princess Ning and I have been married for many years. We've always wanted to have a child of our own. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill our wishes. This time, the child couldn't be saved. He used the word again. It seemed unintentional, but he was telling Gu Jiao that this wasn't the first time Princess Ning had a miscarriage. Gu Jiao had heard from consort Rui Wang that Princess Ning had had 3 miscarriages, so she wasn't surprised. She had always been calm, so Prince Ning didn't think her reaction was suspicious. Prince Ning asked, "Can Princess Ning have children in the future?" Gu Jiao said, "It's hard to say. The most important thing now is Princess Ning's illness." Prince Ning nodded and said, "Then, does she know?" Gu Jiao said, "I didn't say anything about the depression." Prince Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you didn't say anything. I don't want her to worry about her illness. I'll pay attention in the future." Gu Jiao nodded. "Goodbye." Prince Ning stopped her. "I heard, yes." Gu Jiao looked back at him. Prince Ning said with gentle eyes, "Dr. Gu went to the palace yesterday and saw consort Rui Wang and Crown Princess." Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She said frankly, "Is there a problem?" Prince Ning smiled. "No. It's third sister. It's third sister-in-law who mentioned Miss Gu to me. It's not the first time that third sister-in-law has been with Dr. Gu. You two seem to have a good relationship. If Dr. Gu doesn't mind, you can come and accompany Princess Ning more often in the future." Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "I'm a doctor. I only need to accompany patients." Prince Ning laughed. "I'm being rude." Gu Jiao withdrew her gaze and left Prince Ning's mansion. She asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage to Hanlin Academy. Unfortunately, Xiao Lulang was called to work overtime again. Kong Mu knew Gu Jiao and knew that she was Xiao Liulang's wife. He said to her, he went to the cabinet. "I heard that Grand Secretary Yuan needed more people and personally selected this year's 3 cauldrons to go over. The 3 cauldrons were Xiao Lulang, Royal Princeton, and Ning Ziyuan." Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Grand Secretary Yuan had a good reputation, and he might be a future relative. He wasn't a bad person. She didn't need to worry about her husband. Xiao Sanzi asked, "Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical center or to Clearwater Alley?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Let's go back to the medical center first." Gu Jiao returned to the medical center and put a banknote of 100 taels on the counter. Shopkeeper Wang looked at her in surprise. "What's this?" "The consultation fee." Gu Jiao said. "No. You only went out to see a doctor once. How did you bring back so much consultation fee?" Shopkeeper Wang said. He remembered that last time, she had also mysteriously brought back 100 taels from Vermilion Bird Avenue. Shopkeeper Wang blinked. "Miss Gu, you didn't go to rob someone, did you?" Gu Jiao looked at him lazily. "Who are you looking down on?" Shopkeeper Wang smiled embarrassedly. You're right. Miss Gu is a gentleman. Why would you rob someone?" Before he could finish speaking, he heard Gu Jiao say, "What's so good about robbing 100 taels? If you want to do something, you should do something big." Shopkeeper Wang was speechless. Gu Jiao didn't stay in the medical center for long before consort Rui Wang came over. Gu Jiao didn't see any patients today. Consort Rui Wang went to her courtyard with ease. Gu Jiao was drying medicinal herbs. Consort Rui Wang walked over and happily called out to Miss Gu. "Consort Rui Wang." Gu Jiao greeted her in surprise. Consort Rui Wang gasped. "You left too quickly. If you were half an hour later, we would have met at Prince Ning's mansion." Gu Jiao asked, "You went to Prince Ning's mansion?" Consort Rui Wang said with a serious expression, I heard that Princess Ning wasn't feeling well, so I went to see her. That's strange. She was fine when she went to the palace in the morning. Why did her chest feel tight and uncomfortable when she went back? What's wrong with her? So Princess Ning was fine in the morning but felt uncomfortable in the afternoon. Did something happen to her? People with depression couldn't stand being stimulated. However, it wasn't only stimulated that would cause the illness. Sometimes, the patient's mood would suddenly become low, and they couldn't control it at all. Gu Jiao wouldn't talk about the patient's condition with people other than the patient's family. She chose her words carefully and said, her spleen and stomach are weak. She hasn't completely recovered after the miscarriage. Her body needs to be carefully nursed back to health. She may feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Sigh, sister-in-law is so pitiful. Fortunately, eldest brother is a good man and has always loved her. Ah, right, I met the hostage of Qin State today. Consort Rui Wang's expression became serious. So he was the man who met the crown princess in private behind the rockery. Chapter 4:16. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After coming out of the medical center, Gu Jiao got in Xiao Sanzi's carriage and went to Lu Yixing's house. Lu Yixing's house was as poor as usual, but Lu Yixing wasn't sitting in the yard as usual. Only the mute boy named Afnu and another old nanny were working in the front yard. One was weaving baskets, and the other was scrubbing. The two of them recognized Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, I'm looking for Lu Yixing. Is he here? The old nanny was hard of hearing and couldn't hear. Afnu pointed to a room inside. Thank you. Gu Jiao thanked her and stepped into the central room. Then she turned and walked into the other room that Afnu pointed to. This was a study room, which was also Lu Yixing's bedroom. It was about the same size as the west room in Xiao Lulang and Little Jing Kong. The furnishings were very old and simple. The paint on the cabinet was peeling off, and the table was lame and made of stone. There were also some broken furniture. She didn't know if it was picked up from outside or smashed by someone who broke into the room. In short, it was full of holes and cracks. Lu Yixing was wearing a coarse hemp garment. He sat behind the desk and read a book attentively. Gu Jiao recognized that this was the book she gave him last time. He really began to read. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door. Lu Yixing was immersed in the sea of books and didn't notice Gu Jiao's arrival for a moment. It was only when the old nanny outside accidentally knocked over a stool that he raised his head in shock and heard a loud crash. Then he saw Gu Jiao leaning against the door and looking at him calmly. Generally speaking, it was very awkward to see someone being caught red-handed, and one would subconsciously look away. Gu Jiao didn't. She raised her eyebrows and asked, Did I disturb you? No, it wasn't you. Lu Yixing hid the surprise in his eyes and opened the window beside him to take a look outside. After making sure that the old lady was fine, he felt relieved. Why are you here? He closed the book and cautiously looked around his room. It was unknown if he was checking to see if there was any dirt or mess in his room that could not be seen. Fortunately, he didn't. Nanny and Afnu had just cleaned up this morning. You. He hesitated for a moment. He wanted to invite the other party in, but felt that it was inappropriate, so he stood up and said, Let's go to the central room. Gu Jiao nodded. The guest had to follow the host's wishes, so it didn't matter where they sat. Although there were two servants in Lu Yixing's house, one of them was old and hard of hearing, while the other could not speak. Lu Yixing would personally entertain the guests. Of course, there had never been any other guests in his house, and Gu Jiao was the only one. Yuan Tang could not be counted as a guest. Sit. Lu Yixing pointed to the chair and said. Gu Jiao sat down. A white shadow rushed over and jumped onto Gu Jiao's legs. Its fat body was curled up into a furry ball, and it obediently let Gu Jiao stroke it. Gu Jiao poked its soft belly with her fingertips and said amusedly, "You still remember me?" This white cat was the one that almost scared Xiao Lulang and bumped into Princess Ning. Yuan Tang caught it in time. Seeing that Gu Jiao liked it and the white cat also liked Gu Jiao, Yuan Tang lied that it was an ownerless cat and asked Gu Jiao to take it home. However, Gu Jiao did not take it away. Of course, Gu Jiao had guessed that it was Yuan Tang's cat after the incident, and she clearly exposed it in front of Yuan Tang. She thought that Yuan Tang would take her cat back. "You're still here." Gu Jiao curved her lips and stroked the cat comfortably. Lu Yixing saw that she was playing happily with the white cat and could not help asking, "Since you like it so much, why don't you take it back?" Her husband was afraid of cats. This man was not afraid of anything, not even death, but he was afraid of cats. Gu Jiao did not answer his question, but said, "No, you raised it well." She paused and turned to look at him. "Don't you like cats?" Lu Yixing lowered his eyes and said, "No, I like it very much. It can catch mice." After it came, there were no mice in the house. Gu Jiao poked its belly. "Are you so capable?" The white cat meowed proudly. "Does it have a name?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Lu Yixing was asked. "It was just raising a cat." "Did it need a name?" Gu Jiao actually had no experience in raising pets, but little Jing Kong had to name the 7 chickens one by one, so she subconsciously thought that this white cat should have a name too. Lu Yixing looked a little embarrassed. She said that she liked raising cats, but she did not even give a name to the cat. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed, and he said, I thought of a few names, but I don't know which one is good." Gu Jiao looked at him. "Let's hear it." Lu Yixing, who knew nothing about naming, was speechless. Lu Yixing had an idea, and he said, "Why don't you give it a name? After all, it's your cat, and it's just temporarily in my care." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's call it Little Sure." There were 9 mythical animals in the house, and this one was the 10th. "Okay, let's call it Little Sure." Lu Yixing had no objection at all. "Are you here to see Little Sure today?" he asked, and stood up to pour water for Gu Jiao. "I'm here to see you too," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing's hand shook, and a drop of water spilled on the table. He took a handkerchief and wiped it without leaving a trace, and put the tea in Gu Jiao's hand. "You really have nothing better to do." Gu Jiao took down the small basket and took out a few thick books from it. "Here." Last time, she gave Lu Yixing the 4 books. This time, she gave him the 5 classics and 2 arithmetic books. They were all annotated, and were very suitable for self-taught scholars. "You." Lu Yixing wanted to say something, but hesitated. Gu Jiao could almost imagine what he was going to say. "I know you can't afford these books, but I'm not giving them to you for free. These are Little Sure's food expenses. Little Sure is so fat, and it's obvious that he can eat a lot." The white cat meowed bitterly. Lu Yixing sighed. "You'll regret it if you lose the bet." He would never be conferred the title of Marquis or Minister in this lifetime. Lu Yixing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he accepted the books. However, he secretly remembered the value of these books, and he would return them to her one day. Lu Yixing stroked the covers of the books and said, "I'm borrowing these books from you. I'll return them to you when I earn some money." "It's up to you," Gu Jiao said nonchalantly. It was just a few books, and she didn't lack money. However, she didn't refuse him on the spot because she wanted to take care of his incomparably strong self-esteem. At this time, Gu Jiao didn't know that one day, many years later, Lu Yixing really did return the money for these books, but he didn't use money. One book, one city. A total of 11 cities, and he returned her half of the country. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Gu Jiao said confidently when she saw Lu Yixing flipping through the 2 arithmetic books. Ah, okay. Lu Yixing humbly asked for advice, and took out a pile of 8-part essay drafts from his room. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Or, you don't have to ask me. Lu Yixing, Gu Jiao stroked the cat for a while, and in the end, she wanted to sniff the cat, but she restrained herself. Actually, I came here today for another matter. She was so busy stroking the cat that she almost forgot about the important matter. What's the matter? Lu Yixing asked. It's about Yuan Tang, Gu Jiao said. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Tang's voice sounded from the other room. What does it have to do with this prince? Gu Jiao frowned strangely. Lu Yixing explained, he came here just now, and he's sleeping in the woodshed. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Tang with a puzzled expression. You don't want to sleep in the imperial palace, but instead sleep in the woodshed. What's wrong with you? Yuan Tang covered his face with a folding fan and yawned. He strode over and sat down across from Gu Jiao. As long as I'm close to cousin, what's wrong with sleeping in the woodshed? Lu Yixing said to Gu Jiao, I thought he wouldn't wake up, so I didn't tell you. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to suddenly mention Yuan Tang. If he had known, he would have reminded her. After all, it was quite embarrassing to be caught talking about someone behind their back. Lu Yixing thought too much. Gu Jiao wasn't embarrassed at all. Gu Jiao made a sound and said to Yuan Tang, you came at the right time. Yuan Tang smiled. What's wrong? Do you miss this prince? Lu Yixing's eyes turned cold. Yuan Tang hurriedly said to him, don't be angry, it's just a joke. I only have cousin in my heart, there's no room for anyone else. Lu Yixing was obviously used to his shamelessness and glib tongue. He coldly turned around and ignored him. Yuan Tang smiled and said, Dr. Gu, what did you want to say to me just now? Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She directly reached out and grabbed Yuan Tang's chin. She turned his face to the left, and sure enough, she saw the scratches and swelling under his hair. However, it was probably because he had applied medicine, so it wasn't as obvious as what Rui Wang had said. However, she could still see the marks. Yuan Tang didn't resist. He playfully looked at Lu Yixing and said, Cousin, she was the one who took liberties with me. I didn't take the initiative to seduce her. Shut your mouth. Lu Yixing said unhappily. Gu Jiao asked, how did you get the wounds on your face? Lu Yixing raised his eyebrows and said, you care about me that much? Lu Yixing coldly said, don't talk nonsense. Yuan Tang helplessly shrugged. He used his folding fan to point at the big white cat on Gu Jiao's lap and said, how else could it be? It scratched me. Gu Jiao looked at the white cat on her lap and asked, you scratched me? The white cat closed its eyes and pretended to be dead. Lu Yixing said, it scratched me. I saw it. Gu Jiao asked, when did it scratch you? Lu Yixing said, last night, he climbed over the wall to enter the house. The white cat thought it was a thief, so it scratched him with its claws. She didn't expect this little thing to be so fierce. Yuan Tang looked at the white cat with hidden bitterness and said, it's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten who was the one who raised you. Lu Yixing wouldn't lie to her. According to Gu Jiao's observation, the marks on Yuan Tang's face didn't look like finger marks. They looked more like scratches and scratches caused by sharp claws. Of course, she couldn't rule out another possibility. The slap didn't leave too big of a mark, and the swelling immediately went down with ice. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao, who was deep in thought, and said, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Are all of you people from Zhao so strange today?" First, Consort Rui Wang saw me and screamed in shock because of my injured face. Then, you held my face and touched me. Lu Yixing was annoyed to death and said, "Who touched you? If you continue to talk without thinking, don't come again." Yuan Tang immediately cowered and said, Okay. I won't say it. It wasn't Yuan Tang. The direction of this matter was a bit strange. Although it had nothing to do with her who when Lin Lang met privately with, she had exposed the other party's secret. If the other party found out, it was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to her and Consort Rui Wang. Therefore, it was better to find that person as soon as possible. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Tang without blinking and asked, "Do you know the crown princess?" Yuan Tang said, "Which country's crown princess are you talking about?" Gu Jiao said, "The crown princess of Zhao country." Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows meaningfully and said, "Oh, that Zhao Du's young marquis's fiancée. I know her." "What about it?" "She's his ex-fiancée. They don't have anything to do with each other anymore." Gu Jiao corrected Yuan Tang and asked, "Did you go to see her yesterday?" Because he was asked, Yuan Tang didn't pay attention to why she corrected him. Yuan Tang spread his hands and said, "Why would I go see her? I'm not familiar with her." "Wait, why do you ask? Are you suspecting that I have some kind of unclear relationship with her?" This Yuan Tang wasn't stupid. Yuan Tang laughed. After laughing, he raised his finger and said solemnly, "Cousin is here, so I might as well be frank. I did assassinate your Zhao country's emperor, but I have absolutely no relationship with your Zhao country's crown princess. I swear to God. If I'm lying, I won't be able to bring cousin back to Qin country for the rest of my life." "What kind of oath was this?" Lu Yixing said indifferently, "If you're lying, I won't let you be the Qin country's crown prince." Yuan Tang looked hurt. "That's too vicious. Are you still my cousin?" Yuan Tang didn't look like he was lying. However, in terms of motive, martial arts, criminal record, and other aspects, Yuan Tang was the most suspicious. Just as Gu Jiao was about to ask him for his alibi from yesterday morning, a strange noise came from outside the room. Gu Jiao's ears twitched. She picked up the teacup in her hand and threw it outside the door. With a clang, an arrow was knocked to the ground by the teacup. The mute slave in the yard stood up, grabbed the old mama who didn't hear anything, and carried her into the room. The moment the two entered the room, Yuan Tang got up and closed the door to the central room. He also bolted the door. Almost at the same time, the sound of an entire row of arrows hitting the door rang out. One of the arrows even broke through the door halfway and almost pierced Yuan Tang's stomach. Yuan Tang looked at the arrow that almost cut his stomach open and the corner of his mouth twitched. "No way, cousin, what have you been doing recently? In the past, those people from Zhao country only came to your house to mess around. Now they want to kill you." As soon as Yuan Tang finished speaking, another arrow flew through the air. This time, it came from the back door. The back door couldn't be closed because there was no back door. However, the person this arrow was aimed at wasn't Lu Yixing. For a moment, Gu Jiao thought that the arrow was aimed at her. Until, the arrow accurately pierced Yuan Tang's folding fan. If the fan hadn't blocked it fast enough, he would have been cut open. Yuan Tang was stunned. "What's going on? Is it aimed at me?" Several more arrows came from behind, all aimed at Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao looked deeply in the direction of the back door. Her eyes moved. Okay, you're eliminated as a suspect. Yuan Tang dodged the arrows and ran around the room. What do you mean? Obviously, someone wanted Yuan Tang to be the scapegoat so that Yuan Tang wouldn't be able to testify. Chapter 4:17. Yuan Tang was being chased all over the place. How could he care about washing off suspicion? In fact, he usually brought his subordinates with him when he went out. It was only when he came to Lu Yixing's place that he was always alone. This was because Lu Yixing didn't like to be disturbed. He didn't even want to see him, let alone his subordinates. Who would have thought that after so many times without incident, he would suffer a setback today? The assassins came in a menacing manner, and each one of them was powerful. He almost couldn't handle them. At first, the assassins only wanted to kill him, but after missing, they no longer cared about whether there were other people in the room. Several arrows almost hit Gu Jiao and Lu Yixing. In order not to implicate the two of them, Yuan Tang gritted his teeth. I'm leaving first. As Yuan Tang left, the surrounding assassins gradually disappeared. It seemed that they were chasing after Yuan Tang. Lu Yixing's expression became very ugly. Gu Jiao didn't know if he was recalling something, or if he was simply worried about Yuan Tang's situation. Yuan Tang's situation was indeed not good. This time, the other party seemed to be determined to kill him at all costs. No matter where Yuan Tang fled, he could feel the group of people chasing after him. His martial arts were not on par with the Dragon Shadow Guards, but he was at least one of the top 10 experts in the state of Qin. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to this group of assassins in a one-on-one fight. However, there was a saying that went, outnumbered. The direction back to the palace was completely blocked. It was obvious that the assassins didn't want him to return to the palace to call for reinforcements. How despicable. Don't let this prince find out who did it, or else this prince will skin you alive. Yuan Tang had no choice but to escape in another direction. He didn't know how long he was chased until night fell, until he left the lights of the homes far behind him, until his internal energy was exhausted and he couldn't escape anymore. He was cornered in an empty street corner. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the full moon hung high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on Yuan Tang's sweaty cheeks, and his eyes emitted a sharp and cold light. Who are you? Who sent you to kill this prince? He asked coldly. However, no one answered. The dozen or so black-clothed assassins only clenched their long swords and charged at him without a word. Yuan Tang's folding fan turned and activated a mechanism. Countless blades appeared and blocked the swords that were coming at his head. At this moment, a sword attack came from the side of his body. Yuan Tang's left fingertips caught the sword just in time. However, everything was not over yet. A wave of terrifying attacks came from behind him. Yuan Tang's brows twitched. I can't hide anymore. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang and the black-clothed assassin that attacked him from behind let out a pitiful cry. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. People were always filled with curiosity and fear towards the unknown. Because they didn't know how powerful it was, they didn't dare risk their lives. The other assassins froze for a moment. Using this time, Gu Jiao threw out a few more black flame beads, forcing back the other assassins that wanted to kill Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came back to his senses and used his internal energy to push back the 4 assassins around him. After pushing them back, he collapsed. Gu Jiao quickly moved forward and held his arm. Yuan Tang knew that he couldn't show any weakness at this critical moment, otherwise they would chase after him. Yuan Tang stabilized his mind and did his best to not collapse. He stared at the murderous assassins and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Thank you. I owe you my life today." Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. "Is your life valuable?" Yuan Tang said, I'm the future crown prince of the Qin kingdom. Do you think it's valuable? Gu Jiao, oh. What did you use just now? Why was it so powerful? A hidden weapon. Yuan Tang. I know it's a hidden weapon, but can you tell me what kind of hidden weapon it is? Forget it, now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to quickly take care of this group of assassins. Just now, 3 of them had been injured by Gu Jiao's explosion, but there were still 11 of them left. The worst thing was that Yuan Tang had already used up all his energy on the way here. He could barely stand, but he had no chance of winning if they really fought. Yuan Tang said helplessly, we can only rely on you, Dr. Gu. Stand back, Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang took a few steps back and stood by the wall. There were 11 of them. Yuan Tang did not expect Gu Jiao to take care of them alone. She only needed to stall for time. Once he caught his breath and recovered some energy, he would be able to rejoin the battle. What Yuan Tang did not expect was that before he could catch his breath, half of the assassins were already down. No way. Is this girl really so good at fighting? Gu Jiao used a stick. There was no blood. She only knocked the person unconscious. She used the move that the old Marquis had taught her before she left. She did not expect it to be so useful. The old man was pretty good. She was good too. Wow, if this goes on, I won't even have to fight, right? Yuan Tang crossed his arms. He felt that this girl could take care of everyone on her own. The next second, Yuan Tang realized that he had been happy too early. Stop. Or I'll kill him. With a harsh shout, a masked man in black walked out with a sword pressed against Lu Yixing's neck. Yuan Tang's eyes darkened. Cousin. Gu Jiao threw away one of the assassins in black. She looked indifferently at Lu Yixing and the masked man in black. A dangerous light flashed through her eyes. Let him go, Gu Jiao said. Her tone was unquestionable. The man in black was shocked by the fact that a little girl could emit such a powerful aura. But it was only for a moment. He said coldly, you dare to hurt so many of my brothers. You've got guts. Hand that brat over. Leave one of your hands behind, and we'll let this matter rest. Lu Yixing said expressionlessly, if you were the ones being captured today, I wouldn't have done anything. Stinking brat. Shut up. The masked man's sword suddenly moved an inch closer to Lu Yixing's neck. The blade was pressed against his white skin. Gu Jiao's eyes were cold as she said, if you dare to harm a single hair on his head, I'll have you pay with your life. Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang were both stunned. The two of them didn't expect Gu Jiao to say something like this. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also looked at him. Lu Yixing closed his eyes without hesitation. At the same time, Gu Jiao shook her arm and a dagger slipped into her sleeve. No one saw how Gu Jiao moved. By the time they reacted, she had already thrown the dagger. The masked man saw that the dagger was about to hit his forehead. He hurriedly waved his sword to block it. The dagger was blocked, but Lu Yixing took the opportunity to run away. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Yuan Tang couldn't come back to his senses. What just happened? Did that girl suddenly attack, or did she give his cousin some kind of signal? Otherwise, why would his cousin close his eyes? Speaking of which, wasn't his cousin afraid that the girl would make a mistake? Yuan Tang was jealous. Even his cousin didn't trust him that much. Lu Yixing quickly walked towards the two of them. The masked man was about to swing his sword at Lu Yixing's back, but Gu Jiao's black flame pearl blew him back several steps. He obviously knew how powerful this thing was. Several of his brothers had been injured by it. Gu Jiao also quickly walked over to help Lu Yixing. "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao asked. "I'm not." Lu Yixing didn't finish his words. He suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Jiao into his embrace. His other hand blocked the back of Gu Jiao's head. A sword slashed down and Lu Yixing's little finger flew out. "Cousin!" Yuan Tang cried out involuntarily. Hot blood splashed onto Gu Jiao's neck. She grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and saw the bloody wound on his little finger. Her eyes instantly turned cold. At this moment, everyone felt that Gu Jiao's aura had changed. It was as if the fight just now was just a casual fight. She wasn't really angry. But now, every strand of her hair seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Gu Jiao wasn't sure what the dream of returning to the manor meant. She only knew that it was getting harder and harder for her to separate herself from the dream. Lu Yixing was the person who would bury her. He was the person she would protect for the rest of her life. It didn't matter if this strong emotion came from the person in front of her or the person in her dream. She only knew that there was a voice in her head that said, "No one is allowed to hurt him." Gu Jiao tore off a piece of her dress and wrapped it around Lu Yixing's wound. Then she pulled out the dagger at her waist. Everyone was shocked by her sudden outburst of aura and murderous aura, to the point that they didn't even move as they watched her bandage someone's wound. When Gu Jiao made her move, everyone finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward. She threw the dagger into the air and grabbed it. The moment she landed, her dagger fiercely stabbed into the heart of the assassin who had attacked Lu Yixing. Another stream of blood spurted out, splashing onto her face. She wiped it away and her eyes became terrifying. Everyone was stunned by this scene. She had fought for so long and had only used a stick to knock them unconscious. They thought that she didn't have a weapon or that she didn't know how to use a weapon. They even thought that she was timid, kind, and indecisive. After all, she was just a young girl in her teens. However, it was this timid, kind-hearted, and indecisive little girl who had stabbed an assassin in the heart with her dagger. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. When the masked assassin recovered from his shock, all of his brothers had fallen. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His martial arts weren't weak. If he really fought to the death with Gu Jiao, even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But he had been scared silly by Gu Jiao's methods. Was this really a young girl? He's a god of death, isn't he? Gu Jiao's face was covered in blood, but it wasn't her own. Her dagger was also dripping with blood. The ruthlessness in her body was stirred up by the blood. She grabbed the dagger and walked towards the masked man step by step like an Asura who had returned from purgatory. The masked man's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground on his butt. "Don't come over. Don't come over." He supported himself with one hand on the ground and stepped back. He pointed his sword at Gu Jiao with the other. But his words couldn't even be considered a roar. At most, it was a hollow roar. Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang naturally noticed that something was wrong with Gu Jiao. They called her several times, but she didn't seem to hear them. "Dr. Gu." Lu Yixing called her again. Gu Jiao still didn't respond. Yuan Tang walked over and stood in front of Gu Jiao. When did so many assassins appear in the dark? If it wasn't for this person, he feared that the three of them would have met with misfortune. Who was this masked man in the end? Was he an enemy or a friend? If he was an enemy, why did he help them? If he was a friend, why did he kidnap Gu Jiao? Chapter 418. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found herself lying in a strange yet familiar room. It was strange because this was definitely not her west room, nor was it the small courtyard of the medical hall. It was familiar because she seemed to have been here before. Awake? A woman's voice came from the direction of the window. Gu Jiao turned her head and saw Princess Xinyang in plain clothes sitting in front of the window practicing calligraphy. Gu Jiao remembered. This was Princess Xinyang's room. So, she was now in that house on Vermilion Bird Street. But why was she here? She didn't have the slightest impression. Princess Xinyang finished practicing her calligraphy and put it aside with satisfaction. She took another one and continued to practice. Long it picked you up and put you on my bed. Her tone was full of disgust. She used the word picked up. It seemed Long Yi acted on his own initiative and was not sent by Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao didn't ask how Long Yi found her. Asking was useless. She said, then you cannot let him put you. Humph. Princess Xinyang coldly snorted, I actually want to. Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She had already changed her clothes, so she didn't know whose they were. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, Eugen's clothes, do you think I would give you my clothes to wear? Gu Jiao, how can she know what I'm thinking? Princess Xinyang opened her mouth again, are you a death warrior of Yan country? Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, your whole body is covered in blood, but not a single drop is yours. Don't tell me you took a bath with blood. Gu Jiao strangely asked, what does this have to do with death warriors of Yan country? It seems you really don't remember at all. Princess Xinyang finally looked at Gu Jiao, but it was only a glance, and then she looked away. When you came, you looked exactly like a suicide soldier who had lost control. By the way, only the Yan kingdom has men of sacrifice. Long Yi is also from the Yan kingdom. Gu Jiao said with absolute certainty, I'm not a death warrior. Princess Xinyang paused and nodded. That's true. Even the men of sacrifice don't have as much killing intent as you do. Gu Jiao, can't you greet me before insulting me? I thought you were going to say it. That's right, you are Ding and Marquis Fu's precious daughter. Gu Jiao did not know how long she had been unconscious or what time it was. She only knew that she was very hungry. Not long after, her stomach began to growl. After Princess Xinyang finished writing the last word, she put down the brush. She still didn't look at Gu Jiao. Instead, she looked at her newly written notebook. Are you eating alone or with me? What are we eating together? Dinner. What time is it now? Princess Xinyang still hasn't eaten. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said, if it's convenient, I want to eat by myself. Princess Xinyang put away the notebook and got up to leave. Not long after, a maidservant came in carrying a tray. On the tray were 3 dishes, 1 soup, and a small plate of fruit. There weren't many dishes, but the quality of the dishes was very rich. The maidservant first placed the tray on the table. Then she took a clean small table that was specially placed on the Kong bed and placed it on the bed where Gu Jiao was. Gu Jiao originally intended to say that she could get out of bed and eat by herself. But since she had already gone to this extent, Gu Jiao did not want to disappoint her good intentions. This servant will wait outside. If Miss has any orders, call this servant at any time. The maidservant said and respectfully retreated. Gu Jiao prepared to eat her dinner. Who would have thought that in the next second, Long Yi would enter the room? Gu Jiao's hand trembled. The chopsticks that she had just picked up fell out of shock. It couldn't be that he came to find her again. Gu Jiao trembled with fear and stared for a long time, but seeing that Long Yi didn't take out his charcoal pencil, she secretly sighed in relief. It didn't seem like it. Then what did he come to find her for? Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi. Long Yi's hands were behind his back. His eyes were fixedly staring at the food in front of Gu Jiao, as if he was very much looking forward to it. Gu Jiao's eyes spun. Do you also want to eat? Long Yi didn't move. Guessed wrong. Gu Jiao thought for a bit. Are you reminding me to eat quickly? Long Yi's aura still didn't change. Guessed wrong again. Shadow Guard Long didn't know how to speak. She had to guess everything. Gu Jiao couldn't guess what Long Yi wanted to do this time. She mused for a long time, then said strangely, you shouldn't be thinking of feeding me, right? Long Yi's eyes were ready to move. Gu Jiao looked at the hands behind his back. She didn't think too much. Wasn't it just being fed? Seeing that he had saved her, she would allow it. Okay. Gu Jiao put down her chopsticks. You feed me. She had never been fed by a shadow guard long before. It could be considered a unique experience in 2 lifetimes. Long Yi happily took out the cutlery hidden behind his back. Gu Jiao stared and almost fell. People used a spoon to feed, why did you use a spatula? Are you serious? Next door, Princess Xinyang was eating. Gu Jiao walked in without a change in her expression. I thought about it. Eating alone isn't very polite. It's better if I eat with the princess. Princess Xinyang didn't say yes or no, so Gu Jiao took it as a tacit agreement. She sat down across from Princess Xinyang. There was originally another set of cutlery on the table, but Gu Jiao didn't sit on the chair corresponding to that set of cutlery. Instead, she chose to sit beside it. After she sat down, she didn't take the cutlery. Eugene's eyes flashed. You also sit down and eat. Princess Xinyang said to Eugene. Yes. Eugene gave Gu Jiao another set of cutlery, then sat down on the chair corresponding to the original set of cutlery. She looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. She wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had coincidentally seen through her plan to accompany Princess Xinyang to eat. Gu Jiao buried her head in her food, as if she didn't care about anything other than eating. Eugene's expression relaxed, and she also began to eat slowly. It wasn't that Gu Jiao didn't care about other things. She just didn't show it on her face. As she ate, she secretly observed Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang's movements were very gentle, and there was a sense of nobility and elegance that came from her bones. Gu Jiao almost couldn't help but think of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was the same. Even when he was in the countryside and wore patched clothes, it was still difficult to hide the elegance between his brows and his movements. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Xiao Lulang before, so she didn't feel like Xiao Lulang was a completely different person like the old chancellor. In fact, no matter how much a person's temperament changed, their style of writing changed, and their habits suddenly changed, some small movements and expressions wouldn't change. Deliberate changes were all things that one could realize, but some things that one couldn't realize naturally couldn't be changed. Xiao Lulang himself didn't know that when he ate something good, his eyes would quickly blink twice, and when he ate something bad, his left eyebrow would twitch. Princess Xinyang was the same. However, there didn't seem to be anything she liked on the table. The 3 of them quietly finished their meal, and Princess Xinyang went next door. Eugene considerately asked Gu Jiao, Dr. Gu, are you full? There are still snacks in the kitchen. No need, I'm full. Gu Jiao didn't have a big appetite. Today, because she had used up too much energy, she only ate 2 bowls of rice. Normally, 1 bowl was enough. Eugene smiled and politely asked, Dr. Gu, do you like tonight's dishes? Gu Jiao said, I'm not picky. In other words, she didn't like it very much. It wasn't as good as the red braised pork that Princess Xinyang had prepared for her. Unfortunately, Long Yi held a spatula, so she was scared and ran away. Eugene didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so straightforward. Normally, people would politely say that they liked it, that it tasted good, and thank you for your hospitality. Gu Jiao said again, I see that Princess Xinyang doesn't like it very much either. There's no meat on the table. Eugene was very surprised. You can tell. Princess Xinyang didn't show her preferences on her face. She seemed to be very indifferent to everything. Even the servants who had served her for a few years couldn't tell whether she liked something or not. Eugene paused, then said, the princess is a vegetarian. Here comes another vegetarian. Old concubine Jing was also a vegetarian, but that woman was probably faking it. Why was Princess Xinyang a vegetarian? Gu Jiao thought for a bit, then asked, does she also have meat allergy? Eugene was stunned. What kind of question was that? Was there anyone in this world who had meat allergy? Eugene couldn't keep up with Gu Jiao's unconstrained thoughts, but she didn't change the topic. She hesitated for a bit, then said, the princess isn't always a vegetarian. In the beginning, she also ate meat, but in recent years, she stopped eating. She said that she wanted to accumulate good karma for Little Master so that Little Master could throw himself into a good family in his next life. Gu Jiao didn't believe in this. But combined with her own matters, Gu Jiao felt that the end of science might really be theology. People might not be able to reincarnate, but they might be able to step into another parallel spacetime. When the brain waves travel through spacetime, it would be affected by the magnetic field and lose its past memories. Therefore, there was a saying that drinking Meng Po's soup would cause one to forget the past. Of course, this was only Gu Jiao's own wild guess, without enough scientific evidence to support it. Today, Long Yi persisted in using a spatula to feed Gu Jiao, the little patient, and didn't let Gu Jiao stop writing. Late at night, Gu Jiao intended to return. Before leaving, she went to thank Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang was practicing calligraphy again. Gu Jiao didn't know why, but an image suddenly appeared in her mind. The young princess of Xinyang was practicing her calligraphy under the sun's rays, and little Xiao Lulang was sitting across from her. Princess Xinyang said, "You're not allowed to eat until you've practiced 1,000 characters." Little Xiao Lulang picked up the brush with hidden bitterness, resigned to his fate, and began to practice calligraphy. Why did she have such thoughts? Wasn't it because Xiao Lulang always forced her to practice writing? She seriously suspected that he had been tormented by Princess Xinyang when he was young, and now he was tormenting others as he grew up. Gu Jiao gathered her thoughts and said to Princess Xinyang, "Thank you, Princess, for today." Although Long Yi had picked her up and brought her back, but it was not easy for her to not throw him out. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "No need to thank me. Your life is very valuable. After all, you still have to treat my illness." Gu Jiao, what you said makes so much sense that I can't refute it. Goodbye. Gu Jiao turned around and walked out. Princess Xinyang was practicing her calligraphy when she suddenly opened her mouth and called, "Girl." N. Gu Jiao stopped and looked at her in confusion. "Princess, is there something else?" Princess Xinyang asked, "How can a person like you become a doctor?" It wasn't a questioning tone, nor was it a disdainful tone. It was pure curiosity. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. "What kind of person am I?" Princess Xinyang said, "Don't ask me, ask yourself." This was the second time tonight that Princess Xinyang had said strange things to her. She didn't think that Princess Xinyang would come to this conclusion just because she was unconscious and covered in blood. Could it be that she had done something when she was unconscious? And then her secret was discovered by Princess Xinyang. Shadow, bloodthirsty. There had always been such a saying in the organization, so generally no one dared to provoke her. But only her godfather knew that she wasn't bloodthirsty in the true sense. She just couldn't control herself. Blood made her excited. In her previous life, she had always trained herself through various operations. She had already controlled herself very well. Tonight's situation where she completely lost control was very rare. Who would have thought that Princess Xinyang would encounter her? To be exact, after being picked up by Long Yi, Princess Xinyang encountered her out-of-control side. However, it was also fortunate that she was picked up by Long Yi. If she had stayed by the side of Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang, perhaps she would have already. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at Princess Xinyang. "You're not afraid of me?" Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. "Why should I be afraid of you?" "Because I am a monster." "How did I give birth to a monster like you?" "Go away. Stay away from your sister." The woman held the baby in her bosom and fiercely pushed her to the ground. Her immature little face had just been slapped by the woman. Her cheeks were swollen like a steamed bun, but she didn't cry. Even when her mother pulled her to the ground and hurt her little butt, she didn't cry. She picked up the box that had fallen to the ground, stood on her tiptoes and stuffed it into the baby's bosom. A gift for my sister." The woman slapped the box away and looked at her with disgust. "Who wants your gift? Go away." The woman almost trembled as she dialed a phone number. She shouted herself hoarse, surnamed Gu. "Take your daughter away. Jiao Jiao, Daddy will take you back." The tall and handsome man looked at the little girl in front of him and said with an awkward smile. In the dead of winter, she stood barefoot on the cold floor, holding the gift that her sister didn't want. She was very pretty, but a little dirty. She asked the man, "Do you live in Daddy's house?" There was a moment of panic on the man's face, but the young girl didn't notice it. The man smiled embarrassedly. "Daddy. Daddy has a little brother at home, and there aren't enough rooms. Daddy will take you to Grandma's house first." "Oh." She lowered her head and touched the doll in her arms. It was a doll that she had sewn with her own hands. It had a bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes, and bald hair. The man raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch her head. She looked up and obediently waited for the man to touch her head. She knew that her father was lying. Her father's house was very big, and there was only one brother. It was impossible that it couldn't fit. But if her father touched her, she would forgive him. If her father couldn't touch her, she could stand on her tiptoes. She tried very hard to stand on her frozen little toes. "Hurry up and touch her," her head was ready. But the man swallowed his saliva, and his palm didn't actually touch her head. He just rubbed the top of her head symbolically and quickly withdrew his hand. It was as if touching a strand of her hair would cause a plague. The man revealed a loving smile. "Daddy promises you, I'll come and pick you up after the new year." She waited from the age of 3 to 6, and after 3 years, no one came to pick her up. Later, she found out that the omnipotent, brave, and powerful father in her heart was also afraid of her. Chapter 419. Night fell. After working in the cabinet all night, the first of the 3 tripod lords finally finished their work. The 3 of them came out of the cabinet, and Commandery Prince and got into his carriage to return home. Hanlin Academy's carriage was parked outside the cabinet. They planned to take Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang home. Ning Ziyuan was exhausted. He really wanted to take Hanlin Academy's carriage home, but his horse was still parked in Hanlin Academy. If he didn't ride the horse back tonight, he wouldn't be able to come to Hanlin Academy tomorrow morning. It was too far to walk, and it was too expensive to hire a carriage. Ning Ziyuan sighed helplessly. "Forget it. I'll go back to Hanlin Academy first. I'll ride my horse back." Xiao Lulang looked at him. "Don't ride the horse when you're tired." Ning Ziyuan waved his hand. "It's okay. It's not too far. The carriage went in the direction of Hanlin Academy. Right. Ning Ziyuan spoke again. Don't you think Grand Secretary Yuan thinks highly of you? Does he? Xiao Lulang asked. Ning Ziyuan said confidently, of course. Grand Secretary Yuan said 3 sentences to me today, and 5 sentences to Commandery Prince and added together, he didn't say more than you. Xiao Lulang didn't pay attention to this. Ning Ziyuan continued, also, I noticed that he kept looking at you. Xiao Lulang gave him a confused look. Did you do your job well today? Ning Ziyuan sighed again. You and Commandery Prince and did most of the work. To be honest, I didn't do much. Grand Secretary Yuan called them to the cabinet today mainly to help organize some memorials about the laws of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom had been founded for 200 years. Some laws were set at the beginning of the country. They were in line with the national conditions at that time, but they weren't suitable now. Almost every emperor of the Zhao Kingdom would reorganize and revise the laws. Naturally, the emperor would not personally revise them one by one. The cabinet would draft them and then bring them to the emperor for review. However, the cabinet needed to listen to the voices of the people before drafting, and the voices of the people had to be reported one by one through the local officials. What the 3 of them did today was to sort out the contents of these reports into standardized memorials. It was Ning Ziyuan's first time entering the cabinet. Not only was he nervous, but he was also a little unfamiliar. He was not as calm and experienced as Xiao Lulang and Commandery Prince. In fact, this was the first time that Xiao Lulang and Commandery Prince came to the cabinet to help. However, the 2 of them came from extraordinary backgrounds and had seen a lot. They knew how to deal with the cabinet officials and could handle the situation. Ning Ziyuan winked and said, Say, did Grand Secretary Yuan take a fancy to you? He wants you to be his grandson-in-law. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, don't talk nonsense. Ning Ziyuan said, I'm not talking nonsense. Wasn't there a rumor that Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter was going to marry Royal Prince? Later on, for some reason, they did not get married and in June Wang became engaged to the daughter of Ding and Marquis. I observed carefully tonight. The way Grand Secretary Yuan looked at Royal Prince was not right. He must be angry at Royal Prince for abandoning his granddaughter after seducing her. Xiao Lulang had never been interested in the affairs of outsiders. He said indifferently, I'm married. Ning Ziyuan said, I know you're married, but does Grand Secretary Yuan know? Last time, didn't the Minister of Justice come looking for you and want to betroth his daughter to you? Xiao Lulang glanced at him. You've been very idle recently. Gossip everywhere. Xiao Lulang did not take Ning Ziyuan's words to heart. Regardless of whether or not Grand Secretary Yuan really cared about him, it was definitely not to betroth his granddaughter to him. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were already secretly discussing marriage. Xiao Lulang returned to Jade Water Alley in the middle of the night. He was surprised to find a person standing at the door. He wore a light-colored gown and looked lonely under the cold moonlight. Xiao Lulang walked closer and recognized that he was Lu Yixing, whom he had met once before. Lu Yixing was the orphan of the Lu family. In the capital, he was like a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. At the same time, he was also Gu Jiao's patient. Little Jing Kong and Prince Yu's son, Ming had encountered human traffickers. It was Lu Yixing who courageously sent the 2 children back to the medical center. Prince Yu gave him a large sum of money to thank him and he accepted it. However, when Xiao Lulang also went to thank him, he was rejected. He said, Dr. Gu treats me. If she doesn't charge less, she doesn't charge me at all. I owe Dr. Gu a favor, so I can't accept your gift. These words left a deep impression on Xiao Lulang of Lu Yixing. What are you doing here? Xiao Lulang walked forward and asked. Lu Yixing had already seen Xiao Lulang when he walked into the alley. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid him, but in the end, he still chose to stay. He opened his mouth and said, his sleeves weren't long. Xiao Lulang glanced at him and noticed that his hand was wrapped in gauze. There seemed to be faint traces of blood seeping out of the gauze. Xiao Lulang said, "It's already so late. If you want to treat your injury, you can go to the miracle hole. There's a doctor on night duty there." Lu Yixing wasn't here to treat his injury. However, it was very difficult for him to explain to Xiao Lulang why he was here. He didn't want Xiao Lulang to misunderstand. Just as he was struggling with how to phrase it, another carriage stopped at the other end of the alley. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and walked towards her house. She saw two handsome men standing at the door, facing each other in a strange atmosphere. For a moment, she was stunned. This scene was a bit too pleasing to the eye. Xiao Lulang stared at her with a bit of curiosity. He thought that she had already gone to bed at this time. Who would have thought that she had just returned? Moreover, her clothes were clearly not the clothes she wore this morning, nor were they the clothes she wore at home. The curiosity in Lu Yixing's eyes was no less than Xiao Lulang's. Gu Jiao was unconscious when she was kidnapped, but now she seemed to have recovered. Was it really like Yuan Tang said? That the expert didn't have any ill intentions towards Gu Jiao? Was it really someone that Gu Jiao knew? "Husband," Gu Jiao called out to Xiao Lulang. "It's so late. What are you two doing standing here? You can ask him." A certain someone whose identity was announced was finally in a better mood. He said to Lu Yixing, "Let's go in and sit." Lu Yixing said, "No, I just want to ask Dr. Gu to take a look at my injury. I'll leave in a while." Xiao Lulang didn't force him. He turned around and went into the courtyard, lighting all the lanterns in the courtyard. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on his right hand. "Your hand," Lu Yixing looked at his right hand wrapped in gauze. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao asked, "You stitched it up?" Lu Yixing looked at her in confusion. "You stitched it up? Don't you remember?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "I seem to have some impression." Lu Yixing pursed his lips. Do you often do this? I mean, lose consciousness?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "Not often. Tonight was a special case." Lu Yixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't ask. He said, "I'll send your medicine box and basket to the medical center." When the expert took her away, he only took her, not the things on the ground. He first went to the medical center to inquire about her whereabouts and residence. Then, he gave the basket and medicine box to the second boss. Gu Jiao smiled. "Thank you." Gu Jiao checked his injury. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to stitch it up in that kind of situation. The fact proved that her muscle memory was too strong. The operation could be said to be perfect. Gu Jiao also told him some things to pay attention to and asked him to come to the medical center tomorrow to change his dressing. Lu Yixing suddenly looked at her deeply and asked, "What about you? Are you really okay?" "That expert. He..." Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "He is my husband's friend." She couldn't expose the identity of Long Yi and Xiao Lulang. For the time being, she called them friends. Lu Yixing was completely relieved. "Then, I'll take my leave." Lu Yixing walked out of Jadewater Alley and arrived at Xuanwu Street. There was an unremarkable-looking carriage parked there. Several shadow guards were lying in ambush around the carriage. Yuan Tang was sitting in the carriage. Just now, after dealing with those shadow guards, Yuan Tang immediately returned to the imperial palace and called the experts of Qin State. Only, He didn't know whether the other party was afraid of Gu Jiao and that masked expert, so they didn't make a move against him this evening. Lu Yixing got on the carriage. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "How is it? Is that girl okay?" Lu Yixing said, "She's fine." Yuan Tang lazily leaned on the cushion behind him. "I said she would be fine. When that expert rescued her, he was very cautious. Just like how I look at my cousin every time." Lu Yixing really wanted to kick this shameless guy out of the carriage. Yuan Tang patted his palm with his folding fan. But then again, who is that expert? When did such a powerful person come to Zhao State? Lu Yixing coldly said, "Rather than worrying about this, it's better to think about your own situation. Being chased and killed, you also implicated others." Lu Yixing wasn't referring to himself, but to Gu Jiao. Yuan Tang said, "I know, I implicated my cousin and he lost his finger. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I will definitely find that bastard. I will chop off his finger to avenge my cousin." "Cousin, does it hurt? Come, I will blow on it for you." Saying that, he really grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and wanted to blow on it. Lu Yixing was quite shocked and decisively pulled away from him by half a carriage's length. Gu Jiao was the type of person who only reported good news and not bad news. No, she didn't even report good news. She wasn't good at talking about her daily life and experiences with others. Perhaps due to the influence of her childhood, no one would like to hear what she had to say. Gradually, she stopped talking, as if by doing so she could create the illusion that you don't know about me, not because you don't care about me, but because I refuse to talk. Even after she grew up, her personality didn't change. Back then, it was Xiao Lulang who dug up old concubine Jing's matter again and again. In addition, all kinds of stupid teammates took turns to expose her, so she had no choice but to confess. Xiao Lulang wouldn't ask Lu Yixing about it. After all, Lu Yixing was only one of his patients. To argue with a patient would make him seem petty. Xiao Lulang went to the kitchen to boil some water for Gu Jiao, so it was a bit noisy. Gu Jiao followed him in and sat down on the small stool next to him. She turned to look at him. "You don't seem happy." Xiao Lulang, "No, I'm not." Gu Jiao, "Are you jealous?" Xiao Lulang, "I'm not that petty." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Xiao Lulang, "Who's prettier, me or him?" Gu Jiao, after taking a bath, Gu Jiao went to the backyard to get some water. Xiao Lulang was still awake. He stood in the yard under the bright moon and stars, looking as elegant as jade, as if he was waiting for her. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gu Jiao put down the wooden basin and turned to ask. Xiao Lulang walked over and raised his hand. His warm palm landed on her head. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Why, I don't know." He put down his hand. "I just suddenly want to touch your head." It was as if he felt that she needed it, but he couldn't tell why. Gu Jiao blinked and stared at him for a long time. Then she shook her head and stretched it out. "Then, touch it again." She was like a good child waiting to be touched. Xiao Lulang chuckled. "Okay." The next day was supposed to be the day that Gu Jiao agreed to attend the Chamber of Commerce's gathering with the second boss. But because of this sudden change, Gu Jiao had to confirm something first. Gu Jiao asked the second boss to go first. She would rush over after she was done with her business. "Okay, remember to be there before dinner." After saying that, the second boss got into the carriage and went to the Four Seas Villa in the eastern suburbs of the capital. Gu Jiao went to the Rui Wang Palace. Rui Wang had gone to take care of business, so only consort Rui Wang was at the palace. Hearing that Gu Jiao was here, consort Rui Wang was so excited that she personally grabbed her dress to greet her. She didn't need to worry about Gu Jiao being stimulated and running. No, walking very quickly. She came to the entrance of the palace and said with a smile, "You're finally here." His Highness said that when you sent me back to the palace last time, he invited you to stay with me, but I've waited for so long and I haven't seen you come. What wind blew you here today? Gu Jiao's eyes looked over Consort Rui Wang and fell onto the corridor not far away. There were 2 hidden guards there. She had never seen them beside Consort Rui Wang before. Gu Jiao asked, "Are those 2 the people Ning Wang sent to protect you?" Consort Rui Wang had talked to her about everything. She had also told Gu Jiao everything about Ning Wang sending people to protect her. "You saw them?" Consort Rui Wang turned around and said in a surprised voice, "They are hidden guards. They only came to see me once when they came to the palace, but after that, I couldn't sense their existence at all." "I came to see you." Gu Jiao continued from where she left off. "Come in and sit." Consort Rui Wang pulled Gu Jiao's hand and brought her into the palace. Rui Wang was not a favored prince and the palace he was given was not very satisfactory. It wasn't even half the size of the Ning Wang palace and there weren't many servants on the way. Consort Rui Wang did not seem to care about this. She happily invited Gu Jiao into her courtyard. She already had a lot of infant clothes in her room. Some were made by her when she was bored and some were sent by her maternal family. My Mimi came to stay for a few days. She was too noisy, so I had her leave. Consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao sat down on the chairs and called a servant girl to serve Gu Jiao tea. She drank warm water. Consort Rui Wang's Mimi was Du Xiaoyun, the Crown Princess #1 fan. Gu Jiao had been praised by Du Xiaoyun several times. But when it came to noise, Gu Jiao looked at Consort Rui Wang. "Weren't you 2 also noisy? Try this." Consort Rui Wang pushed a plate of osmanthus cake on the table in front of Gu Jiao. "You don't know how miserably I was locked up 2 months ago. I even learned how to make desserts." Gu Jiao took a bite and was surprised to find that it was not bad. "Is it good?" Consort Rui Wang asked. "It's good," Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang's eyes turned into 2 crescents as she smiled. Gu Jiao came today mainly to confirm a few things with her. "Who did you tell that you heard the Crown Princess having a private meeting with someone behind the fake mountain and that you suspected Yuan Tang was that man?" Consort Rui Wang said straightforwardly, "I only told you, Rui Wang and de Gu. N. De Sa was in the carriage and might have heard a bit." "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Gu Jiao said, "Yuan Tang was attacked by an assassin." "What? He was attacked by an assassin? How could that be? Who would want to kill him?" Consort Rui Wang's expression turned grave. A moment later, she suddenly slapped the table. "I know. It was Wen Lin Lang." She must have been worried that she would be implicated if the matter was exposed, so she decided to go all the way and kill Yuan Tang. "Gu Jiao. Your prejudice against the Crown Princess is abnormally deep." It had to be said that Consort Rui Wang's guess gave Gu Jiao another train of thought. In terms of motive, the Crown Princess was suspicious. Thinking back carefully to their conversation, that man was the one who approached the Crown Princess first, and the Crown Princess slapped him. This was enough to show that the man had probably verbally offended her. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince consort was angry and hateful, or if she wanted to eliminate all future troubles, it was indeed possible for her to kill Yuan Tang. However, Gu Jiao felt that the man was also very suspicious. After all, making Yuan Tang a scapegoat was not something that anyone could think of, nor was it something that could be done under any circumstances. Casually killing a scapegoat would not help. However, it would be different if it was Yuan Tang. Whether it was status, appearance, or talent, Yuan Tang was worthy of her. Would it be convincing to find a passerby to say that this was the crown princess's secret rendezvous? Moreover, Consort Rui Wang had already closed the coffin on Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao quickly thought of another matter. She was also present when the other party tried to assassinate Yuan Tang. Moreover, she had killed so many of the other party's assassins. How would the other party view her relationship with Yuan Tang? Could the other party have already guessed that she knew that Yuan Tang was wrongly accused of being the man on the fake mountain? If it was her, she would be able to guess it. After all, Consort Rui Wang had gone to the medical center to find her after recognizing Yuan Tang. With her relationship with Consort Rui Wang, it was impossible that she did not tell her the gossip that Yuan Tang was the adulterer. Moreover, she was with Yuan Tang that night. It was hard to suspect that she had gone to find Yuan Tang to verify the truth. Miss Gu, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Consort Rui Wang saw that Gu Jiao was suddenly silent and could not help but feel uneasy. Actually, her personality was not too unpleasant. It was just that she was always at odds with Wen Linlang. There were too many people who liked Wen Linlang, so it was inevitable that she would not get along with her. Don't tell me you also like Wen Linlang? She asked weakly. Gu Jiao shook her head. I like you. Consort Rui Wang immediately became happy. She held Gu Jiao's hand and said affectionately, I like you too. Rui Wang, who had just walked through the door and heard this confession, she suddenly felt that the top of her head was a little green. Chapter 420. Since the other party chose Yuan Tang as the scapegoat, his life wouldn't be in danger for the time being before Consort Rui Wang appeared to testify. Gu Jiao left Rui Wang's residence. She sat in the medical center's carriage. She had just taken a few steps when the carriage was stopped. It was Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came to the side of the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said to Gu Jiao, I went back to the palace last night and thought about it all night. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. You just asked me if I was related to Zhao country's crown princess, and then I was being chased. Tell me honestly, do you know something? Does this matter have anything to do with Zhao country's imperial family? Gu Jiao said indifferently, no comment. If I tell you the truth, you will reveal your whereabouts that day and make a perfect alibi. Then Consort Rui Wang will lose her value in accusing you. Consort Rui Wang will be in danger. Therefore, for Consort Rui Wang's safety, you, the great prince of Qin country, will have to suffer for the time being. Gu Jiao pulled the curtain and said with a smile, there may be people coming to assassinate you in the next few days. Be careful. Then she lowered the curtain and said to Xiao Sanzi, let's go. The carriage sped away. Yuan Tang was so angry that he stomped his feet. Hey, hey, hey. Make yourself clear. Who wants to assassinate this prince? Ah. This girl. She didn't finish her sentence. It was too infuriating. Yuan Tang exploded and roared, girl. Don't think you can stay out of this. If that person wants to kill me, won't he kill you? Do you think you can escape? You and this prince have been in cahoots for a long time. Gu Jiao didn't really want Yuan Tang to take the risk. The other party's first assassination attempt failed, and they couldn't figure out Yuan Tang's trump card, so they probably wouldn't make a second move so quickly. Before noon, Gu Jiao arrived at the Four Seas Manor. The gathering lasted for 3 days. The most important days were the first and second days. They would be back by the afternoon of the second day. As expected, they bumped into people from Huichen Hall at the Chamber of Commerce. This was a very important Chamber of Commerce, and all the big bosses had come. Gu Jiao then saw the rumored stepson of the Hu clan, second master Hu Hongtu. Just from his name, one could tell how much his parents expected of him. Back then, the second master had been pushed out by his family, so there was no hope for Hu Hongtu to have a deep brotherly relationship with him. Hu Hongtu looked at the second master with a smile, not concealing the contempt and disdain in his eyes. Big brother is also here. It seems that Big Brother secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall. These words were too harsh. What did he mean by the second master secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall? So the second master was an outsider, and the rejuvenation hall wasn't his father's business. Hu Hongtu might have forgotten that if it weren't for his appearance, the second master would be the first successor of the rejuvenation hall. Although the Rejuvenation Hall was a century-old pharmacy, the second master's mother had just married into the Hu clan when the Hu clan encountered an unforeseen event. The Rejuvenation Hall almost couldn't operate anymore. It was the second master's mother who invested all the money from her dowry into the Rejuvenation Hall that brought it back to life. But in the end, this poor woman didn't get anything. She passed away from a serious illness, leaving behind her young son to be bullied by others. A person's sore spot would only be poked when they were weak. Now that he had a strong backing, he didn't fear Hu Hongtu's provocation at all. I came here based on my own ability. If we're talking about secretly learning, aren't you the one who secretly learned? I'm the legitimate son of the Hu clan. Hu Hongtu chuckled. The former legitimate son of the Hu clan. Now, you're just a stray dog. The second master coldly smiled. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Let's see if the one who bites you to death is this stray dog. The two brothers parted on bad terms. Gu Jiao curiously admired the surrounding scenery. The second master said, I've let you see a joke. Gu Jiao said, no, it's pretty good. The more Hu Hongtu acted like a lowly person, the more ruthless they would be when they fought in the future. Gu Jiao asked, do you need my help? The second master said with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. No need. He's just a mere stepson. I can still crush him to death. The second master was no longer the second master of the past. He was Niu Hulu's second master. Since the second master said this, Gu Jiao didn't want to get involved in the grievances between the two brothers. She stayed in the villa for a night and followed the second master to get to know many merchants in the capital. She also displayed her superb medical skills and proved the strength of the Miracle Hand Hall to the Chamber of Commerce. The next afternoon, she returned as scheduled. She rushed back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival was the Mid-Autumn Festival in her previous life. It was a great day for the whole family to gather and admire the full moon. Last year, because of the autumn imperial examination, they couldn't celebrate the festival properly. This year, everyone was there. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye came over early in the morning. Du Ruhan also came. However, he went back after lunch. Gu Jiao didn't manage to meet Du Ruhan. Gu Jiao invited Master Lu and Master's wife Nan Xiang early in the morning. The two of them came in the afternoon and arrived at Jade Water Alley almost one after the other with Gu Jiao. Master Lu, Master's wife Nan Xiang. Little Jing Kong warmly invited the two of them into the courtyard. His eagle and 7 chicks all had big red flowers on their heads. They lined up in the courtyard to welcome them. It could be said that it was very ceremonial. Master's wife Nan liked this little guy to death. She smiled and said, "You're Jing Kong, right?" "Yes, Master's wife Nan Xiang." Little Jing Kong said cutely. The two of them chatted happily. Little Jing Kong enthusiastically introduced his chicks to Master's wife Nan Xiang. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce Gu Yan's puppy. "That's Xiao Ba. He's a little timid." Xiao Ba straightened his back. "How was he timid?" He was the bravest shepherd dog in the entire capital. Woof! The new big yellow dog of the Zhao family next door rushed in. Xiao Bao lost his cool in a second. He hugged the dog's head with his paws and hid behind the flock of chickens. Master's wife Nan Xiang liked this place very much. The smile in her eyes didn't disappear from the moment she entered the house. Master Lu felt very gratified when he saw Nan Xiang like this. Little Jing Kong considerately introduced the small vegetable garden at home to Master's wife Nan Xiang. He especially proudly told her that he watered the vegetables in the garden. Nan Xiang was amused by the little guy who shook his head. She couldn't wait to steal him back immediately. With little Jing Kong's introduction, Nan Xiang and Master Lu also got to know Feng Lin and Lin Qingye. Unexpectedly, the four of them got along very well. Except for Lin Qingye, who felt inferior and embarrassed because he stuttered. Nan Xiang smiled. She didn't rush to comfort him. Instead, she took off her veil. Lin Qingye and Feng Lin were stunned. Then, Lin Qingye blurted out a complete sentence, "It's okay. Actually, Master's wife Nan Xiang, you're very beautiful." Feng Lin patted Lin Qingye on the shoulder. "Oh. Xiao Lin, you don't stutter anymore." Lin Qingye, I don't stutter." Oh, he still stuttered. However, with this interruption, the last trace of uneasiness in everyone's heart disappeared. No one would laugh at Lin Qingye's stuttering, and no one would laugh at Nan Xiang's disfigured face. Xiao Lulang stepped into the courtyard at this time. He had just gone to Granny Zhou's small winery to get some wine. When Nan Xiang came last time, only Gu Jiao was at home. Xiao Lulang had never seen Nan Xiang, but he knew that Nan Xiang and Master Lu would come, so he specially prepared the wine for them. "Lulang, you're back." Feng Lin waved at Xiao Lulang. Lin Qingye quickly got up and ran over to help Xiao Lulang carry the wine jar over. Feng Lin smiled and introduced, "Lulang. This is Master Lu, and this is Master's wife Nan Xiang." Xiao Lulang, "No, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider." Feng Lin said to the couple, "Master Lu, Master's wife Nan Xiang, he's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law." Master Lu and Xiao Lulang greeted each other politely. Nan Xiang's expression was a little strange. She kept staring at Xiao Lulang's face, which made Master Lu, who was beside her, feel embarrassed. He pulled Nan Xiang's sleeve and whispered, "Why do you keep staring at him?" Nan Xiang said in a daze, I seem to have seen him somewhere." Master Lu was amused, "How could you have seen him? He's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law. He's from the county, and you've never been to the county. However, I heard that he looks very similar to the late young Duke of Zhaodu. Did you see the young Duke of Zhaodu when you entered the palace?" Nan Xiang shook her head, "No, not in the palace, not in the capital either." Nan Xiang stared at Xiao Lulang without blinking, trying hard to recall where she had seen him. Ah. My book. My book is gone. Naughty. Little Jing Kong's cry came from the study. Little Jing Kong was good at everything, but he didn't know how to tidy up. She could always hear him looking for things all day long. Xiao Lulang didn't hear their whispered conversation. He only noticed that Nan Xiang kept staring at him, but as the host, he couldn't say anything. "Mistress Nan, Master Lu, please excuse me." He went to the study to help little Jing Kong look for things after saying goodbye. If he didn't help him find it, the little guy would be so mad that the whole family would be restless. This was the first lunar festival that they officially celebrated in the capital. The old chancellor personally cooked, and Nanny Fong and Yuya were his assistants. They cooked a table full of dishes that they were best at: lamb scorpion spicy pot, hand-grabbed mutton, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, rock sugar pork knuckle, fried lotus root, cold tofu skin, Crucian carp and tofu soup, vegetarian 3 delicacies, hairy crab, and several seasonal vegetables. Of course, they didn't forget that Little Jing Kong's Mid-Autumn Festival was especially vegetarian. He also had hairy crab, steamed buns made of flour and tofu skin. Let's eat in the courtyard. We can also admire the moon, Feng Lin said. Little Jing Kong was the first to agree. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye went to move the table. There were too many people, and one table wasn't enough, so they put together 2 tables. Gu Jiao didn't participate in the cooking. She was making mooncakes in the small kitchen of the son-in-law's house. Xiao Lulang was also there. He wasn't very good at cooking, but he could still chop firewood to start a fire and carry water. Xiao Lulang hadn't eaten mooncakes before, but he could see that Gu Jiao made a kind of snack with fillings. The fillings were very rich. There were 5 kernels, red bean paste, salted egg yolk, and lotus seed paste. Can you make date paste? He suddenly asked. I haven't made it before, but it should be possible. Gu Jiao said, it's just that there don't seem to be any red dates at home. I'll go buy some. Xiao Lulang stood up. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Sure Yi, she didn't see you like date paste so much. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang went to the nearby market to buy red dates. Under Gu Jiao's guidance, he washed, removed the seeds, and kneaded them into date paste. There was no oven, so the mooncakes could only be steamed. The taste was not the same as the mooncakes in her previous life, but Gu Jiao spent a lot of effort on the molds. The mooncakes she made were round, flower-shaped, and very cute patterns and characters. Little Jing Kong saw the cute little pig head on his mooncakes and was so excited that he cried out. Gu Jiao picked out a few sugar-free mooncakes and put them in the lunchbox. These are for Grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang had to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival in the palace and couldn't come out. Gu Jiao planned to send them to the palace later. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang took the initiative to take the task. I'll send them to Grandaunt. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, okay. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Come and see. Little Jing Kong seemed to have discovered something new and dragged Gu Jiao out. When Gu Jiao returned to the kitchen, Xiao Lulang had already left with the mooncakes. Except for the sugar-free ones, he also took the date paste ones. Vermilion Bird Avenue. The entire street was filled with the festive atmosphere. However, the courtyard behind the peach trees was especially quiet. Because it was too quiet, one could clearly hear the laughter from the other houses. The windows were wide open. Princess Xinyang and Eugene sat facing each other by the window. The table between them was filled with sumptuous dishes. Eugene opened a plump crab and smiled warmly. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Princess, you don't have to eat vegetables. This crab was sent from the palace. Princess, try it. It's for you. Princess Xinyang said. Eugene sighed. The sound of children playing and adults laughing and scolding came from next door. It made their side seem even more miserable and desolate. Suddenly, someone knocked on the quiet courtyard door. Who is it? The little maid who was washing clothes in the courtyard asked. She was answered by another series of knocks on the door. Coming, coming. The little maid put down the half-washed clothes and stood up. Wiping her hands on the towel on the clothesline, she went to the door and opened it. Who is it? Where is the person? The little maid stretched her head out and looked left and right. Making sure she didn't see anyone, she scratched her head in confusion. I clearly heard someone knocking on the door. Chapter 421. Princess Xinyang didn't say that she would throw it away, but she didn't say that she wouldn't throw it away either. She turned around and went into the house as if she didn't care. Eugene looked at her cold and lonely back. After thinking for a while, she still carried the food box inside. When Xiao Lulang returned to Bishui Alley, little Jing Kong had just returned from the other end of the alley. He went to deliver mooncakes. Everyone took care of them, so Jiao Jiao also made mooncakes for the neighbors. Little Jing Kong was very happy after delivering the mooncakes. He was jumping up and down happily. At the door, he bumped into his bad brother-in-law. He immediately put away his cheerful expression and became serious and stern. "Where have you been? I couldn't find you just now." Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused by his fatherly tone. "I went to deliver mooncakes, just like you." "Oh." Little Jing Kong was obviously not satisfied with this unspecific answer. He asked, "Where did you deliver the mooncakes?" "In the palace." Xiao Lulang said, "For Grandaunt." "There's more." Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at him. Xiao Lulang said, "Why do you think there's more after what I said?" Little Jing Kong snorted. "I just think there's more." The little guy's intuition was terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Lulang composed himself and stroked his buzz cut. "Let's go in." "Is there more?" Little Jing Kong asked. "Why are you asking this?" Xiao Lulang asked. Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest and said, "I want to know who gave more mooncakes." Xiao Lulang made him laugh again. "Why do you even want to compete with this? Childish." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "I'm not childish. At least I won't wet the bed when I'm as old as you." Xiao Lulang tapped his little head with a faint smile. "Are you sure I'm the one who wet the bed and not you?" Little Jing Kong brushed his hand away from his head. "It's you, it's you, it's you." "Ha ha ha." The little fellow stuck out her tongue, made a face at Xiao Lulang, and slipped into the house. Xiao Lulang chuckled. "And you say you're not childish?" The whole family had a lively meal in the courtyard and admired the moon. Feng Lin and Master Lu drank until they were high. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders, almost calling each other brothers on the spot and becoming sworn brothers. Otherwise, Xiao Liulang's seniority would be a level lower. In the future, when he saw Feng Lin, he would not be able to address him as Feng Lin. He would have to address him as Martial Uncle Feng. Xiao Lulang promptly gave Feng Lin a piece of mooncake with 5-nut stuffing, preventing this sudden swearing of brotherhood. Feng Lin drank too much. "Take care of him at night," Xiao Lulang said to Lin Qingye. Feng Lin was still living in Lin Qingye's house and paid a friendship rent every month. I will," Lin Qingye said. It was getting late. Lin Qingye helped Feng Lin, who was completely drunk, to get up and bid farewell. On the other side, Nan Xiang and Master Lu were also preparing to leave. Master Lu was drunk and muddle-headed. He patted Xiao Liulang's shoulder and said, "Your master's wife said she saw you, he he he." Nan Xiang smiled and said to Xiao Lulang, "He's drunk. Don't listen to him. It's okay." Xiao Lulang did not take it to heart. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan helped the drunk Master Lu into the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan was worried that his master and mistress would go back like this. "I'll go over and take care of my master tonight." He was worried that his master's wife would not be able to handle such a drunk man. Nan Xiang, who could handle 10 drunkards, smiled slightly. Okay. It was not bad to kidnap her son. Xiao Shun will go back with us. I'll send him to class tomorrow morning, Nan Xiang said to Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. The young couple had no objection. Little Jing Kong waved goodbye. Goodbye, Master Lu. Goodbye, Mistress Nan. Goodbye, Brother Fenglin. Goodbye, Brother Qingye. The whole alley was filled with his small voice saying goodbye. The next day, there were no classes at the Imperial College. Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong to the Imperial Palace to visit her great-aunt. On the way, they went to the Minister of War's mansion to pick up Su Tangtsong, who was also on holiday, and took him to the Imperial Palace. Qin Chuyu's identity as a prince had been exposed on a moonless and windy night. Now, little Jing Kong and Su Tangtsong both knew that he was the son of the Empress. In order to cover up his dishonest behavior, Qin Chuyu decisively changed the topic to little Jing Kong. The Empress Dowager is his great-aunt. He hid it for even longer than me. Little Jing Kong was admitted to the Imperial College first. At that time, he had already called the Empress Dowager his great-aunt. Qin Chuyu was a transfer student. When it came to the history of deception, little Jing Kong was indeed more experienced than Qin Chuyu. In fact, there was a difference between the nature of these two things. Qin Chuyu deliberately hid his identity, while little Jing Kong did not know his great-aunt's identity at all. However, little Jing Kong did not think about it. For the first time, little Jing Kong, who was a logical person, encountered a situation that he could not refute. Fortunately, Su Tangtsong was a magnanimous person. After a while, he covered up this matter and said, "Let's go play." The three bitches of the Imperial College went to the ends of the earth and wreaked havoc in the Imperial Palace again. The autumn air was cool and the sun was bright. Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang took the Phoenix carriage to the Imperial Garden to bask in the sun. Yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. All the princes and princesses went to the Imperial Palace to celebrate the festival. Naturally, Princess Ning also came. Prince Ning's two young commandery princesses went to the Imperial Palace with her. The two young commandery princesses were both 2 years old, which was an adorable age. Noble consort Zhuang liked them, so she let the young commandery princesses stay in the Imperial Palace for the night. Today, Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Palace to take the young commandery princesses home. The two young commandery princesses met the three bitches of the Imperial College by chance and went to play with them. Noble consort Zhuang and Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Garden to wait for them. Unexpectedly, they met Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager. Noble consort Zhuang stepped forward with a smile and bowed. She turned to look at Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao is also here. After learning that Gu Jiao was favored, noble consort Zhuang changed the way she addressed Gu Jiao. Grandmother. Prince Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang bowed and nodded to greet Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. In comparison, the way he addressed her was much more normal. It was neither too warm nor too distant. It was mainly very natural. Gu Jiao also greeted him naturally, "Your Highness, Prince Ning." Later, Princess Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang also greeted each other. "Sit down." Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered, and the palace servants set up tables and chairs for them. Eunuch Qin said, "Empress Dowager, Miss Gu, sit down." Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips. She, the noble consort, and Prince Ning, the prince, were here, but Eunuch Qin served an outsider first. Gu Jiao and her grandaunt sat down. "Don't you know how to help the Empress Dowager?" Noble consort Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao and whispered. She could see that the Empress Dowager was in good health and didn't need anyone to help her. "Empress Dowager, it's so sunny here. Why don't we go to the pavilion and sit down?" Noble consort Zhuang suggested. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm just here to bask in the sun." Noble consort Zhuang didn't speak. Prince Ning gently mediated, "Such a good son, I'm afraid you won't be able to bask in it after winter. Mother, sit down." Noble consort Zhuang sat down on the other side of Empress Dowager Zhuang, and Prince Ning and his wife sat down opposite the three. Eunuch Qin served tea and snacks. Eunuch Qin didn't know that he would meet noble consort Zhuang and Prince Ning, so he prepared all Gu Jiao's favorite foods. Noble consort Zhuang looked at the table of spicy jerky, crispy peanuts, spicy beans. She frowned and asked, "Eunuch Qin, can the Empress Dowager eat these?" Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't eat spicy food before. "Ah, this." Eunuch Qin wanted to say something but stopped. Noble consort Zhuang ordered her little palace maid, "Go get some pea cakes and chestnut cakes." The little palace maid quickly brought a few plates of pea cakes and chestnut cakes from the imperial kitchen. They were bright in color and exquisite in appearance. At first glance, one could tell that they tasted extraordinary. Noble consort Zhuang smiled and put a piece of pea cake on the plate in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang and said, "Empress Dowager, try this." Gu Jiao picked up a piece and tasted it. Noble consort Zhuang looked a little unhappy. "The Empress Dowager hasn't eaten yet. When is it your turn?" Gu Jiao put down the snacks and said, "It's too sweet. The Empress Dowager can't eat it." Noble consort Zhuang's face sank. She put the chopsticks on the table and said, "It's better than these spicy things." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at noble consort Zhuang impatiently and said, "I'm not asking you to eat it. You talk too much." Noble consort Zhuang choked. Fortunately, the three cheap guests of the Imperial College and the two young princesses came over and diluted the awkwardness of the scene in time. They were sweating profusely from running. Noble consort Zhuang didn't allow the two young princesses to play crazily anymore. Otherwise, they would lose the dignity of the imperial family. Little Qi is really too much. As his brother, you should control him. Don't let him play crazily all the time. If His Majesty sees this, he will be unhappy. These words were obviously directed at Prince Ning. Prince Ning looked at Qin Chuyu, who was running around in the flowers, and smiled helplessly. "Father said that little Qi is too fat. It's good for him to move around." Noble consort Zhuang's heart was even more blocked. She wasn't like this usually. It was just that these days, her period had come and she was in a bad mood. She didn't like everyone. The three cheap guests of the Imperial College ran away again. The two young princesses wanted to follow them, but they had to stay because of noble consort Zhuang's dignity. Gu Jiao originally thought that Qin Chuyu, who had completely released his nature, was a normal child of the imperial family. After seeing the two young princesses, she realized that he was probably an anomaly. The 2-year-old young princesses were already very sensible. They were born of Prince Ning's 2 concubines and were less than half a year apart. They were very close to Prince Ning and nestled in his arms, unwilling to come out. It was a kind of dependence from the heart. It could be seen that Prince Ning was a good father who loved his daughters. "Do you want to eat snacks?" Prince Ning asked his daughters gently. The 2 young princesses nodded in unison. Prince Ning asked them to take it themselves. One of the young princesses took a piece of pea cake, while the other took a piece of spicy dried meat. She stuck out her tongue because of the spiciness. Prince Ning's eyes were full of smiles. Gu Jiao rested her chin on one hand and calmly watched Prince Ning dote on his daughter. When he smiled, it was as if the ice and snow in the cold winter had melted. He had a high position and was born with a good appearance from the royal family. He also exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of Commandery Prince and was also a man as gentle as jade, but he was more youthful than Prince Ning. Prince Ning had the courage of a superior and the charm of a mature man. Few women wouldn't be fascinated by such a man, right? Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ning on the side. The two children were also close to her. They would ask her for water and wipe their faces. After acting like a spoiled child in front of Prince Ning, they went to her. Princess Ning fed them water and wiped their hands as if she was their biological mother. But they were not her biological children. Did she really not have any grudge? Gu Jiao thought of Princess Ning's illness. The most uncomfortable thing in the world was not that she minded, but that she had to pretend that she didn't mind when she minded. This would make her suffer double the pain. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to the wet nurse beside her, "Take the young princesses to play. Children shouldn't be too restrained." Yes. The wet nurses didn't dare to disobey Empress Dowager Zhuang's order. They took the two young princesses to play with the three bitches of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Princess Ning seemed to be relieved. When they were basking in the sun in the Imperial Garden, something happened. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess passed by here. Grand Aunt was here. They had to come and say hello. No matter what people in the royal family thought, they wouldn't show it on their faces. The Crown Prince and Prince Ning looked like brothers. But they didn't expect that Qin Chuyu snatched Su Kanji's trophies, the newly picked dates on the tree. He ran all over the Imperial Garden and accidentally knocked down two people. One was the Crown Princess who didn't have time to sit down, and the other was Princess Ning who just got up. Qin Chuyu was between the Crown Prince and the two. Only Prince Ning was close to them. Because of Qin Chuyu's reckless actions, the Crown Princess was even closer to him. He only needed to reach out a hand to support her. But he didn't do that. He didn't even look at the Crown Princess. He stepped forward and hugged Princess Ning, who almost fell on her face. "Are you okay?" He hugged his wife tightly. Princess Ning gasped in shock, "I'm okay." The Crown Princess was not so lucky. She fell on the ground sideways. Her arms and legs were scratched. "Qin Chuyu, are you itching for a beating again?" The Crown Prince's angry roar sounded in the Imperial Garden. Ah! Qin Chuyu, who was in trouble, hid behind Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The Crown Prince couldn't go around the Empress Dowager to beat Qin Chuyu. In addition, the Crown Princess fell heavily. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly helped the Crown Princess up. The Crown Princess twisted her ankle and couldn't walk anymore. "I'll call a sedan chair," Prince Ning said. "No need." The Crown Prince didn't want to wait any longer. He bent down and carried the Crown Princess up. After bidding farewell to Empress Dowager Zhuang and the others, he quickly walked back to the East Palace. Except for calling the sedan chair just now, Lord Ning was concerned about Princess Ning's injury all the time. However, noble consort Zhuang couldn't bear it and whispered, "It seems that she fell badly." Prince Ning's performance was too good. He was a perfect father and a perfect husband. Gu Jiao tapped on the table with her fingertips. She suddenly stood up and said, "I'm a doctor. I'll go to the East Palace." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao came back quickly. Prince Ning, his wife, and noble consort Zhuang were all there. Only Qin Chuyu went to his father after being reprimanded. "Why are you back so soon? Is the Crown Princess seriously injured?" Noble consort Zhuang asked. "Ah, it seems that I went at the wrong time. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are..." Gu Jiao glanced at Prince Ning. "Not very convenient." Prince Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Chapter 422. Everyone was experienced, so how could they not understand what inconvenient meant? Noble consort Zhuang whispered, "You fell like that and still." Empress Dowager Zhuang glared daggers at her, and noble consort Zhuang shut up. It was improper to act like this during the day, but the crown prince and the crown princess had been in love for a long time. Everyone in the 6 palaces knew that the crown prince only favored the crown princess and even dealt with his concubines for her. Empress Xiao forced the crown prince to marry her and almost broke the relationship between mother and son. The crown prince had tied his heart to Wen Linlang and could not bear to leave her even a step. But then again, with Wen Linlang's talent and appearance, she was indeed worthy of the crown prince's favor. There was no woman more beautiful and attractive than her in the whole of Zhaogua, nor was there a more talented counselor than her. The crown prince had waited for her for so many years, but their wedding was less than 2 years old. It was common for them to be inseparable. But so what if he only favored her? She wasn't pregnant. Her son was still capable. Thinking of this, noble consort Zhuang smiled and patted the back of Princess Ning's hand. "Take good care of your body and give birth to a son for Prince Ning next year." Princess Ning's face turned pale almost instantly. "You have nothing to say, right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at noble consort Zhuang coldly and said to Prince Ning and his wife, "Okay, you two can go back. Don't come to the palace if you have nothing to do." Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips and was about to say something, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't give her a chance to speak. "You two, just take care of yourself." Noble consort Zhuang shut her mouth resentfully. After Prince Ning and his wife and noble consort Zhuang left, Empress Dowager Zhuang's ears finally quieted down. In fact, little Jing Kong was noisier than all of them combined, but that child was only noisy in her ears and not in her heart. "Great aunt, great aunt, great aunt. Look at the frogs I caught." What she wanted really came. Empress Dowager Zhuang just finished talking about little Jing Kong. The next second, this naughty child grabbed 2 toads and threw himself into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms. The corners of Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. What happened to not annoy her? "Can you not slap my face so quickly?" Gu Jiao accompanied Empress Dowager Zhuang back to Rinshou Palace. After enjoying the rare leisure, Empress Dowager Zhuang began to review the memorials. Gu Jiao also planned to leave. Before she left, Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly stopped her. "Lu Lang has no one in his heart. Some things are in the past. You don't have to take it to heart." Gu Jiao was confused by this sentence. Why did he suddenly mention Xiao Lu Lang? What did she take to heart about his past? After Gu Jiao left, eunuch Qin brought hot water to Empress Dowager Zhuang to wipe her face. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang had something on her mind, he couldn't help but ask, "Empress Dowager, what's wrong with you today?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Didn't you see what happened just now?" Eunuch Qin asked, "What are you talking about?" Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him. The crown princess was injured. Jiao Jiao actually took the initiative to go to the East Palace to treat her. Does she have such a good temperament? Eunuch Qin thought. How can you talk about your own child like that? How is Miss Gu not good temperament? Well, speaking of which, Miss Gu is indeed a little black-hearted. It doesn't seem like she would take the initiative to treat people in the Imperial Palace. Eunuch Qin still didn't understand. What are you worried about? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. I'm worried that she already knows Liu Lang's identity. She cares that Liu Lang used to have a fiancé. Ah. Eunuch Qin's face was full of realization. That's impossible, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Otherwise, why would she follow them to watch the fun? Eunuch Qin thought it was reasonable. That's true. Gu Jiao didn't know that her actions had aroused her great-aunt's suspicion. She was misunderstood by her great-aunt as jealousy. Well, she probably wouldn't have jealousy for the rest of her life. After leaving Rinshou Palace, Gu Jiao didn't go to Little Jing Kong and Su Tang Tang to take them home. Instead, she went to another place. Prince Ning and Princess Ning took the two young commandery princesses out of the imperial palace. The young commandery princesses had a special carriage. The two young commandery princesses were carried to the carriage by their nannies. Prince Ning also sent Princess Ning to the carriage, but he didn't get in himself. He stood by the window. Through the open window, he gently looked at Princess Ning, who looked a little tired. He said slowly, "You must be tired. You are not feeling well. You should take care of yourself in the mansion." "I didn't think about it. It's not that." Princess Ning saw that he didn't get in and guessed that he wouldn't go back. But she still asked, "Won't you go back?" "Ah." Prince Ning smiled. Little Qi made a big trouble. He may be punished in the imperial study now. I have to go and see. I can't let father punish him badly. He had always been an elder brother who loved his younger brother. Besides, Little Qi was still young. There was no conflict of interest with him. It was reasonable that he loved Little Qi. Princess Ning looked at him without blinking. There was a trace of complexity in her eyes. "Do you really want to go?" Prince Ning was stunned. But Gu Jiao didn't expect that there would be another person in the storeroom. That person clearly didn't expect someone to come to the storeroom at this time. He had clearly calculated the timing. "Forget it, I'll knock him out first." What a coincidence. Gu Jiao also thought the same. So the two of them attacked at the same time. They saw each other clearly and stopped at the same time. "It's you. It's you." He even spoke at the same time. "Gu Jiao, am I not qualified to act alone? Why is there someone who does bad things with me every time? What are you doing here?" Yuan Tang put down his knife and asked. Gu Jiao glanced at him. "In what position are you asking this question?" Yuan Tang was choked to death. Yes, if she shouldn't have come here, then as a hostage of Qin Nation, wouldn't he have even less reason to appear? Yuan Tang waved the folding fan in his hand and snorted. "That's because you didn't tell me anything. I could only investigate on my own. I'm not stupid. You suspected that I had some shady dealings with Xiao Nation's Princess Ning, so I was attacked. As long as I keep an eye on her, I'll definitely find some clues." Gu Jiao grunted. "You didn't forget to bring your brain when you went out today." Yuan Tang, was it really good to choke him like this? Gu Jiao noticed that his fan had returned to normal. She didn't know if the punctured fan had been repaired or if he had gotten a new one. There was a mechanism in this fan that could be used as a weapon when necessary. "Someone's coming," Gu Jiao suddenly said warily. Yuan Tang carefully sensed his surroundings. Sure enough, he heard a very slight movement above his head. Previously, he had thought that this girl's martial arts were inferior to his. However, after seeing this girl lose control and kill so many assassins, he didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. However, he was still very surprised. This girl's senses were too sharp. The two of them did their best to hold their breaths and minimize their presence. The two of them wanted to see what was going on in the Princess Ning's room, but there was only a crack in the door. Yuan Tang winked and squatted down. Gu Jiao pressed down on his neck and forced him to squat down. Yuan Tang was dumbfounded. "I told you to squat down." Gu Jiao mouthed, "No need to thank me." Yuan Tang, forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Yuan Tang squatted down and gave Gu Jiao a high vantage point. The two of them stared intently at the movement on the other side. Since that person had used Qinggong to sneak in, it was probably inconvenient for him to reveal his whereabouts. The two of them looked at that window, a bit worried that the other person would close the window. Fortunately, the other person didn't seem to care about this. After all, this small window didn't face the courtyard, but only a cold storeroom. It was a tall and muscular man. His entire body exuded a noble aura. The moment they saw him, this man's body instantly gave off a suffocating and terrifying aura. It was different from Gu Jiao's terrifying aura when she lost control. Yuan Tang thought that this man seemed to carry an evil, domineering, and possessive aura. Yuan Tang only saw the back of this person. For a moment, he couldn't guess who the other person was, much less his intentions. He tried to see something from Gu Jiao's expression. In the end, when he looked up, he only saw a small chin that seemed to be mocking him. The man came to the bedside. The Crown Prince consort had already rested and was lying on her side on the soft bed. Her hair was black and shiny like satin. She didn't wear any makeup, and her eyes were lightly closed. However, it still couldn't hide her beautiful face. Suddenly, the man sat down on the bedside. Yuan Tang was shocked. The Crown Prince consort had fallen asleep and didn't notice that someone had come into the room. But very quickly, she felt a cool hand moving up and down her face and hair. She thought that the Crown Prince had returned and muttered in a daze, "Your Highness, don't make a fuss. This concubine wants to rest." She thought that she had said the last sentence, but unexpectedly, she had only said it in her dream. The man's hand that had been gently caressing her hair and face suddenly grabbed her neck. Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Qin and could be considered to have weathered many storms. However, he almost couldn't help but cry out in shock. What exactly was going on? He thought that this was the Crown Prince consort's trusted expert, but he offended his superior and touched the Crown Prince consort. He thought that this was the Crown Prince consort's lover, but he seemed to want to kill the Crown Prince consort. How great was the enmity and resentment! Gu Jiao's expression was very calm, and her breathing was very relaxed. Yuan Tang's mouth twitched. His temperament couldn't compare to a teenage girl's. Inside the room, the Crown Prince consort was finally woken up. When she saw a familiar face when she woke up, she almost trembled for no reason. What? Scared? The man's half-smiling voice sounded in the empty bedchamber, carrying a hint of ruthlessness and mockery. Yuan Tang felt his heart turn cold. This voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. It seemed like he had heard this voice before, but that person's voice shouldn't be so ruthless. Yuan Tang suddenly felt like he was splitting up. Gu Jiao didn't mind the commotion, and her eyes were actually shining. Yuan Tang, are you serious? The man increased the force of his hand, and the Crown Prince consort's face turned red. She used a lot of strength to squeeze out the words from her throat. This is the Eastern Palace. Do you want to die? The man's tone was playful and ruthless. It's you who wants to die, Wen Linlang, it's you who wants to die. I don't understand what you are saying. Chapter 423. The man looked at her hand that was grabbing the corner of her clothes and sneered, "What? You want to slap me again? Then you'd better use more force this time. Don't leave a palm print like last time." The Crown Prince came out of the imperial study with a pale face. He didn't look where he was going and almost bumped into someone. He was about to lose his temper when he found that it was King Ning. He couldn't tell what he was feeling and greeted him sullenly, "Brother." King Ning smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't look happy. Did Imperial Father reprimand you or Little Seven?" The Crown Prince said bitterly, "Father said that I didn't teach Little Chi well. What does that have to do with me? Who knows where that little fatty got the courage to run around the palace?" King Ning laughed and patted him on the shoulder, saying, you are the crown prince and the elder brother. You are the role model for all the princes. It's inevitable that father has high expectations for you. Don't worry. Father is just saying. He won't really blame you. As for little Chi, he is at a naughty age. It's normal for him to get into trouble. Father loves him very much. He won't really blame him. These words were quite pleasing to hear. The crown prince wouldn't be jealous of Qin Chuyu for taking away his father's favor. After all, Qin Chuyu was his younger brother and there was a big age gap. Besides, King Ning was right. Father scolded him because he had higher expectations for him than the other princes. He sighed, but father still wants to punish little Qi. It's useless for me to plead. King Ning smiled and patted the crown prince on the shoulder, saying, "Go back to the Eastern Palace first. I'll talk to father." The crown prince opened his mouth. To be honest, he and King Ning weren't on the same side. King Ning was the biggest threat on his path to becoming the emperor. Not only was King Ning smarter and more capable than him, but also because his father loved King Ning very much. But King Ning's elder brother was hard to hate. His eyes were warm, bright, and honest. He worked hard to be a good son to his father and a good brother to the princes. He was ambitious, but he didn't seem too ambitious. Especially when he had no unspeakable feelings for Lin Lang. Don't think that I don't know. Old Third, Old Fourth, and even Imperial concubine Shu's Old Fifth secretly admired Lin Lang. Only Big Brother was open and aboveboard, a gentleman. Thinking of this, the crown prince found Prince Ning much more pleasing to the eye. All right then, I'll leave little Chi's matter to you, eldest brother. Lin Lang is injured, so I have to go back and take care of her as soon as possible. He had just taken a few steps when Prince Ning suddenly called him, second brother. The crown prince turned around. Is there anything else, Big Brother? Prince Ning said, Father has been very worried about the assessment of the 6 departments recently, and the cabinet is also arguing about it. I'm planning to go to the cabinet, do you want to come with me? This. The crown prince hesitated. As the crown prince of a country, he naturally knew that it was a good thing to participate in government affairs and share his father's burdens, but he was really worried about Lin Lang's injuries. Prince Ning smiled. Then why don't I tell father that I'll go alone? Would father be happy if he knew about this? The crown prince muttered, Father didn't mention this matter just now. Prince Ning smiled. That's because I haven't reported it yet. Fine, he couldn't escape. The crown prince sighed. Then I'll wait for Big Brother to go to the cabinet together. Prince Ning smiled. All right. Seeing the 2 brothers get into the carriage intimately, Gu Jiao and Yuan Tang, who were behind the tree, stared blankly. Yuan Tang said, No way. They didn't even fight. Does the crown prince think that he's not completely cuckolded enough? Yuan Tang had already found out who the man who secretly met with the crown princess was. Not only because he recognized the other party's voice, but also because when the other party turned around to leave, he accidentally saw the other party's face clearly. His feelings at that time could only be described as extremely surprised. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. She was indeed very surprised. Yuan Tang said coldly, I want to clear my name. Gu Jiao flatly refused. No. Why? Yuan Tang asked. Consort Rui Wang will die. Gu Jiao said, she's the only person who can see if you secretly meet with the crown princess. She's an important witness. Once you're cleared of the crime, Prince Ning won't keep her alive. You can't talk about morality with people like Prince Ning. Don't expect him to care about brotherhood. Yuan Tang snorted. Do I have to be a scapegoat for the rest of my life? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. How about, you go and kill him. Yuan Tang's mouth twitched fiercely. Was he a watermelon? If I say I'll kill him, then I'll kill him. Also, this is your Zhao country's territory. If I assassinate your Zhao country's eldest son, how many heads do I have to chop off? As if seeing his complaint, Gu Jiao spread her hands. Didn't you even assassinate the emperor? Yuan Tang clenched his fists. That was just for show. How would I dare to kill your emperor? Do I want to die? Gu Jiao squinted at him. Is there any difference between colluding with the enemy's old concubine and seeking death? Yuan Tang choked. Thinking of something, Yuan Tang smiled. How about you tell your Empress Dowager? Doesn't Empress Dowager Zhuang trust you very much? She won't not believe what you say, right? Gu Jiao was silent. After a while, she said faintly, is her trust in me a reason for me to stab her in the heart with a knife? Yuan Tang choked again. He forgot that Prince Ning's blood was the same as Empress Dowager Zhuang's. Prince Ning could betray many people, but he never betrayed Empress Dowager Zhuang. His filial piety to Empress Dowager Zhuang came from the bottom of his heart. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao deeply. So, what are your plans? I need to know whether we will be enemies or friends in the future. No wonder Yuan Tang asked this. Even Yuan Tang could see that Prince Ning would not hurt Gu Jiao. It was impossible for Prince Ning not to know that Gu Jiao had guessed the truth. He never wanted to kill Gu Jiao from the beginning. Yuan Tang thought of several reasons. First, Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's sweetheart. If he hurt Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not let it go. Second, Prince Ning also needed Gu Jiao to treat Princess Ning's illness. Of course, this was based on the premise that Prince Ning had feelings for Princess Ning. Third, and the most important, Gu Jiao was an outsider. She didn't care about the War of the Princes at all. Even if Prince Ning made the Crown Prince a cuckold, what did it have to do with Gu Jiao? Since Prince Ning would not kill her, there was no need for her to be his enemy, right? Gu Jiao said lightly, I only do what I think is necessary. Yuan Tang was confused. What do you mean? Are you going to be Prince Ning's enemy or not? Gu Jiao looked at him. In fact, I should ask you this. Yuan Tang was stunned. What? Gu Jiao said calmly, if Prince Ning finds that it is not easy to assassinate you, he simply gives you up and turns to think of other ways. Then, do you still want to be his enemy? Yuan Tang opened his mouth. Gu Jiao said, it has nothing to do with me whether I am his enemy or not. I never need any friends, and I am not afraid of having more opponents. This girl's words were heart-wrenching. So, he still didn't understand what this girl meant. Gu Jiao was right. After Prince Ning found that Yuan Tang was a tough nut to crack, he did not make any further moves on Yuan Tang for the time being. Although this matter was not made public, it was not easy to shut Rui Wang and his wife's mouths. Prince Ning had two better choices. One was to put on another show and let consort Rui Wang discover the real man in the rockery. This man would be at Prince Ning's disposal, and he could just find a scapegoat to take the blame. However, this required the cooperation of the Crown Princess. From what Gu Jiao observed today, the relationship between the Crown Princess and Prince Ning, the Crown Princess would probably not be willing. Moreover, even if there was a new scapegoat, what would happen next? Would he really push the Crown Princess and the scapegoat out? Would Prince Ning bear to let the Crown Princess lose her reputation? The second choice was to kill Consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang was an eyewitness, and so was Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao did not care about this matter. Unlike Consort Rui Wang, who had a grudge against the crown princess, she would not easily let go of this opportunity to see the crown princess lose her reputation. "Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical center?" Xiao Sanzi asked in the carriage. "Let's go to Prince Ning's mansion," Gu Jiao said. "Okay." Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage to Prince Ning's mansion. Princess Ning met Gu Jiao in her courtyard. She had someone serve her tea. "Dr. Gu, are you here for a follow-up visit today? I remember that the follow-up visit is in 3 days." In other words, she could tell that Gu Jiao did not visit her for no reason. Gu Jiao did not mince her words and said directly, "Princess, can I trust you?" Princess Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Prince Ning and the crown prince were busy in the cabinet until late at night. When they returned to the mansion, it was already late at night. Princess Ning sat in the pavilion drinking tea. Prince Ning pressed between his eyebrows and walked over. A servant opened the curtain for him, and he found that consort Rui Wang was also there. He was slightly stunned, but soon his expression returned to normal. He smiled gently and said, "Suxin, I'm back. Third sister-in-law is also here. Eldest brother." Hearing his voice, consort Rui Wang turned to look. She stood up and bowed with a smile. "Sister-in-law said that she was very bored, so I moved here for a few days to accompany her." "Eldest brother, you don't mind, right?" "Of course not. I'm very happy to have you with Suxin," Prince Ning said with a smile. He came to the other side of Princess Ning and sat down next to her. He said, "Sorry, there were too many things to do in the cabinet today. I didn't come back to watch the show with you." Princess Ning poured him a cup of flower tea. "It's okay. Third sister-in-law watched it with me." Prince Ning smiled and glanced at the two of them. "Which match did you watch? Was it good?" Rui Wang Fei nodded like she was pounding garlic. "It's Worshipping Moon Pavilion. It's so wonderful, I cried from watching it." Prince Ning smiled and looked at consort Ning lovingly. "Then, did Suxin cry?" Consort Ning asked back, "Your Highness, do you want me to cry?" Prince Ning was stunned again. Then he held one of her hands and asked, "Of course not. I promised Suxin that I wouldn't let you cry in my life." Consort Ning took her hand out of his palm and pushed the flower tea to him. "Your Highness, have some tea." "Okay." They sat in the pavilion for a while. Then Prince Ning said, "It's late. I'll take you back to rest." They got up and walked out of the pavilion. But the moment they walked down the steps, consort Rui Wang suddenly screamed and leaned forward. Ning Wang was separated from her by Ning Wang Fei. Even if he wanted to act, he couldn't. Ning Wang Fei grabbed Rui Wang Fei and pulled her back, stabilizing her body. Consort Ning lost her balance and rolled down the steps. "Suxin. Sister-in-law." Consort Ning had a terrible fall. Her left arm was dislocated. After the doctor fixed her arm, he wrapped a cloth around her and asked her to rest in bed. Consort Rui Wang was so sad that she cried. I don't know what happened. I suddenly slipped." Consort Ning asked consort Rui Wang not to think too much and to go back to her room to rest. Prince Ning stayed to feed consort Ning medicine. Consort Ning didn't drink the medicine. Instead, she stared at him. "Your Highness, why do you think third sister-in-law slipped? Did she step on something?" Prince Ning paused. Consort Ning continued, "I asked people to clean up the pavilion. Who put something that shouldn't be there?" Her eyes made Prince Ning frown. "How do I know?" After saying that, Prince Ning realized that his tone was not good enough. He took a deep breath and said, "If Suxin wants to know, I'll ask people to find out." Consort Ning twitched her lips. Your Highness, you'd better find out. Of course, Prince Ning found out. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. But the result of his investigation almost made his expression crack on the spot. It was Consort Ning who asked us to smear some lard on the steps. The servant was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. God knew why Consort Ning, who had always been gentle and virtuous, suddenly wanted to smear lard on Consort Rui Wang. But she had failed to harm Rui Wang Fei and hurt herself. Prince Ning clenched his fists. Get out. Go and get the flogging yourself. Yes, yes, yes. The servant hurried out. He was afraid that Prince Ning would change his mind and ask for his head if he was a little slower. Although Consort Ning was hurt, her sleep was not affected. She slept until dawn. Consort Rui Wang had been up for a while. She went to Consort Ning's room. Prince Ning also came. He had something to say to Consort Ning, but he couldn't say anything since Consort Rui Wang was there. He took a deep look at Consort Ning and went to the cabinet to deal with official business. But he didn't expect that before he could sit in the cabinet, the housekeeper of the mansion came to report that Consort Ning was poisoned. Prince Ning choked on his breath and almost choked to death. Your Highness, in a moment. The Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet walked over and was about to discuss something important with Prince Ning. However, Prince Ning stood up and left in a hurry without even looking at him. The Cabinet Secretary was speechless. When Prince Ning entered the room, Consort Ning was sitting on the bed and drinking medicine. Her face was very pale, but she looked careless. Prince Ning pinched his fingers expressionlessly. All of you, leave. Yes, Your Highness. The servants hurried out. Prince Ning closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He came to the bed and sat down. He looked at her gently. Give it to me. Consort Ning handed him the bowl of medicine. Prince Ning tasted it first. It was not cold or hot. Then he fed her a spoonful. It's aconite. Consort Ning drank the medicine and said. Prince Ning stopped when he was about to take the second spoonful of medicine. Consort Ning smiled and said, it was supposed to be a sour apricot for third sister-in-law. I was curious and tasted it first. Unexpectedly, I was poisoned. Your Highness, who poisoned me? Chapter 424. The novel is updated more quickly. Prince Ning threw the spoon back into the bowl and stared at her. His eyes were not as gentle as before. His eyes were heavy and deep. What do you want to do? Princess Ning raised her head and looked at him without blinking her almond eyes. She smiled and sneered. I don't want to do anything. I just want to tell Your Highness that I don't care about those things of Your Highness. But if anyone wants to kill Consort Rui Wang, they have to kill me first. Prince Ning's pupils shrank as if he had experienced a great shock. Even though he had developed the character of being calm even if Mount Tai collapsed, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a touch of frost between his eyebrows. He clasped her wrist. Those things of mine. You should tell me clearly what those things of mine are. The medicine is cold. Princess Ning smiled and naturally broke away from Prince Ning's hand. She took the medicine bowl from his hand. She had always been afraid of bitterness, but she drank it all in one breath. Not a drop was left. She handed the empty bowl to Prince Ning. Your Highness, please put it down for me. Prince Ning took a deep look at her. Coldness, complexity, and anger flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he suppressed them all. He took the medicine bowl and put it on the table. He calmed down and said softly, have a good rest. I'll ask someone to send third sister-in-law back. Princess Ning said indifferently, I heard that aconite is not as toxic as arsenic. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Prince Ning had already stood up and walked out. Hearing this, he suddenly turned around and looked at Princess Ning. Enough, Chu Yu. I won't hurt her. Chu Yu was Princess Ning's name. Suxin was her name. After the wedding, he had never called her name directly. Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. Your Highness, you'd better remember your words. Prince Ning came out of Princess Ning's yard with an extremely cold look. His henchman followed him and said to Prince Ning, Master, are you really going to send Consort Ruiwang back? Do you want? As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Ning Wang looked at him coldly. Who gave you the guts to do this? The trusted aide was stunned. Didn't your Highness say that the Qin nation's hostages can't do anything about it? Otherwise, we might as well. King Ning's eyes were cold as he said, What do you mean? Since when are you in charge of this prince's affairs? The trusted aide cupped his hands and bowed. This subordinate dares not. Prince Ning put his hands behind his back and looked at the autumn scenery in the garden. He said lightly, Send Consort Ruiwang back. Don't hurt her. His confidant opened his mouth. But, Ning Wang suppressed his anger and said, She already drank poison to force me. What else do you want me to do? The confidant's face changed as he hurriedly replied, Yes. Wait. The confidant was about to send Consort Ruiwang back to the Fu when Prince Ning stopped him, who came to the Fu yesterday. Yesterday. The confidant thought for a moment and replied, Dr. Gu from the Miracle Hands Hall came. It seemed that he came to check on the princess consort. The check was in 3 days. Prince Ning murmured. His eyes were deep as he said, When did Dr. Gu come? Was it before or after the princess consort sent someone to pick up Consort Ruiwang? Before, the confidant said. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. 3 days later, Prince Ning caught someone and brought him to Ruiwang's Fu. The crown prince also appeared with him. The crown prince was confused. Eldest brother, why did you call me to Ruiwang's Fu? Prince Ning said, There are some things that I need to explain to third brother and third sister-in-law in front of you. The crown prince asked, What is it? Prince Ning said, You'll know in a moment. Ruiwang and his wife were also surprised. Why would the crown prince lower himself to visit Ruiwang's Fu? When Prince Ning ordered his subordinates to bring a man with his hands tied behind his back into Ruiwang's courtyard, they all widened their eyes. Wen Yang. The crown prince was the first to recognize him. This young man named Wen Yang was none other than Wen Linlong's older brother. He was 26 years old this year and was an ignorant and incompetent hedonist. When Wen Yang saw the crown prince, he cried out, Crown Prince brother-in-law. Crown Prince brother-in-law, save me. The crown prince asked in confusion, Eldest brother, why did you catch Wen Yang? To be honest, Wen Yang's reputation wasn't very good. The crown princess usually didn't allow the crown prince to interact with her family, so the crown prince could only turn a blind eye. Ruiwang and his wife also had a puzzled expression. Prince Ning looked down at Wen Yang condescendingly. There was no longer the usual gentleness between his brows. Instead, it was dyed with a bit of fairness and sternness. 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, did you sneak into the palace? Wen Yang was forced to kneel on the ground by Prince Ning's subordinates. He wanted to stand up but didn't have the strength. I wasn't sneaking. I was going to see my sister. Prince Ning said coldly, entering the palace without being summoned is considered sneaking in. It's useless even if you have the Eastern Palace's token. Wen Yang's neck shrank. It wasn't the first time that Wen Yang had entered the palace with the Eastern Palace's token. He had been discovered twice and the token was taken back by the crown princess. However, the Crown Princess's mother still had an urgent Eastern Palace token. The Crown Prince thought that it was probably this unfilial son who stole Madame Wen's token. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. Did you injure Chunning that day? Did you threaten the Crown Princess? The Crown Prince was slightly stunned. However, Consort Rui Wang's expression suddenly changed. What? It's him. The Crown Prince, what? What? It's him. Prince Ning nodded. That's right. The man behind the rockery that day was him. It was him who was talking to the Crown Princess. Consort Rui Wang was dumbfounded. Then the Qin state, Prince Ning shook his head. The hostage of the Qin state was just a misunderstanding. I've already investigated. He wasn't in the palace at all on the day of the incident. Someone saw him going to a shop on East Street to buy dried fish. The Crown Prince said suspiciously, "What are you guys talking about? I don't understand." Prince Ning looked at him and said, "It's like this. That day in the palace, third sister-in-law heard that the Crown Princess was being threatened. The Crown Princess slapped that person. Coincidentally, there was a palm print on the Qin state hostage's face." Prince Ning stopped there. The Crown Prince understood. His expression turned cold. Are you guys misunderstanding Lin Lang? Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. Prince Ning quickly mediated. How could we misunderstand third sister-in-law? Did second brother forget that the Qin state assassins tried to assassinate imperial father? The Qin state is ambitious. We're just worried that the Qin state hostage will hurt the Crown Princess. Ah, yes, that's right. Rui Wang quickly chimed in. They couldn't really say that they suspected the Crown Princess of having a lover outside. Moreover, from the current evidence, the Crown Princess seemed to be wrongly accused. Only then did the Crown Prince's expression turn better. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. What did you threaten the Crown Princess that day? You better confess honestly. Otherwise, even if you're the Crown Princess' biological brother, this prince still won't let you off. Although Wen Yang was the Crown Prince's brother-in-law, Wen Lin Lang was the most important in the Crown Prince's heart. Whoever hurt her would be at odds with him. The Crown Prince looked at Wen Yang coldly. What did you say to Lin Lang? How did you threaten her? Wen Yang lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, I was just a little short on money. I asked her for some money. She refused to give it to me, so I threatened her and said, if she didn't give it to me, I would make a fuss in the capital and let the entire capital know that she was mean to her biological brother, disloyal, unfilial, and heartless. Prince Ning frowned and said, that's it. Then why did she hit you? Wen Yang muttered, I only said one sentence to her. The Crown Prince's face turned ashen. What did you say to Lin Lang? Wen Yang cleared his throat and braced himself. I said that she's so heartless. Serves her right that she can't give birth to a child. These words were really heartrending. Not to mention that when Lin Lang would slap him, even the Crown Prince wished that he could slap him a few times. Looking at the Crown Prince's expression that was gradually turning cold and stern, Wen Yang's body trembled. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he actually broke free from Prince Ning's restraint and pounced over to hug the Crown Prince's leg. I was blinded by lard that day and drank some wine. I spoke without thinking. Brother-in-law Crown Prince, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. I'm Lin Lang's biological brother. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Consort Rui Wang suddenly spoke, then why did you knock Chunying unconscious? A woman's intuition was always more accurate. The only flaw in the entire matter was that he had knocked Chunying unconscious. Chunying was a servant brought over by the Wen family and she wouldn't do anything to Wen Yang. Was there a need for Wen Yang to knock her unconscious before speaking to the crown princess? Wen Yang's expression froze. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Wen Yang let go of the crown prince's leg and said shamefully, I drank a little too much and was a little unruly to Chunying. That girl didn't listen to me, so I hit her. I didn't expect her to faint. The crown prince was unable to restrain his anger. You even dared to touch a female official of the Eastern Palace. I think you don't want to live anymore. Wen Yang knelt on the ground and fiercely slapped himself. I'm foolish. I deserve to die. Brother-in-law Crown Prince, scold me. Why don't you give me a good beating? I won't dare to do it again in the future. Everyone was familiar with Wen Yang's conduct. They originally thought that the Wen family would restrain themselves after the collapse of the cable bridge. It seemed that they had thought too much. Boring. Consort Rui Wang pursed her lips. She thought that she had caught evidence of Wen Linlong's adultery. Who would have thought that it was just a dispute between siblings? It did affect Wen Linlang, but it was pitifully small. After all, the entire capital knew that her family was unreliable. Prince Ning took in Consort Rui Wang's expression. He picked up the teacup on the table and lightly took a sip. After all, it was a big matter that alarmed Prince Ning and Rui Wang. In order to ensure that Wen Yang's words were not one-sided, the crown prince sent someone to the Eastern Palace to call Chunying over. Chunying's testimony was consistent with Wen Yang's. In fact, Wen Yang's testimony was enough to win the trust of others. After all, Prince Ning and the Eastern Palace were on opposing sides. It was impossible for Prince Ning to bribe Wen Yang. Chunying's testimony completely confirmed Wen Yang's crime. Prince Ning could not bribe Wen Yang, let alone Chunying. At least, the Crown Prince and Rui Wang both thought so. However, after the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace, he still told the Crown Princess about Wen Yang. He came to find you. Why didn't you tell me? The Crown Princess was still recuperating on the bed. She lowered her eyes when she heard this. Her jet black hair slid down her shoulders, making her face look even more pale and weak. Your Highness, the Crown Princess said in a low voice, how do you want me to speak about this? It's already embarrassing for me to have such an elder brother. If I were to speak about this, would I embarrass your Highness? The Crown Prince was embarrassed. I didn't mean it that way. In a restaurant in the capital. Wen Yang poured a cup of wine for Prince Ning and said with a smile, Your Eldest Highness, my acting today was not bad, right? Two of Prince Ning's trusted Imperial Guards stood behind him. Beside the Imperial Guards was Chunying, who had a tense expression. Prince Ning glanced at Wen Yang with a smile and hooked his finger at the two Imperial Guards. The two of them carried a small chest from another room and placed it on the table. When they opened it, it was filled with gold. Wen Yang's eyes widened. This is really for me. Prince Ning smiled. Isn't young Master Wen a little tight on money? Consider this as my thanks to you. No need to be so polite. Wen Yang smiled as he took the chest into his arms. He picked up a gold bar and bit it. Really? Real gold. Wen Yang smiled even more brilliantly. Your Eldest Highness, you're such a good person. You're much better than my stingy brother-in-law. If my sister had married you back then. Halfway through his words, he remembered that Wen Linlang could not marry back then. His sister had been engaged to the young duke since she was young. Before the young duke passed away, Prince Ning had already married the Chu family's daughter. With his sister's looks, it was impossible for her to be a concubine. Moreover, the crown princess was not bad. Wen Yang said, when my sister becomes the empress in the future, I will be the imperial uncle. I will definitely repay your eldest highness well. Prince Ning looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Aren't you going to ask why I asked you to act in this scene? Wen Yang said indifferently, didn't you say you were helping my sister out? Prince Ning smiled and nodded. Yes, I was helping Lin Lang out. Wen Yang did not ask about helping her out. He did not care and did not care. Wen Yang waved his hand. In the next second, he sat up straight and looked at Prince Ning. He stuttered, Lin Lang. Prince Ning smiled. Yes, Lin Lang. Wen Yang's smile gradually froze. Your eldest highness, to my sister. Prince Ning looked at the chest in his arms and smiled warmly. Is there enough gold? If not, I still have more. Wen Yang shut his mouth. Coming out of the restaurant, Wen Yang drunkenly patted Ning Wang's shoulder. Your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone. I am a person who values loyalty the most. From today onwards, you are my friend. Prince Ning smiled warmly and said, okay. Wen Yang stumbled into the alley where his carriage was parked. Chen Ning looked at her young master's drunken appearance and felt worried. Prince Ning took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. His smile disappeared. Do it cleanly. His confidant replied, yes. Chen Ying's face turned pale. The next day, a major event happened in the capital. Wen Yang died. On the way home, the carriage broke down and fell into a small pond. By the time they pulled Wen Yang out, he had already drowned. The capital government launched an investigation into this matter. The result of the investigation was an accident. Wen Yang's coachman did not see the stones on the road clearly and broke the wheels of the carriage. He and Wen Yang both fell into the water. The coachman swam up with all his might. However, Wen Yang was drunk and was not so lucky. However, some people suspected that it was not an accident. In the tea house, many people were discussing this matter. It is said that the crown prince killed him. A young man said. Chapter 425. The middle-aged man at the side said, What? The crown prince? Wen Yang is his brother-in-law. Why would he kill him? The young man chuckled and said, You don't know. The crown prince consort has always disliked the actions of her maternal family and almost cut off all contact with them. Do you still remember the broken cable bridge on the first day of the new year? It was the Wen family who used the crown prince consort as an excuse to seal the bridge and road. This caused the people offering incense to have nowhere to go and could only squeeze onto the cable bridge. In the end, the bridge broke. Another scholar said, I remember this matter. His Majesty also punished the crown prince consort. The young man said, That's right. After that, the crown prince consort cut off all contact with her maternal family. But who told this Wen Yang to be so stubborn? He actually went to the imperial palace to ask the crown prince consort for money. When he failed, he even scolded the crown prince consort as a hen that can't lay eggs. The original words were not like this, but it became very harsh as it spread among the people. In a fit of anger, the crown prince killed Wen Yang. The young man made a throat-slitting gesture. Gu Jiao heard this news at the medical center. The second boss was gossiping with her. Everyone says it's the crown prince. The second boss said. He had won a place in the Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the major shops and firmly stepped on Rejuvenation Hall. While he was elated, he walked with wind, let alone speak. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound and did not speak. Do you think so? The second boss continued to gossip. Of course not. Based on her understanding of the crown prince, he would not do something like killing his brother-in-law. Who the murderer was obvious. It was really an eye-opener for Ning Wang to think of such a roundabout way to save the country. That's right. It was not easy to find a lover with status, but wasn't there a readily available older brother with blood relations? Similarly, a shameful and good-for-nothing brother could be used as a scapegoat. However, Gu Jiao did not expect Ning Wang to be so ruthless. In any case, he was Wen Linlong's older brother. He actually killed him just like that. This ruthlessness and decisiveness was somewhat similar to the rumored former emperor. Even if the crown prince cultivated for another 8 to 10 years, he still wouldn't be as decisive as Prince Ning. If such a person was born in a chaotic world, he would definitely be an overlord. The second boss. Miss Gu. Oh no, oh no. As the two of them were talking, shopkeeper Wang rushed in, sweating profusely. Something happened in the workshop. The workshop that shopkeeper Wang spoke of was the pharmaceutical factory of the Miracle Handhole. It was located in a spacious area in the western suburbs of the capital. It was originally a small winery, but after it closed down, it was bought by the second boss. The largest production line was the Golden Sore Medicine, which took up 2 courtyards. The second largest production line was the Vanishing Cream and some tonics, which each took up 1 courtyard. By the time Gu Jiao and the second boss arrived at the scene, the fire had already been brought under control, but the stock of Golden Sore Medicine had also been burned out. That's over 1,000 bottles of Jinchuang ointment. We have to deliver the goods at the end of the month. Shopkeeper Wang said bitterly. Are there any casualties? This was Gu Jiao's first question. Shopkeeper Wang called the supervisor of the workshop over. The supervisor said, at that time, everyone was working, so no one went to the storeroom. No one was injured. Okay. Gu Jiao looked at the burnt ruins of the storeroom and nodded. I'll go talk to the army camp. The goods will be delivered in a few days. Second boss, you go and contact them to see if you can buy a new batch of herbs as soon as possible. Oh, okay. The second boss agreed. He then asked about the cause of the fire. How did it catch fire? Didn't I tell you to be careful and not to bring the fire near the storeroom? The supervisor said sadly and apprehensively, this one also doesn't know what happened. This one inspects every day. During the day, it's once every 2 hours, and twice at night. I didn't find anything wrong. This fire seemed to have suddenly started. Gu Jiao went to the ruins to take a look. The fire had been put out, but there was still a little black smoke coming out of the ruins. Gu Jiao dipped her fingertips on the ground and sniffed. She said lightly, someone set the fire. Someone poured palm oil on the back wall. What? Arson. Who did it? Is it a mole or? The second boss's face darkened. Call everyone here. I want to ask them carefully. Gu Jiao stood up lightly and patted the dust on her hands. No need to ask. They didn't set the fire. It was Prince Ning. It seemed that she had angered Prince Ning by going to find Princess Ning. In fact, she didn't reveal too much to Princess Ning. She only said that Princess Rui Wang had offended someone she shouldn't have. Maybe the other party wanted to harm Princess Rui Wang. As for who that person was and what they did, Gu Jiao didn't mention a word. Gu Jiao didn't know whether Princess Ning had guessed it was Prince Ning or how Princess Ning had saved Princess Rui Wang from Prince Ning. Prince Ning was giving her a warning. Gu Jiao's lips twitched. She wanted to keep this pot of leeks and slowly harvest it, but who told you to owe her? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Qingfeng's debts were finally paid off. He had a good night's sleep. But what he didn't expect was that in the middle of the night, he felt something scratching his face. He thought it was Gu Qinglin, so he turned over and continued to sleep. Who knew that the thing directly went into his quilt? Gu Qingfeng suddenly woke up and jumped out of bed. Who are you? Little Nine held the quilt on its head and flapped its wings with a confused expression. Gee! After seeing the gerfalcon in front of him, Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. After going to Jade Water Alley so many times, it was impossible not to recognize this eagle. Little Nine jumped in front of Gu Qingfeng and arrogantly stretched out its bird claws. Gu Qingfeng took a closer look. Good heavens, there was even a note tied to it. Gu Qingfeng tore down the note and unfolded it. There were only 3 words written on it: Prince Ning's mansion. There was even a bloody knife drawn at the back. Gu Qingfeng, these days, people don't even come personally when they call for help. Instead, it's a little bird running errands. Because he was dissatisfied with Gu Jiao's perfunctory attitude, Gu Qingfeng neglected the meaning of the 3 words Prince Ning's mansion. It wasn't until he followed Little Nine to the courtyard walls of Prince Ning's mansion that he finally woke up from his dream and widened his eyes. Where did this girl call him? Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng turned to leave. He would be crazy to break into Prince Ning's mansion with her. Unfortunately, Gu Qingfeng left too late. A small hand reached over and grabbed him into Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng, as soon as the two landed, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly used Qinggong to hide behind a large tree with her. When the guards were far away, Gu Qingfeng angrily looked at Gu Jiao. What's going on this time? Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion? Prince Ning's mansion was the largest prince's mansion in the capital. Although there were no dragon shadow guards, it was heavily guarded and not easy to break in. There are mechanisms, do you understand? He gritted his teeth. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes. He really wanted to die. After a while, he finally calmed down. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion? Gu Jiao said righteously, to rob. Gu Qingfeng coldly looked at her dark clothes. Are you sure it's not a robbery? Gu Jiao said, more or less. How did Prince Ning offend you? Gu Qingfeng knew this girl too well. She usually didn't steal for money. Gu Jiao, quickly find out where the gold is hidden in Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng, is it really good to slap his face so quickly? Prince Ning was a very rich prince. Gu Qingfeng used his excellent skills to find Prince Ning's little treasury without any effort. How much do you want? Gu Qingfeng asked. How much can the 2 of us take? Gu Jiao took out 2 big sacks from the small basket. Empty it. Gu Qingfeng. In the end, the 2 carried 2 sacks full of gold bars out of Prince Ning's mansion. There was still a piece of gold bar that couldn't fit, so Little Nine carried it back. The 2 people and 1 bird successfully emptied Prince Ning's little treasury. Prince Ning found out about this in the afternoon of the 2nd day. He had just come out of the palace when he saw his trusted guard rushing over. Master, the treasury was stolen. Which treasury? Prince Ning's mansion had several treasuries, including his and Princess Consort Ning's. The trusted guard braced himself and said, Your little treasury. Prince Ning frowned. He clenched his fists and asked, how much was stolen? The trusted guard said guiltily, all of it. Prince Ning's eyes darkened. The prince's mansion is heavily guarded. How could so much gold be moved out? Not to mention there are traps. Is it because the person is dead, or the traps can't be moved? The trusted guard lowered his voice and said, neither. The trusted guard was also wronged. The mansion's guards had been patrolling as usual. There were no accidents, and the traps were operating normally. Who knew how Prince Ning's little treasury was stolen? Prince Ning felt that this matter was not simple. Compared to who had the ability to empty his treasury, he should be more concerned about who had the guts to touch his treasury. He was the eldest son of the emperor. Not only did he have the emperor's favor, but he also had the Empress Dowager's favor and the support of the Zhuang family. Even Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince did not dare to touch him easily. Somehow, a slender figure suddenly flashed in Prince Ning's mind. Could it be her? His reason told him that it was not possible. After all, even if she had the favor of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, she was an outsider and a woman. The trusted guard asked, "Master, should we report it to the government?" Prince Ning's eyes were cold. "Do you want to kill me?" The trusted guard lowered his head. "I don't dare. There was so much gold. If he really reported it to the government, he would be the one who would be investigated." Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. "Very good, this silent loss is really too good to swallow." Prince Ning went to the medical center after all. Today, a worker at the medicine table asked for leave. Little Jiangli and another worker were too busy. Gu Jiao also came to help. She had just finished fetching medicine for a patient when she saw Prince Ning appear in the hall with a noble aura. Prince Ning's appearance and temperament were the most outstanding among the princes. He had the temperament of an emperor and also the appearance of a city. His every movement was noble and unparalleled. The hall was silent for a moment. Because of his appearance. Except for Gu Jiao, no one knew his identity. But the noble aura that came from his bones still made everyone hold their breath. "This is for San Qian." Gu Jiao told little Jiangli and slowly walked over. Prince Ning was standing in front of the counter. Behind the counter was shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang was already stunned by Prince Ning's appearance and temperament. He did not say anything for a long time. Prince Ning spoke first. Of course, he was not talking to shopkeeper Wang, but to Gu Jiao. "Dr. Gu. What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Prince Ning smiled and said, "It's nothing important. I just happened to pass by and wanted to ask about Suxin's condition. I heard that Dr. Gu has already gone to check on Suxin." Gu Jiao said frankly, Yes. It's not a big problem for the time being. She just needs to continue taking her medicine." Although Gu Jiao's acting skills were unsightly, there was one thing that she never felt guilty about. Prince Ning looked at her deeply. "I wonder where Dr. Gu was last night." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Rinshou Palace. I wonder why your highness is asking about this." Thump. Shopkeeper Wang behind the counter knelt down. Prince Ning's expression did not change at all. He still had a warm smile, but his eyes were sharp. He leaned closer to Gu Jiao and slightly lowered his noble head. This posture was a bit intimate in the eyes of others. Gu Jiao looked at him without avoiding his gaze. Prince Ning smiled faintly. "Dr. Gu, there was no need for us to fight like this. The Empress Dowager loves you very much. We're on the same boat." Gu Jiao, "Oh, so people on the same boat can kill each other and set things on fire." Prince Ning leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "You're still young and don't know the dangers of the Jianghu. For the sake of the Empress Dowager, I'll give you a few words of advice. As a person, you should know your limits. Don't overestimate yourself and don't be too greedy. The water in the capital is deep. Just swim casually. Don't get addicted to swimming. I'm afraid you won't be able to swim." Gu Jiao also whispered, "Don't worry, Prince Ning. I'm very good at swimming." Prince Ning narrowed his eyes at her arrogant words. He straightened up and said meaningfully, "Dr. Gu, take care." Gu Jiao crossed her arms. "Take care. I won't see you out." After Prince Ning left, shopkeeper Wang wiped his cold sweat and stood up with the help of the counter. Fong fong fong. That person just now was His Highness Prince Ning. N. Gu Jiao nodded and took out 2 gold bars from her purse and put them on the table. Shopkeeper Wang was stunned. What's this? Gu Jiao looked at Prince Ning's angry back and said faintly, compensation. It's from the arsonist. Shopkeeper Wang, after Prince Ning left the medical center, he immediately went to the imperial palace. He naturally had to investigate whether Gu Jiao slept in Rinshou Palace last night. However, not long after he entered the palace, he saw the dazed crown princess near the throne room. There was only Chunying by the crown princess' side. Chunying saw Prince Ning come over and tactfully retreated to the side. The crown princess was still immersed in great shock and didn't realize that there was someone else by her side. How could it be? Really? Why? She looked in the direction of the throne room and grabbed at Chunying's hand while speaking incoherently. When she felt the man's touch through her fingertips and palm, she turned her head with a start and quickly pulled her hand back. At this time, there was no one nearby. Moreover, she was standing behind a large tree. Her field of vision was very well hidden. Prince Ning approached her without any misgivings. His broad chest was practically pressed against her slightly trembling back. What did you see that caused you to lose your composure? The crown princess turned her face away and avoided his presence. She seemed to have a bit of vengeance and anger. Aheng has returned. Prince Ning frowned. What did you say? The crown princess faintly turned around and looked at him with a mocking expression. Aheng has returned. The Xiaoheng that you killed has returned. Chapter 426. King Ning suddenly reached out and grabbed the crown prince consort's neck, pressing her against the tree. Speak clearly. The crown princess seemed to know that he wouldn't really strangle her near the throne room, so she wasn't afraid. She sneered, say what? Say that you didn't kill Xiaoheng, or that Xiaoheng didn't return to the capital alive. Saying this, she removed his hand from her neck. Chunying, let's go. Chunying guiltily glanced at the two of them before leaving with the crown prince consort in small steps. Ning Wang supported himself with one hand on the tree, his eyes cold. Qi Fei, he called. The trusted aide called Qi Fei flashed over and cupped his hands. Master. Ning Wang put down the hand on the tree and looked coldly in the direction of the throne room. His thin lips opened slightly. Go investigate who entered and left the throne room in the past hour. Yes. Qi Fei moved quickly. He contacted their spies in the court and found the list of names that Ning Wang needed almost effortlessly. On the carriage, Qi Fei reported the names to Ning Wang. Grand Secretary Kong of the Cabinet, Minister Su of the Ministry of War, Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, Grand Secretary Yuan, Chancellor Hua. Xiao Xiuzhua. Ning Wang's hand that was stroking the jade ring on his thumb paused. Chancellor Hua and who? Qi Fei said, Xiao Xiuzhua of the Hanlin Academy, this year's top scholar. I think he's called Xiao Lulang. Ning Wang was pensive. That person who looks like the young marquis. Qi Fei nodded. Yes, it's him. Xiao Liulang's appearance was no secret in the court. The common people might not have heard of it, but people like Ning Wang's crown prince had heard of it. He was born in the countryside, but he passed all the trials and entered the Imperial College with excellent results. In the first spring examination, he became the top scholar. Some people said that his results were obtained by relying on his relationship with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had lost his beloved son and coincidentally met someone who looked so similar to his son, so it was inevitable that he would place his love on him. No one suspected that he was Xiao Heng because Xiao Heng was already dead. This was what everyone believed without a doubt. As for Xiao Lulang, Prince Ning actually knew more than ordinary people. For example, the Empress Dowager was not recuperating in the temporary imperial residence. She was wandering among the commoners. During that period of time, she was rescued by Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. It was not important whether Xiao Lulang relied on his own power or the emperor or the Empress Dowager's favor. If he wasn't the real Xiao Heng, Prince Ning wouldn't care about him. Xiao Heng was dead, so no matter how much Xiao Lulang resembled Xiao Heng, he would not be Xiao Heng. However, if Xiao Heng didn't die, then only Xiao Lulang would be Xiao Heng. Master, there are a few more, do you want to hear them? Qi Fei asked. No need. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Investigate the relationship between Chancellor Hua and Xiao Lulang. He couldn't determine whether Wen Linlong's words were true or not, so he couldn't just listen to her side of the story. It wasn't hard to investigate this. Before returning to the Imperial College, it was still relatively easy for the old Chancellor to hide his whereabouts. However, now that he was an official in the Imperial Court, he stepped into the eyes of the common people and left more clues. In addition, the people in the Imperial College all thought that the old Chancellor was in contact with Xiao Lulang because he felt that he looked like his beloved disciple who had already passed away. No one doubted him, so he naturally didn't have to spend too much effort to hide it. In just 2 days, Qi Fei had found out about the fact that the old Chancellor lived next door to Xiao Lulang. He calls the old Chancellor Grandpa Gu. Qi Fei said. Prince Ning frowned. If he didn't remember wrongly, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao called the Empress Dowager Grandpa. The Empress Dowager and Chancellor Hua. Prince Ning furrowed his brows in annoyance. Continue. Yes. Qi Fei said, it was Xiao Liulang's family who moved to Jadewater Alley first, and then Chancellor Hua moved there. Prince Ning said, was it before or after Chancellor Hua returned to the Imperial College? Qi Fei said, before. A bold guess suddenly rose in Prince Ning's heart. After Xiao Heng died in the fire, Hua Xian's heart was like dead ashes, and he resigned and left the capital. Prince Ning originally thought that Hua Xian returned to the capital because His Majesty invited him to come out of retirement again, but now it seemed that this might not be the case. He returned to that sad place of the Imperial College because of Xiao Lulang. That place that burned his beloved disciple to death. How did he have the mood to go on duty every day? It was obvious just by looking at Princess Xinyang. She still didn't dare to return to the princess estate because she was afraid of being hurt by the scene. In the past, Prince Ning had overlooked this detail because he firmly believed that Xiao Heng was dead, and he would no longer suspect anything related to Xiao Heng. Now that he thought about it, it really was full of flaws. If Xiao Heng was still alive, then Chancellor Hua's actions and reactions would all make sense. Prince Ning rubbed his jade thumb ring, his gaze deep. Xiao Heng, young Chancellor, young Marquis. Hanlin Academy. Lulang, Lulang, Lulang. Xiao Lulang abruptly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see Ning Ziyuan standing in front of his table with a stunned expression. He didn't have time to withdraw the hand that was poking his shoulder. Are you okay? Ning Ziyuan looked at him strangely. You're sweating all over, are you not feeling well? Did you not rest well last night? Xiao Lulang answered vaguely, I slept late. Ning Ziyuan suddenly understood, no wonder. I was wondering why you didn't come out after so long. Don't do this next time. If Scholar Han catches you, you'll be in trouble. Xiao Lulang didn't doze off when he was on duty, but when it was time to leave, he lay on the table for a while. He didn't expect that he would dream of the fire on New Year's Eve. He hadn't dreamed of that fire for a long time and thought he had almost forgotten. However, the fire and despair in the dream were so clear that it was suffocating. "Did you come to see me for something?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Can't I come to see you for nothing?" Ning Ziyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I really have something to tell you. There's a drinking party tonight, do you want to go?" "I'm not going." Xiao Lulang refused without thinking. Ning Ziyuan clicked his tongue and said, "Hey, you brat. I'm doing this for your own good. Scholar Han is going too. It's a proper place. Don't you want to fight for the position of attendant? You have to build a good relationship with Dr. Han." "No." Xiao Lulang still refused. Fine. You're so young, but you're more afraid of your wife than I am," Ning Ziyuan muttered and went to the party alone. On the other side of the clinic, Gu Jiao also had a dream. She hadn't had a dream in a long time. This time, as expected, she dreamed of Xiao Lulang again. Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy after his shift ended. It was snowing heavily. Xiao Lulang went to the biscuit shop that sold preserved vegetables and bought a few raw preserved vegetable biscuits. He packed them in a food box and brought them home. On his way home, he was chased by a group of assassins. Xiao Lulang wasn't a martial artist, so he couldn't beat them. However, he relied on his wisdom to get rid of the assassins. Unfortunately, he fell and fainted on his way out. He also injured his hand. Because he missed the best opportunity for treatment, his right hand was crippled by the time he was sent to the clinic. After waking up, Gu Jiao was very calm. "As expected of my husband. Enemies can't hurt you, but you're so rebellious." It was snowing. It was still early. It was only August. However, she remembered the faces of the assassins. Each of them had an emblem on their swords. They seemed to be from some underworld organization. Gu Jiao knew that Xiao Lulang hadn't offended anyone from the underworld. So, there was only one possibility: he had hired someone to kill him. Gu Jiao decided to find Gu Qingfeng and ask him which underworld organization the emblem belonged to. She wanted to know who would want to kill Xiao Lulang in a few months. Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy and went to a nearby biscuit shop. "I want a few preserved vegetable biscuits. Can you make them raw?" They were so hot that they were soft and didn't have the same crispy texture. "Okay. There are only 6 left. How many do you want?" "Give them all to me." The owner wrapped the biscuit dough in bamboo leaves and put it in Xiao Lulang's food box. Xiao Lulang paid and took the food box home. When he was halfway home, Xiao Lulang faintly felt that someone was following him. He paused and looked back at the street behind him. The endless flow of people didn't seem to be strange, but the feeling of being watched became more obvious. Xiao Lulang entered the ready-made clothing store from last time. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he came out. A few sneaky figures followed him silently. When he passed through a secluded area, they suddenly rushed forward and pulled him to the ground. "What are you doing?" he shouted. The few of them took a closer look and frowned. This man with a cane and wearing the uniform of the Hanlin Academy wasn't the one they were watching. That guy had slipped out of his shell. "You," an assassin drew his sword in anger. Another person stopped him. "Don't complicate matters. If someone suddenly died here, the officials would be alerted and it would be even more inconvenient for them to move." Xiao Lulang gave the waiter some silver and asked him to pretend to be him. He changed into a set of clothes from the shop and walked out through the back door. He could still walk without a cane, but limping was not as convenient as when he had a cane. When he passed by a rouge shop, he accidentally fell down. His right hand knocked against the lame opening of the shop steps, making a long gash. Blood flowed all over the floor. He didn't care about his injury and pain. He quickly got up and continued to walk forward. Brother-in-law. A 15-year-old girl in pink ran out of the rouge shop. Her clothes weren't gorgeous, but they were very delicate and pretty. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to hear her call him brother-in-law and continued to walk forward. Yao Axian lifted her skirt and chased after him with small steps. When she was about to leave the alley, she stopped in front of him. Brother-in-law, it's really you. Do you still remember me? I've been to Bai Shui Alley. I'm Axian, Yao Axian was Yao Shirgige's daughter. Strictly speaking, she should call Xiao Lulang cousin-in-law. She didn't need to use the word cousin-in-law. Xiao Lulang frowned. It didn't matter if he remembered her or not, he didn't plan on paying attention to her. Yao Axian didn't seem to notice Xiao Lulang's alienation. Her eyes swept over and found his hand dripping with blood. Her beautiful face turned pale as she said, brother-in-law. What happened to your hand? Are you injured? Where did you get injured? Xiao Lulang didn't even look at her as he continued to walk forward. Yao Axian became anxious and reached out to grab him. Xiao Lulang dodged and fell again. Yao Axian squatted down in guilt. I'm sorry. Brother-in-law, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to push you. Were you scared by me? Your hand. With Xiao Liulang's fall, his hand extended to the ground and bled even more. Yao Axian quickly reached out to help him up. I'll send you to the clinic. No need. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, don't touch me. Yao Axian's hand froze in midair. Being rejected was always awkward. Most people would have already left in embarrassment, but Yao Axian didn't. She held back all the awkwardness and embarrassment. Pinching the handkerchief in her hand, she lowered her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She softly said, You're injured so badly. At least let me bandage it for you. This was the shy and timid appearance of a young girl. When a woman tried to seduce or get close to a man could only pretend not to understand. Xiao Lulang originally only felt unfamiliar and alienated with Yao Axian. But now, his eyes were a bit colder. He looked at her coldly. You want to be my concubine? Yao Axian had never expected that this man would suddenly say such a thing. She was completely stunned. Xiao Lulang sat on the cold ground and looked at her with a cold smile. What? Did I say something wrong? You don't like me. You don't want to climb into my bed. Yao Axian's entire face turned red. She couldn't tell if it was because she was embarrassed or not. From the first time she saw him, her heart had been captivated. She thought that she would forget about him when she went back, but all she thought about was that incomparably handsome face. He was also the new top scholar and was the emperor's most important official. Even if she had to be his concubine, she would be willing. It was just that his words were too embarrassing and a little disrespectful. This was the real Xiao Lulang. He wasn't a modest gentleman, nor was he a kind classmate. He wasn't even a good person. He was just an evil person with a dark heart. He didn't have any sympathy for the fairer sex, nor did he have any gentlemanly demeanor. He only suppressed his evil and gave Gu Jiao the Xiao Lulang she wanted to see. She wanted him to study, so he went to study. She wanted him to have friends, so he went to make some friends. She wanted him to be a good official, so on the surface, he was a fair and honest official. What was respect? He didn't understand. Yao Axian wasn't worthy. The words of climbing into his bed made Yao Axian feel a sense of humiliation that she had never felt before. Her eyes turned red as she said, I sincerely admire brother-in-law. Even if brother-in-law doesn't have any feelings for me, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Sincerely. Xiao Lulang gave a cold smile and pointed to the other side of the alley. Over there are people chasing after me. If you go and lure them away, they may or may not kill you. It all depends on your luck. Do you dare to go? Yao Xian's face turned white. Xiao Lulang sneered and used the hand that wasn't stained with blood to stand up. Yao Xian quickly said, "It's not that I don't dare. It's just that it's useless even if I go. I won't be able to hold them back and will only expose brother-in-law." Xiao Lulang threw a nail at her. "Pick it up." Yao Xian didn't understand and picked it up. Xiao Lulang said coldly, "Swallow it." Ah! Yao Xian was so frightened that she threw the nail in her hand and it smashed into the blood on the ground. Xiao Lulang snorted, sincerely. Yao Xian said unwillingly, "Has my cousin swallowed a nail for you before?" "She hasn't." Xiao Lulang looked at the noisy street. "I can't bear to do it. If she had to swallow it, it would be me swallowing it for her." Lunatic. This man is a lunatic. Did my husband buy it raw? Gu Jiao asked subconsciously. Most people would not buy raw meat. Her question was very strange. In fact, even she felt it was strange. The shopkeeper thought that she had instructed her husband to buy raw meat and was worried that her husband would buy the wrong one, so she asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "It's raw." Gu Jiao thought, is it a coincidence? In her dream, something happened on the day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits, but that happened 2 or 3 months later. Not every day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits would have an accident. Even though she thought this, Gu Jiao still went to the place where he had an accident. It was an old rouge shop. Its business had been snatched up by the surrounding shops, so there were very few customers coming in and out. Perhaps it was because of this that the scene was well preserved. No one had discovered or destroyed it. Gu Jiao saw the dried bloodstains on the ground. Gu Jiao crouched down and carefully looked at the traces of the bloodstains. In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine the scene of him falling down again and again. Yes, he fell down twice. The first time was when he knocked on the door of the shop, cutting the web between his thumb and forefinger and his arm. The second time was when he fell on the ground a few steps forward. There was a bloody handprint where he supported himself. In her dream, he only fell once. It was a world of ice and snow. He fell quite miserably and fainted on the spot. What's going on? Did the things in the dream happen in advance? This was the first time Gu Jiao encountered this kind of situation. She didn't have any experience and didn't know if her guess was right. This bloodstain could be someone else's. If it's a mistake, then it's a mistake. She definitely couldn't gamble with Xiao Lulang's life. It would be best if it wasn't Xiao Lulang. If it was, then it wouldn't delay the time to save him. His hand couldn't be crippled, and his life couldn't be lost. Gu Jiao followed the trail of blood all the way. When she found a sparsely populated old street, the blood trail suddenly disappeared. There were 2 possibilities. 1, the bleeding stopped. 2, he was kidnapped here. Moreover, it wasn't by Qinggong, but by a carriage. Using Qinggong in broad daylight would be easy to be discovered, and there would still be some bloodstains left behind. But Gu Jiao didn't find anything even after searching the outer walls. With her husband's unlucky body, it was unlikely that the bleeding stopped. It was more likely that he was accidentally kidnapped. Gu Jiao's guess was right. Xiao Lulang was indeed unlucky to be kidnapped. He had clearly shaken off those assassins and went to hire a carriage. Xiao Lulang hadn't been to that old street for a long time, so he didn't have a deep impression of it. Thus, he found a carriage and asked for directions. The carriage he asked for just happened to be the assassin's carriage. This was what it meant to wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching for something, only to find it without any effort. The assassin opened the window with a dumbfounded expression. What the hell was this? Xiao Lulang was so unlucky as he was kidnapped by the assassin into the carriage. There were a total of 4 assassins. 2 were driving the carriage outside, while the other 2 were keeping an eye on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was tied up and blindfolded. They didn't plug the cloth. If it was too thin, he would be able to spit it out. If it was too thick, he would suffocate. Isn't there still air through his nose? Assassin B asked. Assassin A glared at him and said, what if his nose is blocked? Did you forget how that person died last time? Assassin B recalled a hostage they had captured. They had stuffed his mouth, but his nose was blocked. In the end, he died halfway through. Assassin B didn't say anything. Assassin A's knife pointed at Xiao Lulang's handsome face and threatened, don't make a sound. Do you hear me? If you dare to make a sound, I'll cut off your tongue. Xiao Lulang leaned against the wall of the carriage and ignored him. He couldn't see and couldn't walk, but by listening to the sounds on both sides of the street and smelling the fragrance coming from the shops, he could roughly guess that the carriage was going through Woyang Street and was approaching the East City Gate. Could it be that they wanted to take him out of the city? Xiao Liulang's guess was quickly confirmed. He heard the unusual sound of horse hooves. This was the sound of horse hooves stepping on the official road near the city gate. When it was almost their turn, a group of armored horses suddenly rushed over. Judging from the sound of horse hooves and armor, it seemed to be the Imperial Guards of the palace. The leader of the Imperial Guard said, anyone who leaves the city will be strictly checked. Brother, why is there suddenly a strict check? Assassin B asked in a panic, could it be that we've been exposed? It can't be that fast. Xiao Lulang also felt that it was strange. Only the Emperor and the Empress Dowager could mobilize the Imperial Guards. He had just been captured, but the Emperor and the Empress Dowager already found out. It was not too late. Even if he didn't go home, he wouldn't be thought to have been captured by the assassins. Xiao Lulang couldn't figure out the problem, so it was even more impossible for the assassins to figure it out. But it was one thing to not figure it out, and another to have a way to deal with it. Hit his acupoints. Assassin A said. Assassin B hit Xiao Liulang's acupoints. Assassin B seemed to have realized something. He scratched his head and said, Brother. If you can hit his acupoints, why did we waste time to kidnap him? Assassin A said, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Xiao Lulang, who had been hit on his acupoints, could not move or make a sound. The cloth covering his eyes was pulled off, and in the next moment, something cold was stuck to his face. It was the rumored human skin mask. Of course, it was not made of human skin. The original material was fish skin. It was just that it had been processed to look like human skin. This kind of mask had some flaws up close, but from a distance, it could almost be mistaken for the real thing. Perhaps the Imperial Guards did not expect the people of Jianghu to use such an evil method. They successfully left the city. Brother, it's not good. The soldiers have also left the city. They're coming. Assassin B looked at the Imperial Guards who had also left the city and said. Assassin A frowned and looked at Xiao Lulang. He said, we can't be discovered so quickly. Forget it. They might not be looking for him. Just be careful. Assassin B asked, then, are we still going with the original plan? Assassin A thought for a moment. He was still a bit worried about the Imperial Guards. He said, take the small path. The group gave up on the main road and changed to a small country road. They passed through a small village and waited for the Imperial Guards to leave before returning to the main road. Assassin Beat said in a small voice, "Let's go slower. If we go faster, we'll run into the Imperial Guards in front." He had a feeling that the Imperial Guards were here to capture them. Assassin A was also troubled. Wasn't he just a poor government official from the countryside? It would be fine if he was captured. Why would the Imperial Guards be here? Brother. They're from the government. Assassin B looked at the group of people coming from behind. There were 4 bailiffs. The 4 of them rode on horses and escorted a prisoner carriage. Inside the prisoner carriage sat a prisoner wearing a prisoner's uniform with his hands and feet shackled. Assassin A suddenly had an idea. Kidnap the prisoner carriage. The 4 of them could easily kidnap a few bailiffs from the government. The 4 of them knocked the bailiffs unconscious and threw them into the nearby bushes. Go, open the prisoner carriage. Assassin A took the key from the bailiffs and threw it to Assassin B. Assassin B went to open the prisoner carriage and said to the prisoner inside, "Okay, you can go now." "Prisoner, I don't want to go, thank you." Assassin B slapped him hard on the face and called him out. He took off his prisoner clothes and shackles and put them on Xiao Lulang. His actions were naturally not gentle. Xiao Lulang's hand was already injured. After being treated so rudely, the wound that had just scabbed over was torn open again. Blood flowed all over the ground. Assassin A complained, "Be careful. Don't kill him before you get the money. Find something to bandage him." Where would there be anything to bandage him? Assassin B tore off a piece of Xiao Lulang's uniform and wrapped it around him. The assassins changed into bailiffs' uniforms and rode on the bailiffs' horses. They brazenly went to their destination. The assassin's bandage was not very good. Xiao Lulang's wound was still bleeding. His pressure points had been sealed, so he could not wrap the cloth tighter around him. The carriage traveled a bit on the official road. They ran into Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, who had just returned from outside. Minister Zhao was also participating in the examination of the 6 ministries. Xiao Lulang was the invigilator, so the 2 had met before. Xiao Lulang tried to ask Minister Zhao for help. Perhaps Assassin B's pressure point ceiling was not good enough. Xiao Lulang was already able to move slightly. However, he was not sure if this move would be enough to attract Minister Zhao's attention. He was very careful. The prisoner carriage jolted and he fell forward. It looked like he did not sit properly and fell down. His shoulder and head heavily hit the prisoner carriage. The loud noise startled Minister Zhao, who lifted the curtain. However, he only glanced at the prisoner carriage before putting the curtain back down. It was clear that he did not plan on interfering with the work of the other government offices, so he did not suspect anything. The 2 sides quickly passed each other. Minister Zhao's carriage was far away. Xiao Lulang knew that his hope had been extinguished. This might be his last hope. Because they were almost at their destination. "Big brother, look. We're almost there. It's right in front." Assassin B was so excited that he almost rushed out on his horse. Assassin A stared at him, "Don't mess around. Be careful of attracting the Imperial Guards." Right. We can't attract the Imperial Guards." Assassin B giggled as he agreed. The group of people followed the official road to a T-junction. They did not continue on the official road, but turned into a small road. Right at this time, another carriage came from the other side of the official road. Xiao Lulang only lightly swept his eyes over it and his body froze. He suddenly did not care about hiding the fact that he could move slightly. He turned his face and lowered his head, trying to not let the other party see him. He had forgotten that he was wearing a human skin mask. So what if they saw him? They wouldn't recognize him. "Princess, there's a prisoner's carriage in front." In the carriage, Yujin whispered to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said, then go slower. Let the prisoner's carriage pass first. Yes. Yujin answered. She lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, go slower. The coachman slightly tightened the reins and slowed down. After the prisoner's carriage passed, they continued to speed up. Long Yi spurred his horse and also followed them. Suddenly, Long Yi stopped. Princess Xinyang did not hear the sound of Long Yi's horse. She frowned and lifted the curtain to take a look. Sure enough, Long Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Stop. Princess Xinyang said. Yes. The coachman stopped the carriage. Princess Xinyang signaled Yujin to open the rear window. Yujin opened the curtain and opened the rear window. Princess Xinyang saw Long Yi riding the carriage and stopping at the intersection. He stared at the prisoner's carriage without blinking. Princess Xinyang looked at the prisoner's carriage. Her expression did not change at all. She said, Long Yi, let's go. Long Yi did not leave. In the prisoner's carriage, Xiao Lulang dripped blood. Drop by drop, it all spilled on the road. Long Yi got off the horse. Princess Xinyang coldly said, don't touch the prisoner's carriage. Shadow Dragon Guard would not disobey his master's orders. Princess Xinyang did not allow him to touch the prisoner's carriage, so he really did not touch it. The next second, he slashed with his sword. The 4 assassins were chopped to death on the spot. Long Yi calmly put away his sword. He walked over and directly grabbed Xiao Lulang's cage. Princess Xinyang angrily looked at him. He rolled his eyes. Because his hands were busy, he could only use the tip of his foot to kick the carriage. It was as if he was saying, here, the prisoner's carriage is here. I did not touch it. What I touched was the cage. Chapter 428. Fortunately, Princess Xinyang didn't suffer from depression. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would be angered by Long Yi. Of course, Princess Xinyang could order Long Yi to put down the cage, throw it away, or abandon it. However, Long Yi didn't know if he had guessed her master's temperament of ordering people around, so he directly ran away with the cage in his arms. He left Princess Xinyang with only the back of his head, which seemed to say, run away, I can't hear you. Yujin's expression was indescribable. She turned to look at Princess Xinyang, opened her mouth, and said, Princess. Princess Xinyang's face was cold and she didn't say anything. She casually put down the curtain. The imperial city was under martial law. Not only were there strict checks outside the city, but also inside the city. The guards guarding the city were on high alert. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and it was as if an afterimage flashed in front of their eyes. The guards looked at each other in dismay. What happened just now? I don't know. Did you see it? It seemed like something passed by, but it also seemed like it didn't. They looked inside the city. Where was the shadow of a person on the empty streets? So, were their eyes playing tricks on them? Collectively playing tricks on them, soon, Princess Xinyang's carriage arrived at the city gate. After checking the token, the guards respectfully saluted and let Princess Xinyang's carriage pass. At the same time, the imperial guards who went to chase after the assassins gradually realized that the assassins might not have gotten to the front. A group of people returned along the way. On the way back, they found the prisoner carriage that had been stolen and the 4 bailiffs who were already cold. Another group of imperial guards found the real bailiffs who had been knocked unconscious in a bush 3 miles away. After the bailiffs woke up, they told them about how they had been robbed. The prisoner ran away. Could it be that his friends stole the prisoner carriage? An imperial guard asked. A bailiff said, impossible. That prisoner is a wily old fox. He doesn't have any powerful friends. As they were speaking, the prisoner released by the assassins obediently returned. From his mouth, the imperial guards found out that there were 4 assassins. They seemed to have captured another person. Their purpose of disguising themselves as bailiffs was to quietly transfer the hostage under the noses of the imperial guards. The prisoner did not see what the hostage looked like, but the guards boldly guessed that the hostage was Xiao Lulang. The assassin had been killed, and Xiao Lulang had disappeared. Who had taken him away? And where was it taken? We've been guarding the main road, but we didn't see anyone pass by. Could it be they've returned to the capital? One of the imperial guards guessed. The leader of the imperial guard said, have you carefully checked all the carriages entering the capital? The subordinate said, there are 2 people whose carriages were not checked. The leader of the imperial guards frowned. Who is it? The subordinate said, Minister Zhao and Princess Xinyang's carriage. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, the carriage stopped outside the residence. Princess Xinyang and Yujin got off the carriage. As expected, Long Yi had already brought back the cage. To be exact, he had brought back the person in the cage. He took off the inferior human skin mask on his face, took off his blood-stained prison clothes, and changed into a set of dry clothes. The clothes were somewhat small. Not to mention that the lapel could not be tied, the sleeves and trousers were also much shorter. As before, Long Yi placed the prisoner on Princess Xinyang's bed. Xiao Liulang's breath was somewhat weak. It was unknown whether he was tired or had lost too much blood, but he had fainted. Princess Xinyang walked over with an indifferent expression, but stopped when she was about to cross the threshold. However, Yujin quickly walked into the room and looked at the man in front of the bed. She did not know who the prisoner Long Yi had brought back was, nor did she know why Long Yi had done so. One should know that this was the princess' bedroom. It would be terrible if a shady person was allowed to lie here. However, when she arrived in front of the bed and saw the pale handsome face, she was stunned. Princess. Yujin walked out with a shocked expression. She didn't know when, but Princess Xinyang had turned around and was looking at the boundless night sky. Inside, the person inside, he looks like, Yujin simply did not know what to say. She spoke incoherently for a long time. Then, she hardened her heart and said, he is the Hanlin official that I told you about last time. He looks like the young Marquis. No wonder Long Yi brought him back. Long Yi must have mistaken him for the young Marquis. Princess. Quickly come in and take a look. Don't blame Long Yi for recognizing the wrong person. They really look too similar. I almost suspected that the young Marquis had come back to life. Moreover, their ages are similar. If the young Marquis was still alive, he should be around this age. Princess Xinyang did not speak. Princess, I didn't lie to you, he really. Yujin's words came to an abrupt end when she saw Princess Xinyang's expression. Princess Xinyang's face was as cold and lonely as before. Her eyes were complicated and seemed to be mixed with many emotions, but there was no surprise. All of Yujin's voice disappeared. However, it only took a moment for Eugene to find it again. Princess, you know. Yujin wanted to ask when she knew. Was it when Long Yi had rescued the prisoner carriage, or earlier? Princess Xinyang turned around and went to the study next door. Yujin came to the door and intended to enter the room, but she felt the great alienation and loneliness of Princess Xinyang. She did not want anyone to enter the room. Yujin stopped outside the doorway and stared blankly at Princess Xinyang, who was shrouded in darkness. Her eyes moved and she asked, Princess, is he the young Marquis? Xiao Liulang's injury was very serious. Yujin went to the nearby medical hall to invite a doctor. The doctor looked at the injury and said that he was unable to save the injured hand with his medical skills. This hand was injured once, fell once, and was tossed around by the assassin many times. It was not better than being frozen in the snow for several hours. The doctor still had a conscience and said with a sigh, "I heard that the doctor of Miracle Hand Hall has outstanding medical skills. He can even reconnect a broken hand. Madam, it would be better to go to Miracle Hand Hall and find a doctor to take a look." Just when Yujin intended to go to Miracle Hand Hall to invite a doctor, Gu Jiao came. Gu Jiao had received the news from the Imperial Guards. Her intuition told her that Xiao Lulang was saved by Princess Xinyang. As for whether it was Princess Xinyang or Long Yi who saved him, she did not know. Yujin was slightly surprised. "Miss Gu." Gu Jiao said, "Is my husband here?" Yujin confusedly looked at her. "Your husband?" Gu Jiao said with a serious face, "Hanlin official, Xiao Lulang." Eugene was speechless once again. She feared that all the surprises in her life were used tonight. Gu Jiao went to Princess Xinyang's room. At this moment, she did not have time to ponder about Yujin or Princess Xinyang's psychological activities. She immediately checked Xiao Lulang's injuries. Just like in the dream, his right hand was injured. Even the location of the wound was exactly the same. However, he had encountered other things on the way, so his injuries were more serious than in the dream. At this point, she was finally able to conclude that the matter in the dream had been brought forward. She just couldn't figure out why it was brought forward. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out disinfectant to clean Xiao Lulang's wound. The place that had scabbed over with great difficulty once again oozed blood. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of fresh blood. She closed her eyes and began an arduous cultivation. Gu Jiao came out of the room less than half an hour later. The operation on Xiao Lulang was far more difficult than the operation on other patients. This man's temptation to her was too big. Even his blood made her more excited than other people's blood. She had no choice but to spend more effort to suppress it. It was over half an hour later. Xiao Lulang lay quietly on the bed with an 4-drip. Yujin brought in a basin of hot water. It was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. She couldn't help but take a second look. "Thank you." Gu Jiao accepted the hot water and wiped Xiao Lulang's face and hands. "Dr. Gu." Yujin hesitated. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. "Can you go see the princess?" "Tell the princess." Yujin glanced at the unconscious Xiao Lulang and swallowed the words, "Young Duke." "The patient's condition." "Okay." Gu Jiao put down the handkerchief and went to the study next door. There were no lamps in the study. Only the cold moonlight and the scattered candles in the corridor shone in. Princess Xinyang sat by the window sill with her back to the door. Gu Jiao gently knocked on the already open door, then walked over. She sat down in front of Princess Xinyang. "What are you doing here?" Princess Xinyang indifferently asked. She didn't raise her head to look at Gu Jiao and continued to look at the night outside the window. Gu Jiao said, "His injury is not serious. I came to inform the princess." Princess Xinyang indifferently said, "What does it have to do with me whether he is okay or not?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "If it has nothing to do with you, then why did you take him in?" Princess Xinyang indifferently said, "It was Long Yi who picked him up." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Princess Xinyang expressionlessly looked at Gu Jiao. "You don't believe me?" "Long Yi picked you up?" Gu Jiao strangely asked, "Does Long Yi often pick people up like this?" "He picks one up and throws one on your bed." Princess Xinyang coldly looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rested her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her hands as she looked at Princess Xinyang. Princess, you recognized him long ago, didn't you? You also inquired about him and knew about my relationship with him, so that night you didn't throw me out? She was wondering why Princess Xinyang would be so merciful and let her, a doctor from the medical hall who she had only met once or twice, occupy her princess bed. Are the mooncakes delicious? He personally went to buy the red dates. Gu Jiao asked. At this moment, if she couldn't guess who the mooncakes were made for, then it would be unreasonable. No wonder he took the initiative to go to the palace to deliver mooncakes, and even brought the date paste filling that her great-aunt didn't like. Princess Xinyang turned her face, unpalatable. Gu Jiao said, so you ate it. Princess Xinyang choked. I didn't eat it, Yujin ate it. Gu Jiao, so you accepted it. Princess Xinyang, where did this girl learn the skill of digging holes for others? Gu Jiao actually didn't understand. Originally, she thought that Xiao Lulang hated Princess Xinyang, so he didn't want to recognize her, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. As for Princess Xinyang's attitude towards Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was even more puzzled. She thought that Princess Xinyang didn't know that her son had returned to the capital alive, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. This mother and son pair was really strange. Xiao Liulang's main injury was on his right hand, and the rest of his body only had some light abrasions. The reason why he was unconscious was because he had lost too much blood and was too tired. But Long Yi seemed to think that he had suffered a very serious injury, and even his mood was depressed, so he didn't bother Gu Jiao anymore. Gu Jiao felt that this was very good, at least her little hand had escaped a disaster. But seeing Long Yi so unhappy, Gu Jiao decided to compensate him in other ways. Eugene made snacks for Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao left half for Long Yi. Seeing that she only ate half, Eugene asked, is it not tasty? Gu Jiao said, no, I left it for Long Yi. Long Yi is unhappy. Eugene looked at Long Yi inside the room. Long Yi was Shadow Dragon Guard, so how could he be unhappy? Eugene asked, how did you know? Gu Jiao said, I felt it. Eugene was puzzled, why didn't I feel it? In fact, no one felt it. Long Yi was occasionally disobedient, but he didn't have any emotion, so they couldn't feel it. Gu Jiao touched the bridge of her nose. She thought that everyone could feel Long Yi's emotion, could it be that only she could? The news of Xiao Liulang's injury finally reached the palace. At that time, the crown princess was reporting the recent situation of the female school to the emperor in the imperial study. She happened to hear the report of the imperial guards, saying that Xiao Lulang was kidnapped by assassins and was injured. Now, her whereabouts were unknown. Gu Jiao had a guess in her heart, but she didn't tell the imperial guards. Therefore, the imperial guards didn't know that Xiao Lulang was already saved. The emperor was furious, still not sending people to look for her. Wait! The emperor stopped the imperial guard leader who was about to retreat. The imperial guard leader saluted, Your Majesty. The emperor pondered, call Ning Wang. After such a big thing happened, the first person that the emperor thought of was not the crown prince, but his eldest son. Yes. After coming out of the imperial study, the crown princess's face was pale. Crown princess. Chunying followed behind her and looked worriedly at her who looked like she would collapse in the next second. She said in a small voice, You are injured, and the crown prince said to let you stay in the eastern palace to recuperate. Why are you in such a hurry to come here? The crown princess didn't answer her and asked in a daze, Chunying, did you hear what I said just now? Chunying didn't answer. The crown princess indeed felt that her body couldn't take it anymore. She reached her hand to the side, to Chunying. A large and powerful hand supported her arm. When that scorching body temperature burned her skin through her thin clothing, her body stiffened and she suddenly turned to look at the other person. When she saw who it was, she suddenly broke free from the other person's hand and retreated a few steps. "Chunying!" she called. However, Chunying had already retreated somewhere. Ning Wang walked forward unhurriedly and looked behind her. He said playfully, "There is a pool behind you, be careful." The crown princess turned her head to look, and her throat moved. She composed herself and turned her head to look at him coldly. "Did you do it?" Ning Wang smiled. "What do you mean by didn't do it?" The crown princess said angrily, "Stop pretending." Ning Wang crossed his arms and said helplessly, "Yes, it was this prince who did it." "Nothing happened to this prince, but something happened to Xiao Lulang. Are you very disappointed?" The crown princess's eyes flashed, and she looked away. "I don't understand what you are saying." Ning Wang smiled softly and raised his hand to caress her temples. He said gently, "Lin Lang, this prince isn't so easy to deal with. If you think you can use Xiaoheng and Princess Xinyang to get rid of this prince, then you are too naive. This prince won't bicker with you this time, but there won't be a next time, understand?" Chapter 429. His tone was the most gentle whisper in the world, and his gaze was filled with deep emotion. However, the crown princess still felt a chill run down her spine. Her entire body was frozen in place, and it seemed as though she could not say a single word. Prince Ning gently caressed her face and quietly said, "Lin Lang, ever since the day you and this prince caused Xiao Heng's death, you have already been unable to clear your name. Could it be that you still don't understand this logic?" The crown princess' gaze became fierce. "I did not harm him. It was you. From beginning to end, it was you. It was you who followed me to the directorate. It was you who killed him." Prince Ning raised his hand and patted the back of her head. "If it was not for you calling him out alone, how could this prince have had the chance? Admit it, Lin Lang. You are also an accomplice in causing his death." "I am not. I have never harmed Aheng." The crown princess reached out to push him away. "I don't want to see you. Leave." Prince Ning's hand that was patting the back of her head suddenly tightened. "Lin Lang. Lin Lang. Chunying, why are you here? Where is the crown princess? Didn't you go with the crown princess to the imperial study?" Not far away, the crown prince's puzzled voice could be heard. Immediately following this, Chunying replied with a guilty conscience, "The crown princess, Sheath." The crown princess coldly looked at Prince Ning. Prince Ning fiercely and silently said, "You know what you should do. Don't anger me. You cannot bear the consequences, one Lin Lang." He let go. The crown princess staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What was that sound? Because they were too close, in the instant that Prince Ning let go of the crown princess, the crown prince had already walked over. He saw the pale-faced crown princess and the gentle and calm Prince Ning. He furrowed his brow, as he instinctively did not like his own woman standing with another man, even if that man was his own older brother. Eldest brother. He strangely walked over. Prince Ning smiled and said, "Father ordered me to go to the imperial study to meet him." Coincidentally, second sister-in-law was coming out of the imperial study and we ran into each other. So that was the case. The crown prince secretly thought that he was overthinking things. Ning Wang was his elder brother. Even if they were not from the same mother's womb, they still had the same father. Lin Lang was his younger sister-in-law. How could there be anything between them? The crown prince came to the crown princess' side and held the crown princess' hand. Feeling the coldness of her fingertips, his brows furrowed even more. "Why is your hand so cold?" I've already said that you're injured. If there's anything, you can report it to Imperial Father in a few days. Imperial Father gave me the girls' school, so I should take care of it carefully. As the Crown Princess spoke, she felt King Ning's death stare. She imperceptibly withdrew her hand from the Crown Prince's grasp. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Your Highness, let's go back. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather seemed to have suddenly turned cold. The wind in the morning and evening carried a hint of the chill of autumn. The Crown Prince took off his cloak and draped it over the Crown Princess, carefully tying the ribbon for her. Ning Wang stared at the two with a burning gaze. The Crown Princess grabbed the Crown Prince's hand and gently moved it away. She took the ribbon herself. I'll do it myself. Oh. The Crown Prince was a bit disappointed. He wanted to do these small things for Lin Lang. However, with his elder brother here, it did not seem good for them to be too intimate. He turned to look at Ning Wang. Ning Wang's eyes had already regained their gentleness. He said, Elder brother, we'll go back first. Since you've been summoned, then go quickly. Ning Wang paused and turned to look at the Crown Prince who was leaving with the Crown Princess in his arms. He said, why don't second brother come with me to see Imperial Father? It seems that something has happened. Even the Imperial Guards have been mobilized. Is that so? The Crown Prince was a bit hesitant. Ning Wang smiled. Forget it. If you want to accompany second sister-in-law, I'll go see Imperial Father myself. When he said this, his gaze unintentionally swept across the Crown Princess' face. The Crown Princess felt an endless threat. She clenched her hand and said to the Crown Prince, Your Highness, you should go take a look. The Crown Prince said, I'm worried about you. The Crown Princess lowered her eyes and said, with Chunying accompanying me, what is there for your Highness to be worried about? In the end, under the Crown Princess's persuasion, the Crown Prince reluctantly went. After he went, he found out that Xiao Lulang had been captured by assassins and his whereabouts were unknown. Imperial Father wanted Ning Wang to lead troops to look for him. Since he also went, Imperial Father also gave him a group of troops. In the middle of the night, he could not return to the Eastern Palace to accompany Lin Lang. He had to search for Xiao Lulang aimlessly on the streets. The Crown Prince was extremely sullen. Really, isn't he just like Xiaoheng? He's not the real Xiaoheng. Why does Imperial Father think so highly of him? He even made me, the Crown Prince, lower my status to look for him. At this moment, Xiao Lulang, who the Crown Prince was painstakingly searching for, was quietly lying on the bed of Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao helped him change the last infusion bottle. It was already late at night. Gu Jiao and Long Yi were quietly guarding him in the room. Gu Jiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, and Long Yi was sitting on the beam of the room. After finishing the infusion bottle for Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was lying on the edge of the bed, unable to resist her sleepiness, and fell asleep. Long Yi's eyes were wide open from beginning to end, like an owl that did not sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue quieted down. Only the steady breathing of a few people remained in the room. Suddenly, the door of the room was gently pushed open from the outside. A spotlessly white embroidered shoe stepped over the threshold and silently landed on the floor, which was as bright and clean as new. The elegant golden skirt was like floating gold leaf on the surface of a lake, slowly meandering across the room. Xiao Lulang was in a daze from sleep. He wanted to open his eyes, but he didn't have the strength. While half asleep, he felt a gentle and white hand press against his forehead. He didn't know whose hand it was, nor did he know whether he was dreaming or not. That hand pressed against his forehead for a while, then left. When Xiao Lulang completely opened his eyes, he only saw Gu Jiao lying on his side, sleeping. His hand was held in Gu Jiao's hand, and Gu Jiao's other hand was pressed under her body. In this position, no matter what, she couldn't free her hand to touch his forehead. So, was it just a dream? It was pitch black, and he was only half awake. For a moment, he didn't realize where he was. This environment, this atmosphere didn't make him feel disgusted, but it also didn't make him feel unfamiliar. He pulled the blanket over Gu Jiao's shoulder, then took out the hand that Gu Jiao had pressed under her body. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't announce that Xiao Lulang had escaped danger. In her dream, she only knew that someone had hired someone to plot against Xiao Lulang, but she didn't know who that person was. The other party didn't know that Xiao Lulang was safe, so they might be frantically searching for Xiao Lulang's whereabouts. As for Princess Xinyang, she didn't seem to have leaked any information about Xiao Lulang. At the first glimmer of dawn, Gu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley. She had to let her family know that she was safe. While she was at it, she packed a few sets of Xiao Lulang's clothes for him to change into. Actually, she wouldn't be afraid if the mastermind had been caught, but now that they were in the open and the enemy was in the dark, it was hard to guard against them. Gu Jiao thought it over. It was safer here with Princess Xinyang. As long as Princess Xinyang didn't chase them away, she would pretend not to see the slight disdain on her face. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that right after she left, the Crown Prince consort arrived. She came to visit Princess Xinyang. At the same time, she also wanted to confirm something with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang slept late last night and didn't close her eyes until dawn. However, the servant girls in the courtyard recognized the Crown Prince consort and understood that she was someone Princess Xinyang cared about, so they still invited her into the courtyard. This servant will call Lord Yujin. The servant girl was furious. The Crown Prince consort said, "No need. You can go do what you need to do. This consort will go find Yujin." Yujin was currently drying clothes in the inner courtyard. She held the position of 6th rank official in the Household Orders Department of Princess Xinyang's estate. 6th rank wasn't considered too high a rank in the capital, but it was a different story if she was Princess Xinyang's trusted official. For as long as the Crown Prince consort could remember, Yujin had been by Princess Xinyang's side and was one of Princess Xinyang's closest people. Lord Yujin. The Crown Prince consort walked over and greeted her politely. With Yujin's status, there was no need for her to personally do this kind of drying work. The Crown Prince consort couldn't help but take a second look. Then, she froze. It was a man's clothing. Princess Xinyang had hidden guards, but the Crown Prince consort didn't believe that Yujin would wash the clothes of a hidden guard. Has the Marquis returned? The Crown Prince consort's first reaction was that Marquis Xianping had returned to the capital to reunite with Princess Xinyang. Even though they didn't get along, they were still husband and wife. It wouldn't be strange for Marquis Xianping to come here. Ah, no. Yujin shook her head. She didn't know how to explain. This was Xiao Lulang's clothing. After a night of thinking and observation, Yujin could more or less confirm Xiao Lulang's identity. But, the princess hadn't said anything yet, so she couldn't say it now. When the Crown Prince consort saw that Yujin couldn't answer, some rumors she had heard flashed through her mind. Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping didn't get along. Marquis Xianping was promiscuous outside, and Princess Xinyang also had her own gigolo. Of course, this was just a rumor. The Crown Prince consort never believed it. But this man's clothing, don't misunderstand. It's not the princess, it's me. Yujin decided to take the blame herself. A strong hint of astonishment flashed through the Crown Prince consort's eyes. Yujin cleared her throat and said, "Please keep this a secret for me, Crown Prince consort." The Crown Prince consort came back to her senses. Speaking of which, this Lord Yujin was an extraordinary woman. She had never married. If she was outside, she might be criticized behind her back. But because she was in the Princess Fu and had Princess Xinyang's protection, no one dared to embarrass her. This could be regarded as a good opportunity to win over Yujin. The Crown Prince Consort smiled and said, "Lord Yujin, rest assured. I didn't see anything today." With Crown Prince Consort's words, "I'm relieved." Yujin simply smiled more unsightly than crying. Princess Xinyang was still sleeping, so she couldn't wake her up. The Crown Prince Consort asked herself whether she had such big face, so she decided to come again another day. She bid farewell to Yujin, and when she passed by the room of Princess Xinyang, she heard movement inside the room. She thought that Princess Xinyang had woken up, so she intended to enter the room to pay respects to Princess Xinyang. But Long Yi, who had jumped down from the beam of the room, firmly blocked the door. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.